Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. We're so happy you're here. Welcome to the BDA Visions workshop from Essen, Germany. We've got Nicole from Essen, Germany, who's gonna whose meeting is sponsoring this workshop through all 12 steps in Debtors Anonymous, Under Earners Anonymous, ACA, all 12 steps around money, earning, debt, and trauma. I really tried to use as much conference-approved literature as humanly possible. You may or may not agree with how I put it all together, but I love you guys and I want you to recover, and that's what I care about. Before I start through the steps, I will just say I have worked the steps all the way through in Debtors Anonymous and Under Earners Anonymous. I have worked the steps specifically around under-earning, poverty, and deprivation, as well as debting and under-earning. I've worked the steps in a group. I've worked the steps, all 12 steps, one-on-one with a sponsor. I came into DA July 2nd, 2006. So I'm coming up on 20 years. When I came into DA, I was homeless. I was staying on people's couches. Thank God I didn't have to, sleep on the street in New York City, where I live. But I couldn't afford food, and I am a food addict. I am a food addict in recovery, and I had been in Overeaters Anonymous for just about 6 months. So I was very, very scared. And by the grace of God, a day at a time, I have worked this program really intensely, specifically around money and earning and saving and, solvency and abstaining from debting and building financial stability, building prosperity, building earning in my vision. I've earned very well in this program. I have earned 6 figures every year since 2011 as a business owner in my vision. I have a very large prudent reserve. I have a very large retirement. And if you want my specific numbers, we can talk about that maybe when the recording isn't going, but I'm doing great. And I credit almost all of it to Debtors Anonymous and the various money recovery fellowships. And I think we're not done. I think we haven't figured it all out yet. And very early in my DA recovery, I remember kind of being at meetings in New York City and thinking, this feels like a grief counseling group for people who are making peace with how sad they are about the fact that they're going to be doomed to be poor and miserable forever. And I don't want to feel that way. I don't want this recovery to be that way. So I have been a bit of a DA activist. And I'm really excited to share with you what I have seen work for me and for thousands of people that I have helped in this program over the last almost 20 years. So I'm really excited. Does everybody have their notebook? You can feel free to put in the chat, like, yes, I've got my notebook. I'm ready to go. Okay. I'm assuming that's a yes, because we're going to be doing some writing. I love audience participation, but with 224 of you, 225 of you, I can't let everybody shout out. So I see everybody's got their notebook. Great. We've still got people coming in. Wonderful. All right. We've got notebook. I love it. If you're multitasking, totally great. Feel free to do what you can, right? So step 1, let's dive in. Step 1, we admitted we are powerless. And I didn't write powerless over debt or money or earning or under earning or trauma because I wanted you guys to feel free to write whatever you feel you're powerless over. Also, I when I started making these slides like a week ago, I was like, oh, I'm afraid of people getting mad at me if I say something that's not DA conference approved. So I wrote, we admitted we are powerless. And when I write this in my notebook, I write, we admitted we are powerless over debt, money, earning, under earning, deprivation, addiction to poverty, scarcity, trauma, people, places, things, and our lives have become unmanageable. That's what I write. Now I'm going to take you through a little bit of our conference-approved literature. So one of the things I find is that there's all these wonderful hidden gems about money recovery, just hiding in all these different little places if you know where to look. So So what are we powerless over? So I want to be clear that, AA conference approved literature is part of DA conference approved literature. And, um, you know, the AA Big Book really makes a point of talking about how we who have these problems have a disease of mind, body, and spirit. So I just pulled a few quotes for you here. This is from the forward to the first edition of the AA Big Book. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So it's not, hey, we drink too much. It's, hey, there's something wrong and it's like affecting our mind and our body. Doctor's opinion. The body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind, right? We are sure that our bodies were sickened. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic, debtor, etc., which leaves out this physical factor, is incomplete. From page 64 of the Big Book, we have not only been not only mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. So, ready with your notebook. Where do you feel powerless over money, debt, earning, trauma in a mind, body, spirit way? I want to remind you as you write that step one is hard. Step one is painful. And even with all the trauma healing love that we're going to use today, it still might be painful. So just be really gentle with yourself. So as you begin to write where you feel powerless over money, debt, earning, trauma, etc., in a mind, body, spirit way, I want to invite you to give yourself permission to talk about this in a slightly different way, which is what I call trauma software, right? So some people say, this is a disease in my head. You can say disease. Disease is a totally legit way to say it. You can also say software, right? You can say this software got downloaded into my mind, my body, and my spirit without my permission. Okay, so either of those, if you want to write about the software that's been downloaded into your mind, body, and spirit, or you want to write about your disease of mind, body, and spirit around money, debt, earning, and trauma, take a few minutes and write about that. And I'm going to put myself on mute while you guys write about that. You can keep writing about that if you like. If you'd like to share anything in the chat, you can share anything you'd like in the chat. I'm going to move on to the next question for you to write about. Actually, I'm going to move on to one more thing. I just remembered. I'm going to move on to one more thing. So here's some examples of things I've heard people say and things I've experienced around the mind, body, spirit powerlessness. So I feel nauseated when I think about asking for a raise. This is actually true. The first time I asked for a raise in DA, I felt like I was going to pass out. My boss was like, "Nora, are you okay?" And I was like, "Fine." Right? I was white as a sheet, I felt like someone punched me in the gut when I started abstaining from distraction at work. Um, uh, People tell me that they often feel scared or nauseated, dissociated, sick, overwhelmed, or even falling asleep around money and time, debt and numbers, trauma memories, and triggering people. Um, so So I see Maggie has posted, I feel nauseated when I look at my numbers, my bills, my bank account. We can set a timer. I thank you guys so much for what you're posting in the chat. This is great. Utterly powerless, don't know how to leverage my God-given talents. Is the question not posed? I'm sorry, let me show the post question again. Okay, so the question is here, where do you feel powerless over money, debt, earning, trauma in a mind, body, spirit way? Another way to talk about this is trauma software. Oh, you guys, the stuff in the chat is so powerful. I'm going to read some of what's posted. I'm going to try not to use names just to like honor people's anonymity. Um, and someone is asking, can you get the PowerPoint? The PowerPoint will not be made available, but the recording will. So you can absolutely see this recording later and go through it later. So let me read. Oh, wow. Overwhelmed and scared. Overwhelmed when I try to take a step towards planning my future. Suicidal. Experience panic and fear when I talk about money. Do not have a relationship with it outside of survival. I feel stuck, overwhelmed when I try to do my numbers, so I avoid them. I'm just reading the chat. The questions, Mary, the questions are on the screen right now, right? Is that right, guys? Hopefully I'm there. Yeah. Very nervous when I think about expanding my income. For me, it is a tightness in my chest, a fear that I won't be okay, but there's no more. Well, it's really hard to keep up with this. Let's see. I am utterly powerless. Okay, I've already read that one. Anytime it's my turn to hold the mic and talk about my assets, it freaks me out. I feel ill when I feel ill with shame when I think about retirement savings. It feels like a shroud wrapped all around me and permeates my breath like dark particles filling up my lungs and my body when I think too much about money. Someone wrote, sleep is my big dissociation. I feel confused about when and how to take action, doing the things I know I need to do. My student loan debt feels so looming, large, and insurmountable. It's been with me so long, it feels like part of me. Attention is money. When I start to get more attention, it makes me afraid for my safety. I mindlessly eat when I think about debt, money, time, and the future. It affects my love life. I don't date and avoid certain friendships because of shame. I used to feel frozen, in trouble, like I might be killed. Learned helplessness. I feel bad, dirty, guilty, unworthy when charging people for my time/services. I feel afraid that I'll be judged by acquaintances for charging a decent amount, enough for me to live on. Not knowing when to work/rest and when to rest/play and what is the best balance and mix of the two. Trauma clutter, can't keep my numbers, caved in. Um, Visibility equals target equals you're so selfish. Taking action equals grandiosity. Wow, you guys are doing so great. This is all such beautifully wise stuff. I don't have time to read all of the so Sage, I'm doing my best. I'm encouraging people to answer number one or number two together or separately because some people want to say disease and some people want to say software, and I'm just trying to just capture what is happening in my mind, body, and spirit. Okay. You guys are doing a great job capturing it. So great job. All right. Because we do have this disease of mind, body, and spirit. All right. Next. Next question. 10 ways I actively under earn. So we know what's happening to us. What is it inside? Like, even if you don't feel like you have a choice, let's start naming where things are happening where you might actually have some connection to your hands and your feet, right? Um, so here are some 10 ways I actively under earn answers I've heard from others, um, and from myself. These I think these all apply to me too. Um, so um, so just take a look at this list and ask yourself, what are ways I actively under earn? When I first worked the steps around under earning, I was given this assignment, 10 ways I actively under earn. And the number one was distraction for sure. I was addicted to distraction at work. Um, but also I gossiped a lot. I found myself getting sucked into drama at work, in program, with family. Um, for me, anytime I told my family of origin anything good, that was definitely a way to under earn and feel like I had to get small again because they were so abusive, right? Um, oh, I obsess about human flaws. I obsess about human flaws in me and others. I'm sure some of you can relate to fantasy, vagueness, overspending, overworking, avoidance. So I know a lot of us just wrote about how overwhelmed we feel, but I also want you to begin to look at, what am I doing? What am I doing? Even if I don't know how to fix it, it's okay not to know. Is there anything I'm doing that I maybe is probably not good for my earning? Thanks, Sage. Sage was like, "You're rocking it. I just needed clarity." Okay. Yeah. If you want the email, uh, you can email me at this email address, and I will make sure um, that you get it. So email this email to get the recording. Okay. And I hope people are, I thank you co-hosts for letting people in. I know you're also trying to, okay. Um, okay, so I'm going to read some of the answers. On anybody. So guys, I'm reading out loud for a couple of reasons. One, I want you all to know that you're not alone. Two, by reading your answers out loud, because I'm trying to protect everyone's anonymity and I'm not reading your names. By reading your answers out loud, for the folks that are going to be listening on the recording, they're going to hear that they're not alone. So that's what I'm thinking about when I read that out loud. And feel free to mute me or turn me down on your computer, you know. Okay, so I'm going to read out loud. So folks are writing in terms of active under earning. I scroll. Um, Giving up spending feels like treason. It's really deep. Um, Someone wrote, I relate to getting sucked into drama at work. Someone wrote, I telling sick, unsupportive people about the good things in my life, or feeling like I have to stay the perpetual student, like I'm never allowed to own my expertise. Thank you. You know who you are, for saying distraction is huge. I think distraction is one of the most important things we recover from in DA anyway. Deep anxiety from feeling unworthy, that I'm paralyzed and don't take action to avoid those feelings of anxiety and rejection. Not engaging in, I don't know what SM is, because what if what I'm saying isn't interesting enough? Perfectionism. Someone wrote, I relate to every single one of these responses and it makes my soul feel so seen and safe because I'm not alone. You're not alone. Oh, someone just wrote, I had no idea telling unsupportive people my plans was under earning. Wow. Someone wrote, I've been a workaholic and under earner, and every time I make money, I spend it quickly because so many needs have been unmet for too long. Someone wrote, staying hidden in academia. often referencing how the business is struggling. Maybe I don't need to say that. Another way I under-earn is changing my plan due to pressure from external opinions multiple times. I'm powerless because it was a trauma-based survival response. Yes, I relate to that. Vague with time. Thank you, Eileen, for the suggestion to write for 2 minutes in silence. Why don't we do that, guys? That feels manageable to me. I'm gonna start a 2 minute timer. Okay. I'm gonna start the 2 minute timer on my phone because I have no idea how to do it on Zoom.
What is our writing prompt, Nora? Is it just step one or is it something else?
It's 10 ways I actively under earn.
Okay, that
Laura, you're muted. You're muted.
Thanks, Nicole. I love having you guys here. I love that we have 252 people here and everyone's got so many suggestions, which I am not able to handle all of right now. The 2 minutes is great. Thank you for that. What I will say is a couple of things. Someone asked if we could record the chat. I don't think we're going to be able to include the chat in the recording unless I read it into the recording because I don't know that the chat would preserve anonymity. And I'm really trying to preserve anonymity here. So that's one thing. So I'm going to read a few more things from the chat here. And yeah, and we'll do our best. And who knows, maybe when we post this, on YouTube or whatever, people will comment their answers, and it'll become a thing that people use. And by the way, any revenue we earn from the YouTube video will go straight to the DA meeting. Okay. Just to be clear on that. Okay. It's unlikely that we will earn any revenue from the YouTube meeting, just so you know. Okay. So let's see. Oh, so many wonderful things on the chat. Let's see. I obsess, okay, trying to prove myself at under-earning jobs while people invite me to vision work, but I don't show up for big opportunities. Easy to hide in science and math classes. Um, what else? I obsess about how the system or capitalism, et cetera, is rigged and I don't stand a chance. That's not helpful. People are going, wait, I didn't know telling good things, telling my family about good things in my life is part of under earning. Yes, I'm so glad we're learning that today. Distraction, resentment toward boss, waiting for the worst, thinking I can't do anything to change my trajectory, focus too much on the hundreds of little things in life all the time and not the biggest ones first, playing dumb, playing small. Someone wrote, oh, I also obsess about how horrible capitalism is. Um, Wasting time on social media, under earn through fear of success. I feel the need to support the rest of my family. I should give because I have more kind of feeling. I died while I was earning. That's deep. Staying unclear about personal goals and business goals. Like I really don't know. I don't charge my worth or enough. I don't schedule anything. I wake up and I just work whenever. I've moved a lot. I've been nomadic. Takes a lot of energy. I'm not always rested or fed or hydrated well to think clearly and work. Someone wrote social media, self-sabotage, lack of action, time vagueness, not pouring sufficient time and energy into vision tasks. If you want the recording, you need to email me. I am not going to be able to harvest your emails from this, just so you know. I'm seeing that in the chat. Here's my email, and you can email me for this recording. Okay. Guys, these are incredibly wonderful. I'm gonna I'm gonna move on to the next writing assignment, but I thought that the 10 ways to actively under-earn would be a good one, and I'm glad you guys like it. So we don't have to we don't have to spend a lot of time on this one, but this is sort of a classic step one question, right? How has this made my life unmanageable? I just want you to know you're 100% allowed to write, duh, isn't it obvious, right? You can just write that, or if you want to write about it, we can certainly take 2 minutes and if you want to write about the unmanageability, let's can my timer put 2 minutes on the Zoom for me? Thank you. Can I just say I love being wrong? Everybody was writing such great answers to this. Everyone was was writing such wonderful answers to this question. I was wrong. I'm so glad that you guys wrote answers to this question. I'm going to read some of these out loud, and what I'm going to try to do, and I don't know, I'll probably need some help with this. I'm going to try to save the chat and maybe copy and paste answers without people's names into like the YouTube comment. I don't know how to do it on YouTube. I don't know. So we'll figure, I don't know what to do. We're in the moment. Okay. So we'll figure it out one way or another. So I'm going to read, there you go, Linda. I'm going to read a few of your answers. This is fabulous. And maybe Jeff has one. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. Let me focus. I have no retirement or savings, and I have always relied on the idea that someone else will take care of me. When I say this out loud, it seems so unmanageable. But person who just shared that, I want you to know that is so normal in DA. I've met so many people who feel that way. I am trapping myself with distorted beliefs, no job, no stability, can't help my children or grandchild with their financial difficulties. I think I missed some. Makes my life messy and chaotic, sinks confidence, my self-esteem tanks. I know I have marketable skills, but interaction with people scares me. Oh, Bubba, love you. I stay stuck. That's how unmanageability manifests. Oh, oh my God, you guys are just so articulate. Listen to this. The only reason I have any sense of what manageable even means is because of 12-step programs. Otherwise, chaos and dysfunction were so natural to me, and I didn't know there was any other way. Like the story of one fish asking the other, how is the water? And the second fish asking, what is water? Yep. Body pain increases. Yes, absolutely. Lack of self-care, earning affected, more poor self-care, loop continues. Uncomfortable to have money in my hand. Like it's a negative superpower. That's powerful. Thanks, person. I'm trying to protect everyone's anonymity. Exertion, exhaustion, keep getting laid off, not allowing myself to receive on any level, feeling I must always be the giver. Can't maintain stable adult lifestyle, can't maintain stable adult relationships, large time gaps. Let's see. Addictive behaviors increase. Someone wrote anxiety gives me a reason to always feel less than. Think other people get the. I think other people got the handbook. Keeps me focused in deprivation. Keeps me connected to my depressed and deceased father. Disconnects me from faith. Depressed, lonely, low self-esteem, self-confidence. Low self-esteem, low self-confidence. Oh gosh, sorry, I'm there. Which perpetuates the cycle. My dreams suffer. Someone wrote, cannot afford an apartment or house, cannot do nice things for my kids, cannot afford certain items like a new computer, feeling unstable in life. Unmanageability became a norm in my life to the point I didn't even realize how nutty it was, like Don Quixote fighting windmills. Listen to these poetic people. People are also commenting on each other's shares and going, I wrote the same things. That's great.
And there's just been
Careful.
Oh dear. Okay. My co-hosts are on top of muting people. Yes? Okay, great. Thank you. No money for rent for February. Yikes. No money for bills or food. Have to go to the food bank. Well, you're in the right place, friend. Crippling anxiety and shame. Trapping myself with distorted beliefs. The stress has caused health problems, lost friendships and jobs, missed opportunities, amongst many other things. Unfortunately, Catherine, the chat will not automatically save for me because I'm recording to my computer and not to the Zoom cloud, just so you know. I am happy to help you with technical stuff. Thank you. Okay. I am unable to fully actualize and thrive in my life or meet my own needs. My life just passes by. I expected my mom to help me get out of this mess. It impacts my sleep and health. Although I am debt-free and solvent, I still feel like it's not enough. I am not enough. I know in my body it's trauma-based and needs to heal. Oh, thank you guys for validating that we need to talk about trauma in DA, even though there's like all this crazy criticism and whatever. We desperately need to be able to heal this and talk about it openly. Feeling like I've wasted my life and not lived up to my potential. scared, lower self-worth, not caring about my future self, not thinking I'm good enough because I've been all over the place with money, up and down, affected my relationships with others, always think someone else will take care of me, can't help others financially, not paying taxes on time, staying stuck. Okay, this is beautiful. And that was a great, somebody suggested I could email the chat with the recording link, and I love that idea. So I'm gonna stop reading. I will keep reading parts, and hopefully we will not get off this Zoom without figuring out how to get access to the chat, and we'll figure out some way to email it to folks. Okay.
I mean, just so you know, I can save the chat. That's not a problem. But again, keeping it anonymous will be the issue.
Yes. Who is talking?
That's Lisa with 2 S's.
Lisa with 2 S's. Yeah. So we'll, so
Manoa's
do,
using your last name, so isn't it already anonymized?
not everybody wants their really vulnerable personal sharing, even
Right.
associated
Okay.
with their first name,
Got it.
like I'm
Got
over here like, oh my God, y'all, I was homeless, but like, that's a choice, so we'll reflect. And Lisa, great. If Lisa, you want to be responsible for saving the chat, we'll reflect. I'll reflect the people. I'll reflect with the DA meeting that's hosting this, since I'm not in charge. I'm just a trusted servant. And we'll reflect and we'll see what can be done to protect everyone's anonymity while still sharing the beautiful sharing that we're seeing.
Nora, this is Carolina. I cannot manually take out the names.
I'm sorry, Carolina, what did you say? You're volunteering to take out the names?
I can offer to take manually off the names and just put the examples.
Well, it's a long workshop, so it might be hours and hours of work. So before you volunteer for that, let's just take it a step at a time. Okay.
There are AI tools that could remove the names in minutes, just so you guys know. It's free too.
Amazing. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're going to reflect later on the rest, because right now we're going to do steps. I think we've got a plan of action, and I'm going to deny AI companion. Okay. Moving right along. Was that fun? We did step 1. We felt all the terrible, awful feelings in step 1. Now comes step 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Can a power greater than myself truly restore me to sanity? This is not yet a writing prompt. You don't have to write yet, okay? So for some of us, the answer is going to be, I think so. And some of us, the answer is going to be, I know the right answer is yes, but I don't feel like it's true. And for some of us, it's going to be, well, maybe there's a lot of powers outside myself, like maybe something other than my best thinking, right? So let's take a look at some conference-approved literature. We've certainly heard that when we, go to others for help and support, group of drunks, group of debtors, there's a little bit of God in that. And what I love is that it's not just that you have to find this relationship with your higher power, which we will get into shortly. Oh, someone's drawing on my screen. I don't know how to undo that. Anybody know how to undo that? I probably know. Disable annotation for others. There we go. And I don't know how to undo that. Annotate.
I believe you need to stop your screen share and then reshare.
I got it. I figured it out. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we will get into your higher power, but I also really want to invite you to hear that in the big book it says, God has abundantly supplied this world with fine doctors, psychologists, and practitioners of various kinds. Do not hesitate to take your health problems to such persons. Most of them give freely of themselves, that their fellows may enjoy sound minds and bodies. Try to remember that though God has wrought miracles among us, we should never belittle a good doctor or psychiatrist. But obviously, it's totally fine to belittle a bad one. No, just kidding. Also, another section in the AA Big Book, be quick to see where religious people are right. Make use of what they offer. So I think making sure that we're inviting good thinking, inviting other perspectives, right? Outside my best thinking, because my best thinking got me here, right? All right. So I also wanted to pull some quotes from ACA literature because a lot of times when you read the ACA literature, especially the stuff that was written in the 70s and 80s, it's like very focused on how much growing up in dysfunctional trauma stuff affects relationships. But if you just pull these particular quotes, you'll see it's also very obviously connected to money and the trauma stuff that we talk about when we're trying to heal around earning and being visible and everything. So reading you these ACA laundry list pull quotes. We have stuffed our feelings from our traumatic childhoods and have lost the ability to feel or express our feelings because it hurts so much. Denial. We refuse to admit we've been affected by family dysfunction or that there was dysfunction in the home. To avoid being hurt, we isolate and dissociate and thereby abandon ourselves. We, quote, manage the massive amount of deprivation we feel. Oof, emotional impoverishment, humans, this is real. We get guilt feelings when we stand up for ourselves, talking about visibility. We became isolated and afraid of people and authority figures. We are frightened by angry people and any personal criticism. I find that DA and UA people are very, very afraid of criticism and very, very afraid of, just like, oh no, if I don't do it perfectly, someone will get mad at me. I know some of you have seen me trying to, let people know about this and, getting into a little bit of trouble here and there, getting into a little criticism here and there. It's very important to me to say to others, and if they're publicly saying, hey, Nora, you're bad and wrong and you're doing it wrong and whatever, to say, I think we're doing the best we can. And here's where we made mistakes. And, here's where we're really trying to honor traditions and da, 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 da. Because I think we need practice watching and doing the thing where we live through personal criticism, and it's okay because we're not going to die anymore. Right? If we get criticized. We judge ourselves harshly and have a very low sense of self-esteem. And those are all from either the ACA laundry list or the ACA other laundry list. But this one, there's actually a reading called it's a reading called Working at the Laundromat, a checklist for ACAs in the workplace. And it's a really great reading. It's like a fabulous reading for any DA, UA, anything. But I just decided to pull, we have felt that we do not deserve a raise, a promotion, better workspace, or a better job, right? So that's very consistent with what you guys have already shared about your step one. And remember that when we move from step one to step two in sort of classic step work assignments, it's very normal to go from writing about our disease and our unmanageability. And then in step two, because it's about sanity and insanity, we do end up talking about how we have been insane, right? And I just want to be really clear that your best thinking got you here. My best thinking got me here. Our best thinking got us here. And you're going to hear this for the rest of the workshop today. Our best thinking was vital for our survival. So I'm not going to encourage you to put yourself down in any way. I'm going to encourage you to honor and treasure that little boy, that little girl, that little human child that you were, who figured out how to do all these things on this slide that you see right here as part of surviving, And so part of it is denial and dissociation, which we see here. Part of it is hiding and invisibility, which we see here, okay? These things were essential. So this was something that came into reality deeply for me first in Overeaters Anonymous, because I used to hate myself for having an eating disorder, and I used to hate myself for being an overeater. I thought it would have been much more dramatic and Hollywood fabulous if I had been anorexic, but I was a chubby overeater, and that's the hand I got dealt. And I used to hate that little girl, and I used to look at pictures of her from when I was young, and I felt pain and shame looking at those pictures, and that just did not work for me. And I said, I have to love that little girl. I have to treasure that little girl. She figured out how to survive, how to build a fortress that she could carry with her everywhere. And I I fell in love with her. And now I look at pictures of her and I go, oh, you cutie patootie. Look at you. Look at you. I love you. You're wonderful. And so that taught me maybe we need to do the same thing around money and earning and dissociation and invisibility. Maybe we need to love those brilliant parts of ourselves that figured out how to get so small and so hidden and so terrified, because maybe that was what we really needed to do to survive, you know? So you're going to hear me say more of that a lot today throughout each step. So if you don't like being told you're lovable and wonderful, you can leave now. It's okay. I won't be offended. Okay. Step 2, confronting faith. All right. So here's this line from the AA 12 and 12, page 32. Now let's take the guy full of faith, but still reeking of alcohol. So the reason that I think this is important is that so many people in Debtors Anonymous and Under Earners Anonymous come in and they've done some other 12-step program where they did find recovery and they did find a spiritual something. And they went, hey, I got sober. This can't be that hard, right? So it's kind of like if you meet the guy from the AA 12 and 12 that Bill describes, who, you know, goes to church but still gets drunk, right? So you figured out spirituality for alcohol or food, but here you are in DA and you're like, this is awful, right? So I'm going to invite you to consider that maybe there's like some changes that need to happen, right? The quality of the faith rather than its quantity. This had been our blind spot. And now you're going to see Bill says, we suppose we had humility when really we hadn't. So what the heck is humility? Is humility staying small, hidden, repressed, terrified, angry, and stifled? I think you know that I'm not going to agree that that's humility, right? Even though the language in some of the language in the big book and the AA 12 and 12 implies that humility is sort of like the thing we need because we're kind of awful humans and we're jerks and we have to get that about ourselves. We're not going there today because we need to really get how much beauty and brilliance there is in the survival part that leads to the DAUA disease, okay? So is it possible that humility is actually letting our gifts shine through as we accept our imperfections, accept our limits, accept our growth opportunities with love and compassion, and maybe even delightful adventure? Like, could recovery be fun? Is that allowed? Just something to be thinking about, okay? So, what if God, this is not even yet the writing prompt. I'm just planting ideas in your brains, okay? What if God has a plan for everyone, including you, to be solvent, earn abundantly, feel healthy, purposeful, and connected, feel joyful as you earn, feel joyful in your life, have love, abundance, joy, connection, and balance in your life? What if that's possible? I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Look at the chat. So what I will ask you to answer in the chat, this is not a writing prompt yet, but what I will ask you to answer in the chat is, do you feel any doubt or fear or secret belief, XYZ? Do you feel any of that when you look at this? Do you look at this thing and go, oh yeah, Nora, definitely, but then secretly, secretly, do you believe that this might not be true? And you are free to answer in the chat for that. So this is not a writing prompt yet. This is just you answering in the chat. Do you look at this list and secretly worry that it's not true for you? All right, I'm going to check the chat. All right, here's what people are writing. Are you guys ready? I do not trust higher power. Yes, I do. I assume the person is writing, yes, I do have that doubt. Yes, I feel like I can't have connection with my FOO. I don't know what FOO stands for, but that
Family of origin.
Oh, family of origin. Thank you. Yes, I feel like I can't have connection with my family of origin, but that I should have it with them. And then I get sad about it. I know, me too. That's a very sad thing. Do not believe. Someone wrote, I do not believe. Someone else wrote, yes, this is for other people and not for me. Oh my God, these are great answers, you guys. Thank you. Someone wrote, I secretly or not so secretly think that I am not worthy or will fail. Another person wrote, real recovery does not happen for me. Um, Someone wrote, I believe, but I feel fear, and that's what's keeping me stuck. Someone else wrote, yes, I think there's a big part of me that truly doesn't believe. Someone wrote, I trust God, but I don't trust myself yet, not to mess it up again. Don't worry, person who wrote that. We are going to get to steps 6 and 7, and we're going to talk about being a human who gets to be successful and having flaws and still being successful. Someone wrote, all of it is hard to believe or see happening. Someone wrote, I have doubt that I can be solvent. It is true. I am willing to upload this new software to change my thinking. Thank you, positive person. Someone wrote, just out of reach, like I can see the truth, but it's not there yet. Not believing it applies to me. Not sure if I'll ever get there. Someone wrote, that secret belief is melting like snow in NYC right now, slowly but surely. Someone wrote, yes, others will get the miracle, but I won't, or accept me. Someone wrote, I want to believe, but I have doubts. I believed this before, and after a painful year, I have lost faith. Oh, I hear you, Maddie. Oh, sorry. No. I hear you, human. It does make me feel uncomfortable to believe this is true. I think that it could be true, but I don't know the pathway to getting there. Someone wrote, I'm bad, and God is going to punish or is punishing me. Someone wrote, I do not believe this is true for me. Someone wrote, I believe if I make something true, it is. That's great for you, person. Someone wrote, intellectualizing it. God's will seems to be not that. Looking at the world. Yep. I don't believe some supernatural entity gives a poop about me. Very, very. I love this vulnerability, guys. I feel some guilt. What if everyone hates me? OMG, yes, someone writes, mostly my mother's constant criticism is running in my head. Someone wrote, I just think that's for other rich, normal people. I'm too dysfunctional, and I've had too many dysfunctional things happen in my life to have these things. Dora, don't worry about that. As long as I get the emails, I'm fine. I'm fine. Someone wrote, I'm cautious. It may not be true, but it's optimistic. Adam wrote, everyone really? Not, sorry, Adam. Not enough as is evidenced by daily witnessed horrors. I know, right? It's very easy to watch the news and get really, really, really depressed. It's all pie in the sky is what I used to think. Someone wrote, God wants to make sure I suffer. God comes through for others, but not for me. Someone wrote, I feel that earning joyfully and abundantly is for others who are not trapped in the capitalist rat race, and somehow I am. This is my well duh question. Thank you, so-and-so. Thank you. Okay. This is wonderful. Oh, so someone wrote, I always think about when Jewish people were being kidnapped by Nazis, and she said, I'm sure they prayed. Yeah, when bad things have happened to people, I'm sure they prayed too. Others will get the miracle and not me. Blah 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 blah. Okay, you guys, this is fantastic. I love that you're sharing all this stuff. I'm gonna stop reading now, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for all your vulnerability. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't want you to write in your notebook about how true it sounds for more than just a few lines, okay? I only want to give folks 1 minute to write down how true it sounds in their notebook. Okay? So do I have my timer? Because we have to admit that we've got this, we have to admit that we've got this, this disease running the software, right? So do I have my timer? Okay, great. 1 minute. Thank you, my timer. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so just a little bit you wrote in your thing about how true it sounds because you've been telling yourself this is true for your whole life, right? We don't need to like overdo it, right? Now 1 more minute. Well, first let me say this. What if that doubt, fear, disbelief, and resistance is the cunning, baffling, powerful trauma software lying to you? What if the software is lying and telling you it's God? Because you don't know the difference. Neither do I, by the way. When my software is running, right? My software is like, Nora, this is what God says you deserve. Right? So 1 minute on, and don't start the timer yet. What is the trauma software that's tricking you? What is it telling you that God wants for you? Right? A lot of mine is going to be like, I mean, a lot of mine has changed, but like still like mine might be like, oh, you're going to be alone for the rest of your life, right? Things like that. Okay. So what is it telling you that God wants for you? 1 minute and no more. Okay. What are the lies the software is telling you? Okay, wonderful. Let's keep going. All right. If you secretly believe that God wants you to be poor, miserable, doomed, or whatever it is you wrote, okay? Then I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be bold and I'm going to tell you that's not God. But your software is going, but I'm trapped. It sure feels like God. So what do we tell that God? We tell that God, you're fired. We write that to God. We write, you're fired. Now, before you can write it on your notebook right now, you're fired, right? You can write that if you want. You're also allowed to unmute if you would like and say, God, you're fired on the count of 3. Okay, so everybody, I'm gonna ask you to unmute and then hopefully everybody will mute again.
Good one.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We are
God, you're
You're
fired.
fired. God, you're fired.
Not listening
You're
anymore.
fired.
Anymore.
I got a
Stop it.
bigger
The road.
God.
Not
I got a
true.
Oh,
bigger God
God
than
is
this.
You're fired.
I'm
You're
done
a
with you.
liar. Been
God,
replaced.
Fired.
enough.
Being
That God is fired.
Old trauma software god, you are so fired. Okay.
Trauma software god is fired.
Yes, amen. Okay. So write you're fired. Make sure you're
fired.
Write you're fired in your notebook, okay? And now I'm going to give you 2 minutes and you're going to write a want ad, which is something that happened a long time ago when newspapers were real. Nowadays we would call it a job description. You're going to write a want ad for a new god, okay? So
Jetzt schreibst du eine Anzeige.
Uh-oh. Help me, my co-host. Help me make sure everybody's muted.
Kraft. Welche Eigenschaften, oder? Hast du so verstanden? Welche?
Okay. And I'm just gonna mute some other people. Okay. I think everyone's muted. Okay. So, yep, we got 2 minutes on the clock. Write that one ad. Okay. I'm going to look at some comments here. Someone wrote, abundant God wanted. In search of a God who is abundantly, unconditionally loving, 24/7, 365, who loves, supports, and believes in me and shows up every day to support me in my new successfully, financially, relationship-wise, abundant life. This new God has my back. God, you can be on my side and tell me about my goodness and bravery, even if I'm not good. You can set me free from guilt and shame and tell me it's good to be shameful. Oh, Bubala. Guys, all of you are good. Every single one of you is good. Every single one of you. Every single one of you was born deserving goodness. Oh, someone said they got so sleepy during the earlier part when we were defining the limiting beliefs that they're struggling. It's okay. It's okay. You can just take what you can. Take what you can, you know? Okay, loving, helpful, patient, kind, nurturing, clear communicator. I love that. God who brings prosperity and miracles now, who loves me and brings in the right people. Will there be a break? Great question. I've got some people asking me, will there be a break? I've got some people going, I'm concerned we're not far enough in. Well, we're going to do our best, everybody. Someone wrote, that was huge. My software was tricky. It was loving and kind, saying you get to have it all if you are perfect. Totally my mother and her unconditional love, so loving and thwarted and perverse in her conditionality and withdrawal of love. Dote on me, someone says to God. Firm, fair, always with love. Okay, great want ads, guys. Looking for a loving God who loves me unconditionally, who believes in me, who's available 24/7, even when too busy. What if God is never too busy for you? Who believes I can handle money? He'll protect me from people who take advantage of others. He tends me to peace and he gives me so much blessing. I leave a generational wealth for generations. It brings me to tears, looking with clarity at the power that God has to empower me to build the vision. Beautiful. Somebody wants a God who's a good kisser. That's awesome. I don't know if that's making you a good kisser or bringing someone into your life who's a good kisser, but I'm here for it. Good for you. Ask for what you want. Okay, great stuff, you guys. Great stuff. So we wrote our want ad. And now we're going to get ready for step 3. And just so you know, like what you wrote in your want ad, it might change as we go through because you really do get to have this abundant higher power. Like it really is for you. And we all need a higher power who's going to meet us where we are. Right? So we're going to get there. All right, let's do step 3 sometime. Let's do some step 3. Oh boy. All right. So we're going to start parsing. You'll forgive me, I'm a bit Talmudic. We're going to start parsing. If Bill Wilson had known about trauma, what would he have written differently? So in step 3, we actually kind of keep figuring out who God is just a little bit, and we're going to keep doing that. So this is from the AA Big Book, page 62. Starts with selfishness, self-centeredness, driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. So guys, I don't want you to ever call yourselves selfish or self-centered. You can if you really want to. But I really want you to really take on that you have been self-protecting. I had a lady who read something I wrote a couple of years ago, and she called me after she read it, and she said, hey, I love what you wrote. It had a lot of good stuff about DA in it. What did she say? She said, but I have just one quibble with you. I said, what's that? She said, I don't believe that trauma causes the disease. I said, really? Do you mind telling me what you do believe? I was just so curious. And she said, oh, ego. It's my ego. And I thought, oh, that's so terribly sad. I didn't know how to reach her in that moment, but I thought to myself, that's so terribly sad because ego is self-protection, right? Ego is just one of the many defenses and coping mechanisms we build for self-protection. Right? Arrogance is just a way I protect myself, So if we change these words like selfishness and we say self-protection, right? Driven by all this sense of fear and self-protection, we do end up stepping on the toes of our fellows sometimes. And sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. But we do find that at some time in the past, we've made decisions based on self-protection and survival, which may have placed us in a position to be hurt. Now, I want to like take some wisdom from Tony A of ACA and say, none of this applies to childhood. Okay? You did not put yourself in a position to have a crappy childhood. That was not your choice. Okay? But whatever you did to survive that childhood when you were a hostage, okay? We were hostages, okay? Whatever you learned to do to survive as a hostage, it may be that those things, when you became an adult, put you in a position where you weren't able to see that other people were having a reaction because you didn't know what you didn't know. Right? And all of you are very smart people. All of you are very hardworking people. Like all of you have enormous talents and gifts. So I know that because you're so smart and thoughtful, you're probably people with moral and philosophical convictions galore. But with all this trauma software running the show, it can be very hard to live up to these great ideas and ideals, even when we want to, even when we would have liked to. And we cannot reduce our self-protection by wishing or trying on our own power. We do have to have help. And again, you can have it from big God, God, right? You can have it from group of debtors. You can have it from many sources of wisdom, but we need help. We can't do it with our best thinking, okay? So now let's go to my favorite section of the big book. Okay, page 63. When we sincerely took such a position that we could let in help, that we could let in new learning and new help and new healing, all sorts of remarkable things followed. And this is actually a line in the big book. And I had an action partner in my early years in DA. We used to read pages 62 and 63 in the big book, and every morning on our knees. And we would replace alcoholic with under-earner, and we would replace he with she because we were both women. And when we got to the part about we had a new employer, we would scream it out loud because we were so scared of everything. And we were trying so hard to fill our little bodies with faith and belief for the day, you know. We did this at like 6 a.m, right? And so we'd go, we had a new employer. We had a new employer. Being all powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. And again, do you want your God to be a she, a they? Do whatever works for you. You don't want your God to be anthropomorphic? No problem. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves. And for self, I want to replace with self-protection, right? We become less and less needing self-protection. And in our, you know, Bill wrote our little plans and designs. I invite you to consider strategies for survival. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean taking action. I mean being visible, right? I'm not talking about just being a martyr who never earns money and just goes, well, I got, you know, $5 in my pocket and I'm sober today, so that's enough, right? That's AA. We're doing DA, okay? We're doing DA. So here, when we talk about what we contribute to life, we're looking for action, for visibility, for shining in our full humility, which means that God plants these gifts in us and they come out and we get compensated well. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of his presence, spiritual something, Lord knows, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. These are all, except for the stuff in parentheses, guys. This is in the big book. This is AA big book, okay? So we were now at step 3. Many of us said to our maker, as we understood him, God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self. And again, when I say self, I really mean self-protection. I really mean trauma software, okay? Relieve me of the bondage of this software, right? We've already talked in step 2 about how trapped we were, right? Relieve me of the bondage of this software that I may better do this loving, abundant will of yours. Now, here's the most important line for DAUA recovery. You ready? This is it. We don't have to edit it. It's exactly the way Bill wrote it. Are you ready? Are you ready? because this is exciting. Okay. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Bill Wilson, who died a debtor under earner, wrote these words that God could and would and shall take away our victories because it helps us help others. And that's enough. That alone is enough. We're going to do a bunch of other fun stuff just to give your trauma software better wiring. But this by itself, this one line, if you just take this one line and read it 50 times a day, take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. If you just take that, that is the promise of Debtors Anonymous. It really is. And we're going to talk about how we do it because there is a how in DA that's very specific. Okay. Now here's the writing, but before we get to the writing and the timing, I see a lot of comments. These are great comments. I'm not going to read them right now because I want to be thoughtful of time. Okay. Beautiful comments. Okay, so are my timers ready? Okay. You get 1 minute to write about, do I really believe God wants me to take away, do I really believe God wants to take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. Ready? 1 minute, write about that. Wonderful. Okay. If you wrote, I don't believe it, I got news for you. Right with that nasty God that does not want to take away your difficulties, right? And that does not want to use you as a power of example for power and love and way of life. Write what that God actually wants. You've got a minute. Okay. 1 minute. Write what that God actually wants. Go ahead. My timer. Thank you. Okay, you wrote what that secret God wants. Guess what? You're going to fire that God again. We're going to fire God a lot today because I want you to get how much your trauma software keeps hijacking you, keeps taking over. Okay, this is how powerless we truly are. And you get to keep firing God, and it's okay. And don't worry, you will have more tools than just firing God. But that's a really important one. Okay, Now, you don't have to write the answers to questions 3 and 4. In fact, I don't want you to. I just want to honor the fact that it might be true that your trauma software, because I know most of you are not 17 years old. Can you raise your hand real quick? Are you not 17 years old? I'm not 17 years old. Most of you have had some ups and downs in your life, right? Nobody ever comes to Debtors Anonymous because they're like, I've had such a great life. I just felt like I could get a little extra help with checking my numbers, even though I have piles of money in the bank, don't you know? Like, that is very rare. That is not, even the people I know who come to DA with piles of money, they do not feel like they've had such great lives, okay? They feel very, very twisted up. And they are rare. Most people come really broke, right? So all of you have lived some life. You've lived some good, strong, painful, hardshipy life, right? So of course, your software is going, well, but I don't, okay, so you really want me to believe that God really wants to take away my difficulties? Where is the evidence for that? Look at all my hardships, Nora. Look at all my unfulfilled hopes and dreams. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, this is how our brains work, right? So don't worry, we have answers. So the first question I want you to ask yourself, and this is more that I don't want you to write about this, I just want you to write this down in your notebook. What if there are only 3 answers to your prayers? One answer is yes. The second answer is yes, but not now. The third answer is no, because I have something better. I just want you to write that down. Very important. Because we have to start, we have to get there's like a network of being able to connect good things and letting God guide us to good. It's like we have to build a new network of synapses in our brains. And so I got to install some of this just directly with you guys. Okay? And do me one favor, let me just skip ahead one slide to find out what on earth I'm doing in the next slide, and then I will get to section 2. Okay. Okay. So, wait, one more. I see. Okay, that's what I was doing. Okay, cool. I know where I'm going. Okay. So, I don't want you to write about this yet. I just want you to think. What if God plants hopes and dreams in your heart to get you moving in the direction of yeses and nos because I have something better? And you can write if you really want to. I'm not going to say don't write. But just what if all those hopes and dreams are planted in your heart to get you into action, to get you moving? I'll tell you, God got you moving enough that you're here today. Being here today, being among the 259 people on this Zoom right now, that's action. That's bravery right there. So whatever longing or pain or hardship you're feeling, it got you here. And that's something. It's not nothing. Okay, we're going to move on. We're just going to do a little more learning here. So who here knows that the Serenity Prayer was written by this guy named Reinhold Niebuhr? He lived from the late 19th century to 1971. I love when people raise their hands. Thanks people raising their hands. So you guys know the Serenity Prayer, right? In fact, we didn't open with the prayer. Why don't we say the prayer all together now, just for fun? You want to just say the prayer, not what's on the screen, okay? This is not what we're going to say. We're going to say the prayer everybody always says, right? For 12-step, okay? So you can unmute if you like. We're just going to say it because we didn't open with it, and let's have it now. It's okay to be imperfect at this. God, grant us
serenity,
To accept the things I cannot change.
cannot change,
courage
to change the things I can
Wisdom,
wisdom to know the difference.
I
Well, mine be done. Amen.
Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. And thanks in advance for muting again. All right. So the next lines, which we almost never say in a 12-step room, were written in 1926. Okay, the whole thing was written in 1926. The next lines, oops, I want some help for muting. I'm gonna mute. Okay, everybody's muted. Okay, good. The next lines that Reinhold Niebuhr wrote were living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardship as the pathway to peace, taking as he did, right? I'm Jewish, just so you know. But as he did, I'm pretty sure they're talking about Jesus. I just have a sense. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, but I have a sense. Taking as he did this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will. There's more. There's more that's about being like reasonably happy in this world and supremely happy in the next. And I don't want you guys to get the message of like be a suffering martyr in the now so that you can go to heaven. I don't want to promote that message today, because I want to promote the message that God wants you and you and you and you and all of us to live in an abundant and joyful world today, that we don't have to wait for some magical apocalyptic time. We don't have to wait till after we're dead. We don't have to be martyrs. So, look, this is not exactly a rosy worldview, but it's got some wisdom in it. And it's got some interesting, provocative questions. Can I really trust that higher power will make all things right if I surrender to his will? And some of you have seen this before. This is the 12 promises of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? And I think these are beautiful promises. There's also some beautiful DA promises that I did not put into the slides today. But I want to bring your attention to promise 5, which is no matter how far down the scale we've gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. So I invite you to consider that your hopes and dreams are planted in you to get you into action. And the inevitable ups and downs that happen on the journey to good things, because you get to have a lot of good things in your life. You do. But the inevitable ups and downs are there so that your experience can benefit others. Okay? Do you guys think I've had a perfect journey in DA? No, ma'am. No, sir. I didn't want my marriage to end. I didn't want to lose the clients I lost. I didn't want to start 8 businesses and have only 5 of them, have only 2 or 3 of them really succeed, and have maybe 5 or 6 of them, like 5 of them definitely failed. A 6th one succeeded for a while, and then I shut it down. But I've had 2 really successful businesses in DA, thank you God, and I make good money. But I've had failures, guys, and I've stayed solvent the whole time. And I've had my family of origin, do some really painful things. And what I've learned every time, thanks to this program, is that the more that we connect with each other and commune with each other and just move through these ups and downs of life together, we cannot help but see how other people's pain makes us feel better, right? Because I had people, when I was going through my divorce, I would wake up at 2, 3 in the morning and I would call England. So thank you, all you English people. Love you. Because I would call you at 2, 3 in the morning, New York time, and I would call you and cry. And half of you would say, I remember my divorce, Nora. I sounded just like you. And it helped me get through. And then my divorce ended and I'm okay now and my kids are doing better and my ex and I do okay. And then people call me now and they say, oh my God, I'm in so much pain. And I say, oh, I remember when I was like you. And I did get to the other side, but man, I had a lot of pain and you're not alone. And that is one of the greatest. I just want to say, in Overeaters Anonymous, in my early days, I heard people say, pain shared is pain cut by half, and joy shared is joy doubled. And I really want you guys to get that the point of this recovery is, yes, to have good money and to be prosperous and to earn and to have your dreams come true. It's also to feel connected. It's also to feel like you belong. And it's almost impossible to feel like you belong if you can't share human experience. So I just really invite you to consider that your hardships are God's way of helping you become closer with other people. And I will tell you, I have known a few people in Debtors Anonymous that got a lot of money very quickly, but they were very unhappy. And part of the reason was they thought that money would make them happy. In fact, as I tell you these stories, I realize I am one of those people. The first time I got a bunch of money in DA, I was like, wait, this was supposed to make me happy. And it did not. But you know what makes me happy is sharing joy and hardship, sharing joy and pain with my fellows. Having experienced strength and hope to share and listening to others experience strength and hope, these things are what give us joy, because joy comes from connection with other people. Joy comes from belonging. So you get to belong. So if that's the case, these, wait, let me just make sure I know what we're doing. Yeah, these are your writing prompts for step 3. Okay. We're going to start one at a time. And I really want you to get, like, I get it that you're doubtful. I get it that you're not sure if it's really safe to surrender. So let's take 3 minutes to write about what if everything is happening for me and not to me. Okay, guys, we're gonna take a little break. Um, during the break, if you would like to write more about question 2 and question 3, you can. But I know that everybody's been going a while, and I just want to give everybody a little time to breathe. Okay. So we're gonna take like a 5-minute break. You can go to the bathroom. If you feel like chit-chatting with me, you can chit-chat with me. I want to reassure everyone that that was not an anti-Semitic comment. She just typed it weird. She was just talking about fear, thinking about like if people were praying for God to help them in bad situations and God didn't help, like that was more proof that you couldn't trust God, which is completely legitimate as a way to ask if we can't trust God. That being said, we're focusing now on other ways to think of God.
Nora, quick question on
yes.
the previous PowerPoint slide.
Yes.
The third part of the completion of the Serenity prayer. I grabbed can we go back to the Serenity prayer slide?
Sure.
Thank you.
This one?
Yeah, a living, but it doesn't with the.
You can just Google Reinhold Niebuhr full serenity prayer. It's all over the internet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you don't. Does anybody else want to just share briefly or say hi?
I just want to thank you for offering this. I was putting in the chat how UA and DA steps have transformed my life, and ACA like meetings and recovery have transformed my life. But this is just like a whole other level of like, I love how much you're tying it back to the big book. And then even with the Serenity Prayer, I'm just having such a new experience of these things. And the fact that you're doing it on Valentine's Day, which is like so typically focused on romantic love, but it's like, how do we fully love others if we don't have that love for ourselves? So you're doing God's work, and I'm just very, very grateful for you.
That is so nice. That is incredibly sweet of you to say. Thank you. And yes, you can tell I am a really, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and say hello and thank you and express my gratitude for you hosting this on Valentine's Day as well. I'm very appreciative. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Totally my pleasure.
Nora, I just want to check in. I think you might want to take a 5-minute break. And while it's lovely that everyone's saying these things, I also know as someone who leads stuff that having time to just be quiet for 5 minutes is really good for all of our brains. Just the thought.
Ditto. Read your message.
I can't read any more messages right now, but I will take a 5-minute break.
It was just for you to take a break.
Thank you. Here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on mute and walk out of the room and go to the bathroom. And I might come back with some food. Don't tell, because it's lunchtime here in New York City.
Can I just have a heads up? How long do you expect the workshop to go on in total, just so I can make plans later?
Yeah, of course. So our intent was to be done by 2. I don't know if we're gonna get there, but of course we're gonna stay. I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna record. I blocked out the whole day, thinking that once we were done at 2, we would do Q&A and that kind of thing, and we will still have Q&A. But yeah. So I was thinking.
In what?
Yes, thank you. Great question.
Time
Sorry,
zone,
2 p.m. Eastern time, like New York City time. So that's 5 hours later in England and 6 hours later in like Germany and Spain, 3 hours earlier in Pacific time. Yeah. So guys, let me take my little break.
Okay.
And we'll do our best to get through this. Some of this stuff has gone faster than I expected. Some of it's slower. We did have to kind of figure out a few things. We didn't really start the recording right on time, but that's okay. We're just learning. We're learning. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm back. Wow, that was like perfect timing. That was super cool. All right. So the last question, these are two questions. One is
Just really quickly.
did someone want to say something? Lisa?
It's Lisa. I just
Yeah.
wanted to check real quickly. Before we continue, can you ask for one or two more co-hosts?
Oh yeah, great. Actually, let me do that. Let me.
I can do that. Carolina S, put me, or Carol S, if you want, put me as co-host.
Yes. Hold on one second. Yes.
Just let me know what you would need me to be doing.
Yes. Let me just make sure I'm still spotlit. I'm still spotlit. Spotlit for everyone. Okay. The host says spotlit. Okay, great. That's me. Interesting. I hope I didn't accidentally show you guys. Okay, let us see. Are you guys seeing my camera being blurred?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yes.
turn it on.
Oh, I think
Okay,
so.
I'm back. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna pause the recording. Okay, great. All right. So we've all taken our little break. That's great. We've got a few new co-hosts. Thank you for co-hosting, my co-hosts. And we're now gonna write about question number 2 here. What if, no matter how far down the scale I have gone, I will see how my experience can benefit others, so that even the worst things that I really don't want can become experience, strength, and hope that helps another, goodness knows how many, 5 people, 10 people, 50 people, 1,000 people. You just never know what your difficult story could become for someone else, right? So can I get 2 minutes on the clock for that writing? Wonderful. Okay, great. I haven't caught up on the chats yet, so I'm not gonna have you guys post in chat unless you really want to. I'm not gonna read the chat right now. I was reading the chat while you guys were writing. Now I'm gonna ask you to write for 2 minutes about what if my difficulties dissolved, my dreams fulfilled, my sanity restored, my joy regularly accessible, my sense of connection and belonging strengthened. What if all of that is for me so that victory in these ways may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. And I want to say something real quick before we start writing. So on the one hand, I'm like, it's not all about self-sacrifice. You don't have to suffer in this life. On the other hand, I'm like, but what if it's all for being of service and being useful? On the one hand, I'm saying, you get to fire God. On the other hand, I'm saying, well, maybe it's God's plan to have you go through hardship because you're going to help more people that way or something. The truth is, the world is complex. God is complex. This whole thing is complex. I don't know my higher power's will for me, other than a very general thing, right? And I can tell you that saying, thank you, God, for this discomfort because it means I'm growing has been great for both my recovery and my results. And saying, thank you, God, for everything I'm experiencing, positive and negative, and seeking the way that negative things bring me closer to humanity and closer to compassion, and seeking the way that positive things make me a power of example, like choosing to find the meaning in this way is the thing that I've learned seems to work. So yeah, there are contradictions. I was reading the chat. Somebody was like, "Oh, so this God is bad and that God is bad and you don't like this God." And I don't dislike any God, and I don't know that any God is the right God or the real God or the perfect God. I fire my God 10 times a day, But we're dancing. We're dancing with this software and we're learning how to belong. We're learning how to build something that's bigger than the sum of its parts. We're learning how to build a world, maybe. I really believe Debtors Anonymous is the fastest path to that world, a world where everybody gets to be both joyful and prosperous. And those things don't have to be in competition with each other. So I just want to speak to that. And now I invite you to write for 2 minutes on what if all these good things happening for me is so that others can bear witness to, the program. So many opinions. Everyone has an opinion. Okay. We're going to move on. It's time to do step 4. Guys, I can tell that there's a couple of people who are posting in the chat a lot that have a lot of criticism for these perspectives. You do not have to agree with anything I say, okay? And a lot of the sort of like, well, it's obvious and it's simple and you just do X. It has not worked for most people in Debtors Anonymous. So that's why we're doing it differently. And if you don't like it, that's fine. God bless you. None of this is to make that everybody likes it. It's really, really just that we're trying to help as many people as possible. And the old way has not been helping people in DA. I meet so many people in DA who are not getting what they want. So I want you guys to get what you want and to get more than what you want. All right, so let's get into step 4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. So let's get clear. We're going to say searching and fearless. Searching and fearless. Not, oh, sorry. What do searching and fearless mean? Searching means curious, oriented towards discovery, and courageous. That's what fearless means. Fearless means courageous and brave. Here's what it isn't. It's not judgmental. It's not complete. This is not a complete inventory, especially not on a fly-by-night Valentine's workshop like this, right? But no inventory that you take will ever be complete, and that's okay because you're just a human, okay? It's not a perfect inventory. It's not unkind. It's not cruel. It's not harsh. It's not heartless. It's not callous. It's not merciless. It's not hateful. It's not uncaring. It's not cold-blooded. It's not brutal. It's not punitive. It's not nasty. It's not malicious. It's not savage, and it's not spiteful. Feel free to raise your hand if you've ever had anyone in 12-step recovery be any of these ways with you: judgmental, perfectionistic, unkind, harsh, heartless, callous, hateful, caring, uncaring, cold-blooded, punitive, nasty. Have you ever had anyone in 12-step be this way with you? Yes, we all have. It's a program full of imperfect humans. And I will say that in the early years that I was coming, when I started sponsoring, I was sometimes a heartless sponsor. I don't want to say heartless, but like I just didn't know what I was doing, you know? And there were times when I'd be like so frustrated that people were so stuck, and I'd say, if you want what I have, do what I do, you know? And I didn't understand yet, like what the things I'm sharing with you now, I didn't understand those things yet. So everything I'm saying that I've experienced from difficult folks in program, I am a difficult person in program, I'm sure of it. And we've all experienced these difficulties in program. And I can't promise you that, well, here's what I can promise you. I can promise you, you will still keep meeting people, and you can put your hands down. I can promise you that you will still keep meeting people who have these qualities coming out of them in your direction. I can promise you that once in a while, you and I will accidentally have some of these qualities coming out of us towards other people, you know. But what I can promise you is that none of these qualities are written into step 4. That's what I can tell you for sure, because I've got step 4 right at the top of my screen here, and it says, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. It does not say any of the other things. Searching and fearless, curious and brave. So now let's go a little further. Today, we're going to take a searching and fearless, very short, honestly, moral inventory that's compassionate, incomplete, imperfect, kind, gentle, soft, kind-hearted, sensitive, merciful, tender, caring, warm-hearted, benevolent, restorative, honorable, friendly, sympathetic, and charitable inventory. So let's talk about resentment. Some of you who have come from other programs, you know that on page 64 of the AA Big Book, it says, resentment is the #1 offender. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease. For we have not only been mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. So we've already talked about mental, physical, and spiritual trauma software. And, in my early DA recovery, someone said to me, resentment, and this is true, I've verified it. The etymology of resentment comes from two Latin words, which means again, and sentiment, or in French, they pronounce it sentiment, sentiment or sentiment, which means to feel. So the root definition, the etymological definition of resentment is to feel again. Also, can my timer take off the timer right now? Because we're not writing yet. So can we just get rid of that timer? Whoever's got that timer up. I don't know who put it there, but thank you for putting it there. Thank you. Okay. One of the most common trauma symptoms, since we are talking about trauma today, is that we relive distressing memories of a painful event. And that those distressing memories come back over and over again. And it's not just the memories, we also reenact the patterns without knowing that they're connected to memories. Okay? Now, I started out in step 1 with you guys today saying, I think basically that Bill and the early alcoholics identified this mind, body, spirit thing that is trauma software. I think they didn't know to call it trauma software. But the deeper we go into the steps, the more it feels like, gee, they're talking about trauma. They're talking about trauma software. To feel again. That's what happens with trauma. Trauma happens. It creates shock in the brain. The brain makes things very sticky when it feels shock. And then we can't let the memory go. The memory has to keep playing. So here we are. Resentment. And Bill wrote in 1939, he wrote, resentment is the #1 offender. Isn't that fascinating? Okay, cool. So we see some patterns. Trauma affects mind, body, and spirit. So the classic resentment inventory is a long list of people and painful interactions that we've had with them that we've been reliving in that trauma way for all this time. I'm going to read you some big book. So AA Big Book, pages 65 to 66. When we were finished with the list, we considered it carefully. The first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. To conclude that others were wrong was as far as most of us ever got. The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was remorse, and then we were sore at ourselves. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived. Page 66, we saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. The trauma software, we can't wish it away. This was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Well, we've been talking about spiritual sickness a lot, right? So does that mean that other people in this world that often appears to us as quite wrong, does that mean that other people might be traumatized too? Like the boss I don't like at work, or the lady who's getting in my way on the subway, right? Or my mom, whoever it is. Does that mean that other people might be traumatized? We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Yes, both we and the people we are struggling with have trauma. People are imperfect. That I can guarantee for you. I promise you, you will never meet a perfect person. Most bosses, and this is really relevant to DA. I really want you guys to get this because, in my professional life, I actually work with businesses and I've worked with hundreds of companies, and I've got really interesting news for you. Most bosses have no idea how to guide employees skillfully. Most interviewers have no idea how to interview a job candidate. Most parents have no idea how childhood brain development works. Most people are sick and suffering. And most people are just using different coping mechanisms, which we're going to talk about more in step 6 and 7. I'm going to talk a little bit about this world and its people and the often quite wrongness of it, okay? For 99% of human history, human beings lived in hunter-gatherer tribes. All child rearing was tribal. Minimum, every baby had at least 14 caregivers. Before humans were human, when we were hominids and we were, our ancestors were hominids. And then before that, various apes. For 50 million pre-human years of evolution, all child rearing was tribal. So in ancient style hunter-gatherer tribes that have been studied in these last few years, it has been reported that babies cry no more than 25 seconds before they're picked up and cuddled and loved 99% of the time. Now, agriculture and farmer leads to less baby holding approximately 10,000 years ago. And then in 1891, the most popular new mother advisor in the world encouraged mothers in the United States to stop holding their babies. It's a longer story. We can get into it when we're not trying to make it to step 12. But it shaped pediatric advice and neonatal hospital policy for over a century. Most of the people you know have endured trauma and neglect since their infancy. Certainly your parents and probably your grandparents endured being forced to cry for hours when all they needed biologically was for someone to pick them up and hold them within 25 seconds. That's what they needed. They also probably needed like food and sleep, but So I had to say that because it's important. Now, knowing the widespread sickness of the world, now we're going to write a searching and courageous, relatively short list. We're going to write about painful moments at work, painful moments around money, painful moments around self-worth, and painful moments around valuing yourself. It doesn't have to be long. It can be 3 situations, maybe 5. You don't have to do the long story. It can be 20 little stories. It can be, that time when my boss said this, that time when Mr. Brown fired me, whatever you want, okay? We're going to take, believe it or not, we're going to take 7 minutes to write this inventory. Okay, so it's a very short inventory. So can I get 7 minutes on the clock?
I can do that. Oh, okay, never mind.
Thank you. Okay, great. The clock is 7 minutes and I'm going to be quiet. All right. You guys made your nice, short, little, tiny, searching and fearless 7-minute inventory. Great job. Now, there is enormous value in digging into the column 3 of a classic big book resentment inventory. Now, in column, we're not going to do that today, just so you know. You can if you want to, but I'm not going to push it. In column 3, we take this stuff, like usually the way it goes is column 1 is all the names of the people that you resent. Column 2 is all the stuff that happened, right? I kind of smushed that together and I said, just write down a bunch of things that you're mad about or that you feel like keep coming up for you, just painful stuff. But column 3 is, what does it affect in me? My pride, my self-esteem, my ambition, my emotional security, my personal relations, my sex relations, my pocketbook. We're not going to dig into that. Instead, I'm just going to tell you, I think all these things are affected, especially with Debtors Anonymous stuff. Like money program is life program. All of this, pride, self-esteem, ambition, emotional relations, personal relations, sex relations, it's all there. Tell me you had a great relationship with someone, but you fought about money every day, right? Tell me you felt terrible about, you felt amazing about yourself, but you were broke and you couldn't afford anything. I mean, this affects everything. So you can circle your whole list if you want and be like, all of it, you can write a note that says all these things, right? But there's something else I want you to do. I want you to kind of do something slightly different with column 4. I'm just going to quickly check the chat. Oh, do you want me to show the list again? I'll show the list one more time. Pride, self-esteem, ambition, emotional security, personal relations, sex relations. Nicole, you keep saying the recording has stopped, but it says on my end that we're recording. I had paused the recording and then I restarted it. So I think it's recording.
Yes, I can see it's recording.
Does it say that it's recording on yours?
It says it's recording
Yes.
on mine. I'm not sure why.
Okay, so I restarted it. It should be recording. Okay. So now I've shown you the list for a little longer. Nicole, we're different, Nicole. We are constrained on time, and I really want you to get this DA prosperity version of the steps. Okay, you can always write about this later. I want you to get. We really are going to get through all 12 steps. Okay. So let's talk about column 4. In the classic big book step 4, we go back over the resentment list and we ask ourselves, and this is coming straight out of the big book, where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? Now, I have definitely found personal value in that. And I want to say that when I've done, and I've definitely got spinach in my teeth. Oh, well. When I've done column 3 in certain styles with big book stuff, like I wrote like 2 sentences on each one. Pride had a sentence, ambition had a sentence. There are wonderful assignments out there that you can do on these topics, okay? And the selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate stuff is really powerful if you want to write from that perspective. But I want to take us to a different place today. I want to focus on the deeper trauma surviving mechanisms that show up to the untrained eye, perhaps, as selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate. I don't want you guys to think of yourselves as selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate. I want you to understand what's underneath. So you see, before we found food or alcohol or drugs or people pleasing or distraction or rebellion, before we found anything that we go to any other 12-step program for, we found something even more powerful and essential for surviving these difficult childhoods. We found something called dissociation. Dissociation is something that even babies and toddlers can do. Dissociation is a way that our brains and bodies plug into an experience that is the opposite of experiencing. The underlying messages of dissociation are, I'm not here. It's not happening. My brain doesn't know it. My body doesn't feel it. It didn't happen. It never happened. Dissociation grows with us across childhood and adulthood. In adulthood, we call it by different names. We call it denial, avoidance, procrastination, vagueness, numbness, and distraction. There are 4 things we have to avoid or dissociate from in order to survive these wounding childhoods. 1, truth about facts. What are you talking about? My mommy doesn't scream in the mirror at herself. My mommy doesn't scream at me all day. No, everything's fine. We have to pretend those things aren't happening. Truth about emotions. That's number 2. No, I'm not scared of my mommy. No, I love my mommy. My mommy's a very special person. Number 3, actions consistent with truth. I went to a therapist my parents brought me to so many therapists when I was a kid. And this therapist, I only saw them once. They asked me to draw a picture of each one of my family members separately. My father was a jazz pianist, so I drew him playing the piano. I drew my sister playing with dolls. I drew my mother lying down and reading, because that's how I thought of the time she spent. That was the time, that was like what she did more often than anything else when we were at home. My mom saw the pictures when I got home from this therapist's office, and she said, "You drew me lying down and reading?" And I said, "But you like to read." I took an action that was consistent with truth, and I was never allowed to go back to that therapist again. So I learned, I always have to make my mommy sound good to the therapist, right? And then visibility, consistent with action or truth. When we have traumas happen, yes, take a picture. Yes, absolutely. When we have traumas happen, that sticky trauma software, that sticky shock blocks out these 4 things. Okay, and these 4 things are going to be really important for how we're going to work the column 4 of step 4 now. Okay, so instead of looking at your list and asking, where was I dishonest and selfish and inconsiderate? I invite you to look at your list and ask, where did my software force me to hide from truth about facts? Because do I know that the thing you wrote down about your boss or the thing you wrote down about, this is stuff that happens in adulthood, okay? Childhood, totally different story, okay? I'm talking about adulthood stuff with money and work and that kind of thing. And valuing yourself, right? If you were in denial about your boss this or about your distraction that, I don't actually believe that you chose that. And I don't want you writing about yourself as though you're just a bad person who decides you're going to dissociate because why not be self-sabotaging? No, dissociation and self-sabotage come from survival. So I really want you to get that it was your software deciding that it was unsafe. Okay, so look at your list, and I'm going to give you 10 minutes. And I'm going to read this to you before we start the timer. So cue up, friends who are my timers, whoever my timer is. And I'm going to, instead of saying dishonest, inconsiderate, selfish, self-seeking, whatever, you're going to ask yourself, where did my software force me to hide from truth about facts in this situation? Oh, don't start the timer yet. Not yet, not yet. 10 minutes in a minute. Not yet, not yet. Where did my software force me to hide from truth about facts? Where did my software force me to hide from truth about emotions? Where did my software force me to hide from actions consistent with truth? That might include that you distracted yourself at work and weren't a terribly consistent employee. That's okay. That's okay. Your software was running the show. Okay. Where did my software force me to hide from visibility? Where did I just not know any better? Because no one ever taught me how to handle whatever this situation was with grace and compassion. Because we can't get mad at you for not knowing what you don't know. Okay? So I'm going to keep this text up on the thing, and you're going to go back to your list, and you're going to write about how these things showed up for you in these difficult situations. And I'm going to mute myself.
Nora, I hate to interrupt, but where can we see the timer for what time we have left?
You have to turn on your console. It says I don't know. I'm sorry.
It should be in the upper right.
Isn't it?
8 minutes and a half.
Could be upper left.
I see it. Thank you.
So Nora, may I ask, each situation we wrote, we should be able to answer this or just general?
Carolina, just, yeah, if you can, write the answer. If not, don't worry. Okay. None of this is about being perfect. Okay. But whatever experiences you wrote before in your first list of painful experiences, the idea when you look for your part, the idea is that you're looking for how you avoided facts, emotions, action, and visibility in your part. Like that's your part instead of where were you dishonest or self-seeking or whatever. Does that make sense?
So we're applying these questions to our painful moments list.
Yes, that's what we're doing. Yes. Thank you, God, for perfect timing. Thank you, God, for perfect timing. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for perfect timing. Okay. Jeff, can we talk for a sec? Because my guess is if you're confused, there might be a few other people who are confused too, even though I thank you so much for those of you who loved the exercise and understood it. Thank you so much for your positive things that you put in the chat. But Jeff, can you unmute so we can talk for a sec?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Okay. So Jeff, here is the step 4 thing, right? Have you ever worked the steps in like a big book style way?
Oh yes, multiple times in AA. Well,
Yeah.
and also DA, but
Wonderful.
mostly
So,
AA.
okay, great. So you know that we have these columns in a classic step 4 resentment inventory,
Yes.
right? And you know that column 1 is
Yes.
the name of the person. Column 2 is what happened, right? I merged those together and I just said,
Yes.
make
Mr.
me
Brown. Right.
I just said, make me a list of
Right.
make me a list of painful moments at work and money and this kind of thing, right? Because we gave everybody 7 minutes to write an inventory. It was a very incomplete, searching and fearless, but very incomplete, very short inventory, right? And then I said,
Agreed.
okay, column 1 and 2 are done. Column 3 is this affects my pride, self-esteem, blah, blah, blah stuff. We love this. We're not going to use it today, right? And then column 4 is when we do our part, right? And the traditional way is that we pray for the person after we've written column 3. We go, oh, this person is sick, and blah, 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 blah. And now I get to beat the crap out of myself and say, what was my part? Because it doesn't matter what they did anyway, right? And usually what we look for to write the answers in column 4, like what's my part, is where was I selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate? I've also seen people use self-seeking and fearful. Does that ring a bell?
Oh yes, perfectly.
So I'm saying, I don't want you. I don't want you to answer that question about these situations.
Right.
Could you, if you really wanted to? Absolutely. We could call you guys selfish. We could call me selfish. We could call me dishonest. We could call you dishonest. We can call all of us inconsiderate. We can call all of us those things. But I don't want to do that today. Okay? Instead, I'm asking everyone to dig a little deeper into the root causes of these behaviors. Because what if selfishness and dishonesty and inconsideration are survival behaviors that we picked up when we were surviving these difficult childhoods? And what if we actually, and like, there may or may not be a couple of people on this Zoom who think I'm being really soft, who think I'm being really, really like too nice, 12 steps is about toughness, but actually I'm being the toughest of all because I want your life to change. And I have found that getting people to say nasty things about themselves is the slowest way to get people to change and to get lives to change. And I have found that helping people have enormous compassion for how their behavior was actually not them being bad, not them being a bad girl or a bad boy, but probably, and the data seems to support that these behaviors we have are about survival. Okay, sorry, things are like freezing on my end. These behaviors we have are about survival. So I then said, okay, if I'm going to take you into survival questions, I have to give you information about the trauma software, and that the earliest trauma software before you picked up food or alcohol or drugs or porn or people pleasing or sex addiction or any of the other 12-step programs that people go to, the earliest coping mechanism is dissociation. Are you with me so far, Jeff?
Yes, completely.
Okay, great. And then you've probably heard me before because you and I know each other, right? You and I know, this whole like dissociation leads to like dissociation becomes this, we give it other names, but it's the same thing, right? Denial, avoidance, procrastination, vagueness, numbness, distraction, right? These are all things we do in adulthood, but they come from the baby and the toddler and the child that we were surviving a difficult childhood. And specifically, surviving this world and its people, and how we've all lost our tribal love and support that children and parents need in order to be biologically sound. Addiction, you would think that Alcoholics Anonymous being founded in 1935, like that addiction would be less in America, but it's more. Not because AA isn't doing its job, not because NA and OA aren't doing their jobs, but because there are more children that are growing up with less tribe and less love and less biological needs met, fewer biological needs met. And these are the things that drive us to dissociation, and then addiction enables dissociation. But DA is something that asks us to go deeper than the addiction coping mechanisms. It asks us to face the deepest coping mechanisms we picked up at the earliest points. And so I'm asking everyone to, instead of looking for where they, in column 4, instead of saying, where was I dishonest? Where was I inconsiderate or selfish or self-seeking or fearful? Instead of writing that, I want them to write about how their brains forced them, their trauma software forced them to hide from the things that dissociation gets us to hide from, so that we can survive our difficult childhoods. And, we have words for this that are thrown around in DA. We have words like vagueness, right? Like I was really vague. I was really distracted. I was a bad employee. But I'm not always sure that those old AA words even work when we're talking about that. Like when you show up at a job before you find, like, I'll speak for myself. Like when I would go to work and I would check a personal email, and then 2 hours later realize I hadn't done any work for 2 hours, right? In my mind, I wasn't showing up with selfishness or dishonesty, right? I was just like, how did I get here? So it was like the software forced me to hide from the truth about needing to get my work done, and the truth about I couldn't actually check one email in my personal email account and stop, right? I was addicted to personal email the same way at work, right? The same way that I am addicted to one bite of a brownie, right? whole plate, right?
So Nora.
Yes, sir.
Nora, the problem I had was, first, I love all this, and this is great information. So I put the list together of painful moments. And so, for example, painful moments about money, the first one was when I declared bankruptcy. And so I couldn't figure out, was I hiding from truth about facts, truth about emotions, actions not consistent, visible. I couldn't map my, painful memories to this list of 4 things. And so that's why I sort of got stuck.
No worries. I can fix it for you right now. You ready? Anytime someone files bankruptcy, there's a series of actions and missed opportunities where they could have made money and they could have been clear about their money, and they weren't.
Right.
On their way to the bankruptcy. And just like me, when I would be like, wait, I haven't gotten any work done for 2 hours. You didn't even know that you were missing these actions. You didn't even know that you were missing the clarity before you got to bankruptcy. Or maybe you had a vague understanding, right? So my invitation to you is that when you end up getting fired from a job, being bankrupt, right? Declaring bankruptcy, when you end up, it's after many, many moments of your trauma software forcing your brain to hide from the numbers, to hide from whatever emotions would have, helped you be more grounded and responsible, to hide from consistent action that keeps you in good shape financially, and perhaps to hide from the visibility that would allow you to ask for help before you ended up in bankruptcy. Right? So it's a chain of events for that particular example. Does that make sense?
That helps.
Okay, great. And hopefully that
Yes.
was useful for other people to hear too. Okay? All right, we're going to move on, peeps. The next thing I want to say
Can I just
about
say one
stuff.
quick thing, very quick? Like with those first four, they didn't seem to apply, but the fifth one answered all of them for me.
Sure. And yes, keep talking. Do you give me permission to use your name? I don't know who's talking. You don't have to give me.
Yeah, this is Laura, but this fifth one took care of all of the pains that I had, that I didn't know there was another way to do things.
That's right. That's right. You did not know. You did not know there was another way. And like, you had this software that was running the show and you didn't even know that it was running the show. Most people I meet in DA, when I show them when I show them this about dissociation, and then I show them this about denial and avoidance, I mean, the whole point of dissociation is that it's an experience of not experiencing. It's not knowing what you don't know, like it's such a, right? So we have to, if we want to make it safe for you guys to take action, for you guys to know, for you guys to learn, for you guys to discover and develop and grow, then we have to be so loving and so gentle about the fact you probably don't even know that the way to have healthy money is to keep your numbers, discover how to have good, emotional connection with other people, take actions consistent with truth, and be, and practice visibility. That's probably brand new news to you, So nothing wrong with finding how it works wherever it is, wherever you are. I just want the program to work for you and everybody else too. Okay. Can we go on now? Is that okay? We're going to go on. Okay. Okay, trauma-informed column 4. Humans. This is kind of a riff on that fifth one of like, you can't know what you don't know. Maturity, communication, and collaboration are skills, not traits. You look at other people and you go, where did they get the handbook? How come this person's just better with people? How come this person gets along with that boss? How come this person just gets those spreadsheets done, right? Skills, not traits. These skills have to be learned from competent sources, meaning the person teaching you has to know how to teach you the skill and what the skill is and how to give it words and stuff. I'm glad am I allowed to use your name, person in Mexico that's laughing? I'm glad I'm making Lolita laugh. Yes, I don't know, but I had 2 very sick parents who really wanted the best for me and they just didn't have these skills. I remember watching my mom. My mom was a civil rights lawyer and she was always getting into fights with everyone all the time. She was getting into fights with ladies at the grocery store, right? In New Orleans, Louisiana, where I grew up. And I would watch her get into fights with people and go, I bet yelling at random strangers in public doesn't work. That was as far as I got, So these big fancy skills, they have to be learned. They have to be learned from competent sources. They have to be practiced with support, right? Support is so essential. Love and belonging and connection. These are the things that make it possible to learn and grow and take action, okay? So they have to be learned from competent sources, practiced with support, and expanded with input and support over time. As you are hearing what I'm saying right now, you are learning more than most people in the whole world, not just people in DA, but the whole world. You are learning more than most people know about how these things fit together. That means you now have a deeper understanding of that than your parents, your other family members, your work colleagues, your bosses, your friends. And for most of you, these ideas feel really new. So let's have compassion for you and most of the sick people on your list. And I'm not going to force you to have compassion for everybody, because if you have a true perpetrator on your list, if you have somebody who perpetrated on you when you were a child or was just really psychotic, and there's no, you don't have to pray for them. You can if you like to, if you want to, but I'm not going to insist that you pray for everybody, because sometimes we need to sit with healthy, necessary feelings of grief and rage after bad things have happened. Okay? And it doesn't mean that person isn't sick, and it doesn't mean that person doesn't deserve love and compassion from God, but you don't have to be the person to give them love and compassion. You can just stay away from that perpetrator and take good care of you. And looking at your list, if there's anybody on the list where you're like, oh, they're an idiot. Like, oh, I gave them so much power and they're just not very good at these skills that no one is teaching, right? Okay. Oh, there's space. There's space for me and there's space for them. Okay? So we're going to keep going. Page 67, the big book. We ask God to help us show these people that we're annoyed with, to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man or woman or non-binary person. How can I be helpful to him, her, them? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done. This prayer can be very powerful, and it also will not work for everyone or everything, and that's okay. And if it works, or when it works, celebrate, use it. Anything that's working, I support. And if you have people who are perpetrators or very strong triggers for you on your list, this prayer usually doesn't work for releasing strong emotion. And for that, because we're really dealing with trauma, right? And trauma is real. It's not made up. It's like a real thing that lives in your body and your mind and your soul and your spirit, right? So for those people, I invite you to pray this way. God, please help me have compassion and love for myself in the face of pain that is bigger than me. Please help me trust that you are guiding me on a healing journey in perfect time. Please guide me to please guide me to take loving care of myself as I take the journey you created for me. Because you're not always going to invite everybody back into your life. And that's okay. And if I had known when I got married what I know today, I would never have introduced my mother to my ex-husband and his family. Would that have saved my marriage? I don't know. But if I had never introduced my mother to my ex-husband and his family, I certainly know that she would not have had the chance to tell lies to them about me for 3 years. That definitely helped to end my marriage. Them's the breaks. But more spiritually, I have had the opportunity to use that story to give other humans, other men and women and humans, permission to have space and boundaries and distance with destructive people that they loved. That story has been one of those, no matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. I don't want to rewrite that story. I don't want a time machine. I love that I've been able to help other people know that sometimes you don't introduce your parents to the person that you're dating. Like, that's just not what you're going to do. And it's okay. I also once told a lady when the person she was dating kind of ganged up against her with her family of origin, who she felt very unsafe with, I said, that is a big red flag. I would definitely like consider whether that person is good long-term material. So we really have to honor that we can't let everybody back in. Doesn't mean like everyone's God's child, but you don't have to suffer because someone you're very triggered by is still alive. You can just bless them and detach with an axe, All right, we're going to keep going. Oh my God, we're at step 5. Ah, are you excited? It's gonna go faster now. We're definitely not gonna finish by 2 o'clock. I'm really sorry. Before we get into step 5, I want to ask Nicole from the meeting. Nicole, are you there? Nicole.
Yes.
Nicole, I think we need to ask for this is technically a fundraiser for your meeting. So can we collect some money for your meeting?
Yeah, I'll just post the link to the website and the info for PayPal. I have only a PayPal account and a bank account, which is difficult for transfer international transfers. So if you would post your Venmo account,
Yes,
because
I
Nora's
will do
on
that.
our convention committee and
Yeah,
has been
yes, I am.
to Burgstadek already
So
in person and will come back again in August.
So for US people who wanna for like USA people who wanna contribute, and we did have some USA people at this German conference. It was wonderful. This is just a fundraiser to make sure the conference can happen. Okay, this is not you signing up to come to Germany. Okay, for USA people, you can send your 7th tradition contribution to my Venmo. And I'm putting that in the chat. Okay, so please do contribute, even if you can only contribute $1. It makes such a difference to help this meeting spread the message of DA. I attended their workshop in early January, late December, early January at the castle, and I gave free workshops for at least 60 people. And more than half of them had never been to a DA meeting in their lives. And now a lot of them are attending DA regularly. And there were people in the room from all over Europe, from all over the United States. So we are, so if you can, if you can contribute to my Venmo or Nicole's PayPal, that would really help us spread the message. All of the money will go to the cost of the workshop and putting it on. It is costly.
Is there a Venmo in the chat? I don't see it.
I put it in, but I'll put it in again.
Yeah, I don't see it.
At Nora Simpson. At Nora-Simpson is the Venmo.
Just send it to me personally.
No, I put it. I put it. I think the chat's just moving so fast. I put it in the chat twice now. And Lars is asking for the PayPal. So maybe we want to put the PayPal in, Nicole?
Already did, so I hope everybody got it.
Can you say what the PayPal is? Because I can't see it.
Okay, I'll put this again. Let me just.
Is there a way you could actually get a PayPal link rather than just the email address?
Oh.
Yeah, that would be a lot easier for me because I don't have the app, thanks.
We're going to do our best. You guys have amazing suggestions.
Nora?
Nora, could you just confirm that your picture has a rainbow on it?
It does have a rainbow, yes.
Great.
And
Okay,
and the
so
last
that's the
4
right one.
digits and the last 4 digits of my phone number are 4036.
Thank
you. Nora, the hyphen isn't there. It's Nora Simpson altogether.
It's Nora-Simpson. It's Nora-Simpson.
Hyphen. Okay, thank you.
Nora-Simpson. I think that's right. Let me check. Now I feel weird. Let's see.
Wasn't sure if the hyphen was there or not.
The last 4 of your phone number again, please. I'll put it in the chat.
Sure. 4036. You guys are getting the money to me, so that's great. Yay! We're raising money, Nicole. Yay!
God, your Venmo is working. So I have
My Venmo's working. I've got $54 so far. Keep going, people. We're trying to raise 33. We're trying to raise 3,600 today.
Sorry, can you resend the PayPal link?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not. So this is my full name and yeah. But
just scroll up.
Yeah, it's in there a couple times, guys. Scroll up.
Yeah, but
You guys
it's
are
not.
amazing. Thank you so much for putting all this money into the Venmo. I really appreciate it. Our current total is $125, 152. So please, I see that there are some people that are giving like $20 or $30. Some people are giving 10. Some people are giving $1 or $2. Anything you can offer matters. Okay. So
Is it
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey,
Yes,
Nora.
it is two people. It's a rainbow, and the last four digits are 4036, and it's a rainbow of
Nora,
me and my ex-husband. Yes.
could you go ahead and post in the chat or wherever the workshop's going to be, the castle information? How we can? I want to come. I haven't been to Europe yet. I want to come.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
So-
We will get that posted. That
Thank
is
you.
yes, and yes. Oh my God, you should all come to the Recovery Castle in August. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to have the best time.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Is it in Germany or England or where?
It's in a place called Bacharach, Germany, which is about 45 minutes outside of Frankfurt.
Okay.
I see someone whose hand is raised. I'm going to call on you. Is it okay if I use your first name? You can either nod your head or shake your head. I don't want to say your name on the recording if that is a problem. Don't say it. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I would just want to say I'm really enjoying this workshop. It's really incredible. Thank you so much.
You're
So
welcome
much good
so much.
information.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just respectfully, could we just put some time boundaries on how much longer you think it would be? Just because we have about 45 minutes left, and I know we have like a long way to go, and I just have some other plans today, and I really wanted to finish. So, how long do you think it would be after 2 o'clock?
Sure. Did I say 2 p.m.? It was supposed to be a 4-hour workshop. We started at 10:30. We started at least 20 minutes late in terms of going through the material. We are recording for this exact reason because this is like our maiden voyage doing all 12 steps. I don't know. I don't know if you'll be with us, friend, before we get to step 12. If you have to go, we will keep recording, and you will, just as long as you email me for the recording, I will make sure you get it.
Tell me the
So
last four of your phone number again. I'm putting money in. I forgot.
yeah, I'm gonna put my email and phone number. I'm gonna put everything in the chat.
Could you just
Okay?
tell me the last four since I haven't?
Oh, so sorry. 4036. 4036.
Just wondering if you had an idea about how much longer it's going to go over.
I'm so sorry. I don't. Maybe an hour. Maybe we'll be done with the steps by 3:30. I don't know. I'm trying to get us through.
Well, we can always look at the video.
Doing great, Nora. You're doing great. Just keep going.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. I feel like I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, recording, right? Go back.
I'm so excited. Okay, and thank you everyone for like making whatever Venmo contributions you've made. Wow, Nicole, we're up to $495. Isn't that amazing? We're gonna that's great. We're still trying to get to 3,600, but 495 is incredible, guys. And just thank you. Even a dollar makes a difference, so that's great. Yay, raising money for our DA wonderfulness. Yay. Okay.
Question.
Yes, go ahead, question. Yes.
Money order. Is there a way I can mail a money order? I'm not good with this other stuff. Could I get an address in the chat?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take care of that at the end, Diane. Okay, let's take care of that at the end. Okay. And then I also see someone with a T has raised their hand. I'm just afraid I don't want to use people's names if they don't want me to use their names. I know I've already messed that up several times. Someone whose name begins with a T. Did you want to say something?
Yes, that's me. My name is Tashira.
Hi, Tashira.
I remember you.
I remember you.
I was trying to find out. So there's no Cash App?
I've just got Venmo, and Nicole has PayPal. So that's what we got for today.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Absolutely. No,
All right. Thank you guys so much for taking the 7th tradition break with us and for contributing. This is really wonderful that we can raise money for this wonderful workshop. I'm really happy. Wow, we're up to 575 on my Venmo. Nicole, I'm so excited. Okay, great. All right, so keep those contributions coming, telethon, But in the meantime, let's get back to the steps. Let's do the steps. Okay. All right, step 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Okay, can you guys see my screen still? You can see where it says I do not like the word wrongs here.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, great. Let's keep going. I do not like the word wrongs. Instead, I invite you to say the exact nature of how our brilliant survival coping mechanisms from childhood worked against us in adulthood. Also, there was someone who said something in the chat, like, we're so gentle with ourselves, but we're allowed to call other people toxic and narcissistic. I don't think I've called anyone toxic or narcissistic. I don't think I've called a single person. I've said people do stuff that is crazy. And if that stuff that people do is so crazy, you are allowed to detach from them. That's all I've said. That's all I've said. I believe everybody's a child of God. Okay? Beautiful, beautiful humans. And what's great about everyone in this room with 218 people in here is that all of you are taking action. All of you are working on yourselves. So yay, I can't make anybody work on themselves. You guys are awesome. So we're going to keep going. All right. So I'm going to say, when we do step 5, what if we say admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our survival? Now, you've heard me talk about survival a lot already. Don't worry, I have more to say about it. But I want to talk about what Bill Wilson thought that step 5 was about and what I think it's about. And sometimes I agree with him and sometimes I don't. And he's, we love him. God bless him. Page 74 in the AA Big Book. Bill writes, rightly and naturally, we think well before we choose the person or persons with whom to take this intimate and confidential step. And that's, of course, the step to read out loud all of the stuff from step 4, which, by the way, isn't usually only resentment. It's also a sex inventory. It can be a list of assets and defects or, defenses. And we'll get to that more in step 6 and 7. But, I've known people who did lots of step 4, lots of different things for step 4. I've done lots of different things for step 4. Okay. So all this sharing, all this confessing, all this admitting. Those of us belonging to a religious denomination which requires confession must, of course, and will want to go to the properly appointed authority whose duty it is to receive it. Though we have no religious connection, we may still do well, meaning like, alternatively, if you have no religious connection, we may still do well to talk with someone ordained by an established religion. We often find such a person quick to see and understand our problem. If we cannot or would rather not do this, we search our acquaintance for a close-mouthed, understanding friend. No big mouths allowed, okay? No big mouths. Perhaps our doctor or psychologist will be the person. So I want you to know that I have a lot of fun with this website. It's called anonpress.org, and it has a searchable version of the big book, the first 164 pages of the big book, plus a couple of other appendices and things like that. If you type the word sponsor into the search bar, it says no mention of sponsor or sponsorship. Basically, sponsor and sponsorship do not appear in the main text of the big book. So AA began as a tribal program. Everyone supporting everyone. I think that's important, and we'll come back to it. Okay, so you can certainly share your 4th step list with someone offline. But for now, if you feel comfortable, you can place 1 or 2 useful stories in the chat. I wrote this before I realized that the chat was going to have 5,000 stories. The chat is amazing. Maybe we want to take 2 30-second shares if anybody wants to share from anything that they've written, either in the beginning or the end of their 4th step, just to do a little out loud admitting, so it's not just my voice on the recording. Uh, anybody want to raise their hand? I won't use your name if you don't want me to use your name. Does anybody want to raise their hand and share? Oh, yay, people want to share. Okay, we're gonna do 30 seconds each, just because we're low on time. So, do I have my timer? Can I get 30 seconds on the clock? I see Caroline. Shoot, what did I do? Whoa, how do I call on people without saying your names?
That's okay. Is it Caroline B?
It's Caroline B. Go ahead, Caroline B.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I would just want to say that thank you so much. And what's coming up for me, I didn't know better, and I do have a daughter, so I passed a lot of things on without knowing, but the living amends part is really wonderful. So this awareness, forgiveness, yeah, I was a yeller in the grocery store like your mom. And I didn't mean to, but I have a really good relationship with my daughter now, so I can make a difference. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being a yeller in the grocery store. I have a lot of love for people who yell in grocery stores. I love my mom. My mom was a difficult lady, but I loved her dearly, dearly, dearly. Okay, next I see, I'm going to have to say your names. So if you don't want your name recorded, please lower your hand. I will have to say your name. Eileen, give me 30 seconds.
I had about 2 years sober, and I've been sober 40 years next month, and I 13 stepped someone with 6 months, and I was so needy, and I knew that back then no relationships the first year and no 13 stepping, and it took me about 9 months to make the amends after we broke up, and every time I saw him, I would have my stomach would get in knots, and it was so freeing to say I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. And anyway,
Thanks, Eileen.
Experience
Thanks
there.
so much. That's beautiful. Let's try to keep our shares about money stuff if we can, even though that was a beautiful share. Thank you. Thank you. Heather, go ahead. I love you, Eileen. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Heather, go ahead.
Heather in Wisconsin?
Yes, Heather in Wisconsin.
Okay, thanks. I noticed there were 3 of us on here.
Right?
Okay, so I had a job that ended in what I call Inquisition, but it was an small I, but it dragged my soul back to when my 4 parents, 2 parents and 2 step parents, did the same thing to me, sat me down, said untruths, half truths, dragged up anything they could remember from the time I was 13, and at this point I was 19. And so in the job, going to the job, I hid from the truth. My gut said that that the boss was a tricky person in my interview, but I dismissed that. And there was some previous experience with him that pointed to him also being a tricky person. I hid from the truth of my emotions. Oh, that was the truth of facts. I hid from the truth of my emotions. I was given nothing to do at that job for 6 weeks. I should have spoken to that repeatedly, even written that boss a letter about it, rather than manufacturing hours or taking trainings or trying to justify my time in that job. I hid from actions consistent with truth. I did not report to the correct people that I had no work to do for 6 weeks. I said it over and over, but I didn't say it to the correct people. And I hide. I was scared I'd be blamed for not having work. And where I did not know better, because nobody taught me how to handle this sort of situation, was in all of it.
Yeah. Oh, Heather, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for that share. And I'm sure lots of us can relate. And it's so normal to not know how to speak up and be visible and just bring attention to the notion that like, oh, there might be something not quite working. Does anybody want to deal with that with me? Right. Okay. Remember, guys, I do have to call your names if your hands are up. So I'm going to call Catherine, who's got her hand up, and we're going to try to do 30 seconds on the timer. My timer.
The timer's not working.
Okay. Well, then I will time on my phone.
Thanks, Nora. Yes, I attended your other workshop and I really love them. Thanks so much. It's wonderful to be here. I think, yeah, where my thinking is really shifting is I love the way that you don't minimize the impact of trauma. And definitely I have realized that this has been part of my problem. I definitely fall into the deprivation sector. And yeah, it's very, very liberating because I can unlearn that and I can stop those voices and say, not today, God, or what, I don't know what the expression I've forgotten that you used earlier. It was lovely. Well, stop or
God, you're fired.
God, you're fired. That's it. Yes, yeah. So I love that because I think so much of my thinking is that, and also just, giving into that complacency of, oh, the exhaustion of I've had a busy day, I'm just not going to do it type of thing. I'm not worth it. That kind of stinking thinking. So yeah,
Set
That's
time.
that's wonderful, Catherine. That's your time. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much for your share. And there will be way more time for sharing at the end, after we finish the 12th step. So, Catherine, are you okay? Is it okay that I cut you off?
Carolyn has a timer going.
yes, no problem. Thank you. It was
Okay,
absolutely.
thanks so much. Okay, I've got the 30 seconds on my phone, so I can just do that. The timer, as I was told, it's not working right now, so that's okay. Nina, go ahead. 30 seconds, my friend.
Hi, this is so great. So my ex-husband was the first person on my list, and I was able, when I was doing my four-step, to he took me back to court to sue me for sole custody. It's just very, very, very toxic person. I don't have anything to do with him today, but when I did my four-step, I actually was able to call him up and make amends for my financial transgressions, which were many when we were married. And it felt really good. He didn't say anything for about 10 seconds, and then he said that was very brave. Didn't change anything, uh, really, except it freed me. And I was able to be free and move forward. And
That's your time.
yeah, it was pretty amazing. I think he was amazed, but it was for my recovery. And
That's wonderful, Nina.
yeah,
Thank you
so
so much.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Thanks.
Guys, I want to say that you do not have to share about making amends, even though a lot of people have done so beautifully. And I love these amends stories. Thank you so much. I really want to hear about your fourth step. Like these shares are meant to be like mini admissions of the fourth steppy stuff. No worries at all. I love what we've heard. Okay. You're all perfect. You're all perfect. Okay. But I'm going to ask that from now on, since we want to do a few more shares and then we're going to move on to the next steps. I want to ask people to please just spend 30 seconds telling us something from whatever your fourth step inventory writing was, if that's okay. So, Isabella, go ahead. And you live in my hometown, Isabella, where I grew up. So.
Hey, oh, great. Well, thank you so much. I was dependent on my family for financially, and that was because God bless them. They didn't teach me. They did the best they could, and I didn't. No one taught me how to do differently at that point. So thank you so much.
Wonderful share, Isabella. Thank you for sharing your fourth step, a part of your fourth step. We're going to do Jessica, Toshira, Paola, and Carolina, and then we're going to move on to writing and our six steppiness and everything. Okay, so we're going to restart with Jessica.
So I was working on a tour some years ago, and one of the things I had to do on the tour was every few weeks, our corporate office would send all the mail for everyone on the tour, almost 200 people. And I was supposed to pass it out to people, and it started accumulating, and I started hiding it. Yeah. And after months of hiding it, we were in a city, and one night I went out very late at night and took it in a dumpster and dumped it in the dumpster. And who knows what was in there, but it was for all these, people from around the world. And yeah, and I have no idea what harm that might have caused them. I have no idea what they might have been expecting, but I was in so much procrastination, and then I was just terrified, to be honest about it.
Wow, what a beautiful share. I'm sure there are people who can relate. Thank you so much for being vulnerable.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. So that was Jessica who just shared, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Everybody's hands are still up. Toshira, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tashira, and I just had a lot of fear. And it came up for me because I had fear when working, and I realized that the reason why I was fearful or speaking up was because I made my boss God. And when I did that, and so I feel so I found out that when I did the fourth step, that was basically what it was. It was fear around losing my
Excellent.
job. And that's it.
Thank you, Toshira. That was beautiful. I'm sure a lot of us can relate. I love that we all get to hear each other's little drips and drabs of fourth step. Paula. Paula in the UK? Okay, we'll come back to Paula. Carolina?
Um, yes, hello. So I remember my mother, every time I did something wrong or I had a problem, she just responded, just look someone good, a good provider to marry. And I'm still like frozen waiting for the miracle to happen, right? Someone else. So each time I lose a job, I freeze. I just have to stay and wait.
Beautiful. Thank you, Carolina. Paula, one last call before we go to our next slide and we keep going. There you are.
Sorry, I was talking, but it was on mute. Yeah, so my name is Paula. I'm in UK. I wrote about my sister being resentful. Not resentful, I guess I avoided this association for many years because I didn't want her to know how much money I was making because I couldn't say no to her in terms of her money situation. Yeah, so I was avoiding this, and I neglected her. So I was also neglecting myself because I was not allowing myself to be
Hey,
successful
oh, it's a
to
baby.
do a job. So yeah, so it was a self-neglect of money and self-neglect of abundance, I suppose.
Thank you so much, Paula. That is
Oh, Q is a good baby.
okay. I need someone to do the muting. I feel like my participants have.
I'm working on it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, please,
I
everybody.
muted everybody, and then I asked you to unmute because
It's
there's a bunch
perfect.
of people unmuted.
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so much. So that was Lolita, did you want to add one thing? Because I really want to move on, but I think you're wonderful. So
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you so much for this breakdown because I had a sponsor and we got stuck on step 4. It's the whole, yeah. So thank you so very, very much for this. And I didn't write a lot, but I broke it down with where did I, and I called it my trauma and my software. Where did my trauma force me to hide from visibility around work, money, self-worth, and valuing myself? I broke it down like that for each one of the thingies you had us write about. Yeah, but real quick, where my trauma forced me to hide truth about the facts around work, that I shrank and played small. Yeah, and that. So thank you.
thank you so much, Lolita. Yes, I have known so many people who got stuck on the fourth step, and the fourth step is so not the point. It's so not the point. It's like it's searching and fearless. It's not long and interminable and miserable and doom and gloom, So I'm glad we were able to do a very short searching and fearless moral inventory today. Admit to God, to ourselves. So you guys, everybody who just shared, you all admitted to God and to yourself and to some other human beings the exact nature of your survival, right? So beautiful, beautiful shares. And we're gonna, oops, I bet a lot of people are trying to mute you, Lolita, at the same time. All right, a word about admitting. The founders of AA were fascinated by the way telling secrets to a safe person, or in this case, safe people, could relieve the pain of the soul. AA Big Book, page 75. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. I don't know if that's exactly what I expect from a fifth step, but okay. I love that Bill has this big, beautiful dream for everyone. I love that he has so much vision. And I'll just read the rest. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem had disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we are on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. Returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour, carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart, and we know him better. And look, he loves to write about high drama, life-threatening alcoholism that requires rapid, extreme, painful measures in the name of recovery, and then producing immediate dramatic miracles that saved lives and solved all problems. But you know what? That's not how money recovery works. And even the early alcoholics writing early editions of the Big Book knew that that narrative was unrealistic for most people. So maybe you've seen Appendix 2, Spiritual Experience, which comes out with, I believe, the second edition, but I might be wrong about that. So this is my fourth edition copy that I've got right here. This comes from page 567. The terms spiritual experience and spiritual awakening are used many times in this book, which upon careful reading shows that the personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism, other stuff, has manifested itself among us in many different forms. Yet it is true that our first printing gave many readers the impression that these personality changes or religious experiences must be in the nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. Happily for everyone, this conclusion is erroneous. And then I skip a bunch of stuff, and here's the rest. Among our rapidly growing membership of thousands of alcoholics, such transformations, though frequent, are by no means the rule. Most of our experiences are what the psychologist William James calls the educational variety, because they develop slowly over a period of time, kind of like learning and growing in the brain, right? Quite often, friends of the newcomer are aware of the difference long before he is himself. So trauma healing. So we've got two things we're doing, right? We're healing these old wounds and we're learning these things that no one ever taught us, right? Both of these things are slow. Both of these things require titration. And these folks were discovering this truth even before they had the word trauma as a word, as a tool for understanding themselves, which I think is pretty darn cool, right? You're getting to read the Big Book like it's a little like proto-trauma thing, right? It's kind of cool, right? Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Oh my gosh, it's time. Look, guys, we made it to step 6. It's a miracle. All right. Step 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. What on earth what do we do with this judgy language? Now, for many years, 12-steppers have replaced defects of character with defenses. Feel free to raise your hand if you've ever heard anybody say defense instead of defect. Yes? Might be. Great. Thank you for raising your hands. I see a lot of people. You've been here before. Great. And I'm going to say, what if we replace defects of character or defenses with brilliant coping mechanisms? The message behind this idea is you're trying to kind of send a message to your inner child, and you're saying, great job, inner child. You kept me alive. A lot of kids don't make it out of childhoods like ours. We don't get mad at those kids. We hold candlelight vigils for those kids. And I don't know why it says these brilliant survival mechanisms, but I may have fallen asleep at this point in the and then woken back up and done more later. So that might have been what happened. Anyway, we hold candlelight vigils for kids who don't make it out. We don't get mad at them. We put flowers on their graves. Okay, so we really want to celebrate the kids who do make it out. Okay. Now, what about this word remove? That sounds kind of final. Well, I went to Google AI and I looked up remove because the most interesting different definitions were in the Google AI, not in any one dictionary. Sorry, AI. Sorry, dictionaries. AI seems to be, running circles around you. So I don't like these words around abolish, erase, force someone out. The thing about trauma coping mechanisms, and I really want you guys to get this, okay? The thing about trauma coping mechanisms is that trauma coping mechanisms form a defensive system. A defensive system. So any defensive system, the more you attack that defensive system, the more the stronger it gets, right? Like shields up, you know? So the more you say, I've got to stop procrastinating, the more your procrastination says, what do you mean? I've kept you alive this long. I'm in charge. The more you say, I've got to stop resenting, right? I'm so mad at this person. I don't want to be mad at them anymore. The madder you get, right? So in ACA, when those parts of us take over, often in response to being told we have to stamp ourselves out or abolish or erase something, those moments are actually called takeovers, right? I've also heard hijacks, right? Oh, I got hijacked by my nervous system. I got hijacked by my trauma response. I got a takeover. My inner child did a takeover, right? So let's look at the part where it says distance and separation. So what if remove means a degree of difference or a step in the scale? Truth be told, even distance and separation, and this is what I was told when I was a baby in 12-step was, when we say we ask God to remove these defects, it means to put at a distance. It doesn't mean that they're gone forever, things like that. I'm not even sure that that works for our inner child. Our inner child has been leading our survival effectively. You're still breathing, right? Okay, well, your inner child gets a gold medal because you're still alive. Has been leading our survival. Did that one really land for you, person whose name starts with an H? Did that one really land for you? So our inner child has been leading our survival and succeeding because everyone's still breathing, leading our survival of neglect, abandonment, isolation, and loss of tribe for our whole lives. And don't forget, we fired the punishing, judgy God that hides in our trauma software. So the only God that we want to invite in is this caring, loving God who has a divine, abundant plan for our lives, and maybe everyone else's too. I believe everyone else's too. So how can a loving God help us transform our relationship to our brilliant coping mechanisms? That's what I'm going to invite you to try on for step 6, okay? And this section from the AA 12 and 12 actually comes from step 4, but it's very relevant for step 6. So Bill wrote, creation gave us instincts for a purpose. Without them, we wouldn't be complete human beings. If men and women didn't exert themselves to be secure in their persons, made no effort to harvest food or construct shelter, there would be no survival. If they didn't reproduce, the earth wouldn't be populated. If there were no social instinct, if men cared nothing for the society of one another, there would be no society. So these desires for the sex relation, for material and emotional security, and for companionship are perfectly necessary and right and surely God-given. What? Bill Wilson says every human instinct we have is God-given? That's a big deal. He's saying that our whole selves and every expression of ourselves, all of it comes from this loving, abundant higher power that we're, working out with today, right? So how can a loving God help us transform our relationship? Well, Bill continues. Yet these instincts so necessary for our existence often far exceed their proper functions. Powerfully, blindly, many times subtly, they drive us, dominate us, and insist upon ruling our lives. Kind of like that takeover thing we were talking about. Our desires for sex, for emotional and material security, and for an important place in society often tyrannize us. When thus out of joint, man's natural desires cause him great trouble, practically all the trouble there is. Okay, wait, this is really important. You ready for this part? No human being, however good, is exempt from these troubles. Nearly every serious emotional problem can be seen as a case of misdirected instinct. When that happens, our great natural assets, the instincts, have turned into physical and mental liabilities. So, what if everything we are, what if everything we do is both an asset and a liability? And whether it shows up as an asset or it shows up as a liability really depends more on the context than anything else. Ooh. So it's a pretty normal thing. In many step 6 exercises, people make lists of assets and liabilities. So I made you a list. Where do you see yourself? For every way that you are that's positive, you also have the liability. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm going to tell you I can't remember what I told you I wanted you to write about. So give me one sec, guys. I just have to go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. So I'm going to look at this list. I'm going to tell you, I'm bold, I'm confident, I'm charismatic. I'm also careless, arrogant, and grandiose. And I work on it, and hopefully I'm less than I used to be in those liabilities, right? I'm generous. I'm detail oriented, but I can be profligate. I can be nitpicky. I'm creative, but I can also be escapist. I'm rigorous, but I've been accused of being controlling. I'm thorough, but I've definitely been I've been accused of being rigid. I think I was more rigid earlier in my recovery, but yeah, rigidity was a real thing for me, is a real thing for me. I think of myself as a devoted and adoring mom, and I tried to be a devoted wife. I think my kids like me as the devoted mom I am for the most part, though sometimes they're like, "Mommy, go away," and I'm like, "Okay, thanks for telling me your boundary." And my ex-husband finds me absolutely invasive and suffocating, right? He's allowed, right? So just take a look. Just take a look for a minute. Feel free to take a picture. Because there's just like nothing wrong with being human. Everything in life is both an asset and a liability. Okay? So we're about to do some writing, but I'm going to move on from this list. Does anybody else want to take a picture of this list on their phone? Okay, I'm moving on. Okay, so step 6 also has the words entirely ready. Is the timer working? Maybe, maybe not. Okay.
If not, I can time from my computer for you.
It's okay. You know what? I'll time from my phone. It's fine. Because I want you to be able to write. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes for the first question. Am I entirely ready to love my whole human self? Meaning your assets and your liabilities. Ready? Go.
Yes.
Two.
Wonderful. Okay. Now we're going to do the next question. Am I entirely ready to invite a loving, caring, abundant God? You can tell I wrote this at 2 in the morning. To love and care for my whole self, assets, and liabilities. We're going to put 2 minutes on the clock. I'm going to do it on my phone. If it ends up getting timed the other way, that's great too. Okay, guys. Um, question number 3. What if removing defects is about embracing and celebrating the brilliant survival underneath every behavior I have, whether it is useful or creating problems for me? Because remember, the things you did to survive, sometimes they're still useful and sometimes they create problems. So 2 minutes on that. Embracing and celebrating. Okay, that was the third one. And now the fourth one is, what if removing, because remember, we're still playing with the original language. What if removing just means I have a little space between me and some of the liability versions of my assets? Just a little space. Space to breathe. 2 minutes. So I just caught up with the chat, and I just want to say, I hear that a few folks thought that I was reading the big book disrespectfully. I apologize. I'm still not perfect. I pray to have a little bit of space between me and some of the liability versions of my assets. I love the big book. I also get mad at the big book sometimes. So you're right. I'm feeling all different feelings as I read this for sure. The person who wrote that they would love it if I would dial back the dramatics, I've got such bad news for you. I am very dramatic and I really like being dramatic. So if you don't like the drama, that's okay. You don't have to like it. And you can still take the message because this really is principles above personalities. I'm just one person. I'm not here to have you all like me. And we're going to actually talk about that very soon. Not right this second, but very soon in our step work. Woohoo! All right, let's keep going. And I love you all. And you're all children of God. And you all deserve recovery and abundance. Everybody deserves to be abundant. Everybody deserves DA recovery. Okay. All right. Now, we're at step 7. Are you guys excited? Did you guys actually do some writing for step 6? I hope you did. We'll do some sharing about it in a minute, but I wanted to just get into step 7 first. So Humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. There's that word humility again. And if you hear me being emotional, it's because I'm really struggling sometimes with these passages, and I'm really trying to find, how do we help people in today's world with what we're really dealing with? So as I was reading or rereading step 7 in the AA 12 and 12, I was struck by how many times Bill describes money and success as directly opposed to spiritual growth and purposeful living. Here's from page 71. In all these strivings, so many of them well-intentioned, our crippling handicap had been our lack of humility. So far, not terrible, right? We had lacked the perspective to see that character building and spiritual values had to come first, and that material satisfactions were not the purpose of living. Instead of regarding the satisfaction of our material desires as the means by which we could live and function as human beings, we had taken these satisfactions to be the final end and aim of life. this is a good point Bill is making, but it also helps me understand why we get so twisted up when it's time to recover around money. Because the original texts that all the 12-step programs like stem from say, this thing where we try to get money, that's the opposite of spirituality. And we should only really try to get money so we can pay for the things that are really important, like spiritual stuff, as opposed to we have a spiritual path around money and prosperity and joy and service and value and exchange. And that is why I'm sitting here today giving you this workshop, because I don't think it's obvious from the literature how to do that. And I'm trying to help support you guys getting there, because I really want to see you recover. Even if you don't like my person.
Can you repeat?
What?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Is someone sharing or are they just unmuted? I really can't tell.
She's asking you to repeat what you just said. Her signal is bad.
Her signal is bad, right? I don't know if repeating it is going to help. Can you hear me now? I can't hear her, so I don't know if it's
We hear you great. Thanks, Nora.
We're going to do our best, guys. And you know what? That's why we're recording. Yay. Okay. So we asked before, what is humility? Is humility staying small, hidden, repressed, terrified, angry, and stifled? Or is humility letting our gifts shine through as we accept our imperfections, limits, and growth opportunities with love, compassion, and maybe even delightful adventure? So much of the dysfunctional money, debt, earning, and trauma software is about blocking our truth, our light, our action, and our visibility, which would be kind of like the opposite of that second humility definition, right? And we know why we do it, right? We do it for survival, right? The software thinks it's in charge of our survival. It might not be wrong, but we also want to find tribal love and support and higher power so we can find safety, enough safety, so that it's safe to let our truth and our light and our action and our visibility come through. Okay, I see the chat is happening and I'm not reading it. So if you're mad at me, I love you. Can't help you right now. All right.
Nora, they're requesting a break.
Oh, is that what they're requesting?
Bio
Okay, we
break.
can take a break. I would love a break. That sounds great. I'm into a break. Okay, well, yeah. Should we all take a 5-minute break?
Sounds great. Sounds
Ah,
great.
sounds like yes by acclamation.
And I'm just going to request when we return that everyone just stay focused on the moment, please.
Or
Thank
could
you,
you
and the positive energy.
could you disable the chat, Nora? It's just insane.
That would be great because everybody's opinion of
Please, I'm
all
so
have
tired of
opinions.
it.
I
I
agree.
would,
It's
I would really like
the
that not to
excellent
disable them.
Excuse me,
Okay, everybody.
can someone take the time service because I will be unable to do it. I'm cutting off a lot.
I can do the timer.
Thank you.
I don't know how to disable the chat.
I
Can
can
someone else
disable the
disable?
chat if
I
that's your
do, but
preference.
you also want people to
Disabled now,
respond,
Nora.
correct?
Somebody disabled it.
Okay, I want to say that whoever is posting in the chat, you're beautiful. Like it's okay. Like it's okay. Everybody's processing their emotions however they're processing them, you know? And I really appreciate all of you like coming to my defense. Because don't worry, I'm very sensitive and I don't like being criticized either. But
Well,
also,
the other thing is it's distracting to those of us who are trying to focus on the material presenting and who are not having a
yes,
problem.
and I think that's really why it's a great idea to disable the chat, and we'll enable it when it's time to share specific things, and then we'll disable it again. And
It's also essentially crosstalk. I keep noticing.
I hear you on that, but what I really want to say here is that everyone in the chat has been doing their best. And even if they're distracting us, and even if they're saying things we don't like, including things I might not like, they're doing their best. Okay? We're all doing our best. We're all voicing whatever we think needs to be said based on whatever's coming up in our bodies, right? So I just want us to have a lot of compassion because I don't want it to be like, let's gang up on one person because that person was really brave to stand up and say, hey, it's not working for me this way, you know? And also, it's okay. Like, you don't have to like everything I do, every way I do it. It's okay. I'm just a person. I'm just a person, you know? I'm very flawed. Okay? I've worked these steps
And
a
I want
lot,
to
so I
say
don't
that
get upset about being
people,
flawed.
I just wanted to share something.
Chat
Yes.
is off and everybody's just going to speak up.
Yeah,
How are
let's
how are we
take
gonna
that
get
break.
the recording?
Can we open the chat?
How do we
Yeah,
get how do we get the recording?
Please take
We
a
leave
break.
the chat closed. There's too much dissension, and dissension is fine, but that's for like
Yeah,
that's
so what
I'm
for
considering this
content, not
our
during the
break.
meeting.
Yeah, so guys, I'm gonna make an executive decision as
Nora?
the trusted servant that we're gonna have the chat disabled until I ask for a specific share in the chat. Okay.
I'm the one who
Nicole?
disabled and enables the chat. So
I can,
just
as anybody that's a host can do it, and I'm timing, and I'm also happy to enable and disable the chat.
Can I just ask for a rough
it-
time estimate of how long it's gonna be now? Thanks.
How long the whole workshop is gonna be?
Yeah, the rest of it. Thanks.
I don't know. I'm doing my best. I thought we'd be done by 2 p.m.
Until it's finished.
So maybe another hour. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Thank you.
See you in 5.
Okay.
And if there are any questions, you can chat the hosts.
Yes, you can. Okay,
right.
great.
You can always chat the host.
That's wonderful. I think I'm gonna walk away for a few minutes and just
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'll be back.
Take
I
a
love
break.
you guys. Okay, enjoy your break.
Can somebody mute Nora, please?
Was this workshop intended to go through all 12 steps today? I don't know why I thought it was a 2-part.
No, it's supposed to be one, but you know,
We're on a break, guys. We're on a break.
Please mute yourselves.
Is somebody else timing? Because I can't access the timer now.
We have about a little over a minute.
No, I understand that, but are you doing the timing? Because I had said I was going to do the timing and I didn't hear anyone else
It's on,
respond.
I see the timer on my, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who is timing because I was.
I don't know.
Okay, that's my question. Yes. Who is there someone who is timing?
I think that Nora said that she was timing.
Yeah, I think it's the.
I thought
Yeah,
she
I
was
think it's
going to do it
Nora.
on her phone, not
Not
on the
Nora.
meeting.
She's
Not
Okay,
Nora.
we can figure it out when she
It
gets
says
back,
Nicole
please.
S is timing.
Who is?
How do we
Nicole
get
S.
This is
how do
way
we
more distracting than the chat.
how do we get the
Nicole is-
recording?
Please quiet until we come back.
How do we get the recordings?
It'll be put in the chat.
At the end?
That's been put in the chat about 15 times. How to
That's
get the
okay.
recording.
We'll re-put it in the chat. There's a lot of stuff.
It's right now. It's at the very bottom. For recordings, it says the seventh tradition information and Nora's information. It's right at the bottom right now, on my screen. At the very bottom of the chat.
There it is. Yep. It's Chelsea L wrote it. I'll rewrite it. It's no big
But
deal.
no, I'm just saying people can see it right now if they go to the end of the chat, right before the disabled.
Hi, this is Lisa with two S's, and I'd like to just say that for anyone, currently the chat is disabled for everyone but the hosts. For those of you, when the chat is on, if you do not want to see it, there is a little arrow next to the chat, and you can click on that, and it says show the chat in the previews or not. And you can click not to, and then you don't have to be disturbed.
It doesn't, I don't have that on my computer. It's not working.
Okay, so if you go to the chat along the bottom of the computer, do you see that?
Yes.
And there'll be a little arrow up to the right of the chat. And if you click on that, it'll say chat settings. You see that?
No, it says show chat previews.
Okay, click on that and
Hey
it
guys,
will
we
disable.
I don't want to spend more time on this. The chat's disabled for now. Okay?
Do you want me to enable or disable it?
Let's have it disabled for now.
Okay.
And is it okay to my co-host, is it okay to ask for it to be enabled when we want folks to share things?
Perfect.
Okay, so when I have like basically a little assignment for you to put stuff in the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
My question is though, who is timing? Because I had volunteered to time, and if someone else is timing, that's fine because I can't access the timer anymore.
I can time. It's me timing, and I can.
It's Nicole timing. Okay, Nicole, you got it. You're on top of it.
Great. I will not worry about it then. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back, and I just want to tell you guys that so far, at least on my Venmo, you guys have sent a lot of money. It's not everything we were hoping for, but it's more than I was expecting. Like, that's just amazing.
I received 150, a little bit over 150 on PayPal with 17 contributions.
Amazing. And I don't even know how many contributions this is, but we must have a lot of USA people because we have $750.88 in my Venmo, Nicole.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so great.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Oh, a relief. Yeah, because we have one week left to pay. Now it's only 2,000 more, and maybe some people will book if you're booking early and paying early for the
right. If you want to book early for the German recovery castle, please book early.
This is helpful too for us to get the money in to pay the deposit in time.
Yeah, because we're trying to create magic in a castle, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. Okay.
I'll post the flyer once more.
Yes, please do. Awesome, Nicole. Okay, and don't forget to put your phone number, Nicole, like your WhatsApp number, so people can call you directly to ask questions and stuff. Yeah. All right, is everybody ready to write? We're gonna write about step 7. Whew. All right, here we go. Step 7, writing. So much of the dysfunctional money slash debt slash earning slash trauma software is about blocking our truth, our light, our action, and our visibility. First question that I want you to write about, and I want you to get, I'm not asking you to do these things. I'm asking you if you feel ready to ask your higher power to help you do these things. Do you see the difference? Can I like see some nodding heads if you see the difference? Remember, in the 12 steps, we actually break stuff down really specifically, okay? So am I ready to ask my loving, abundant higher power to gently, lovingly guide me to show up for truth, numbers and time and facts, show up for emotional truth and discovering how I really feel, guide me in action, and help me shine my light with courage. Okay, so there's no action yet. This is just asking God. 3 minutes on the clock to write, am I ready? Am I ready to ask God for this? Okay, okay, my loves. You did your step 7 writing. Now it's time to do the step 7 prayer. Does anybody, I want to take 3 quick 30-second shares about what people, did anybody, about just that share, just that writing. Does anybody have anything they want to share out loud I will have to say your name out loud on the recording to call on you. Anybody want to share just very quickly? Maggie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Nora, it's funny. I just felt really panicky at the thought of a higher power that, like, gently and lovingly guided me. I think I'm just so used to using a higher power to, like, beat me up and point out my shortcomings and motivate me with fear and shame, that the thought of, like, having a higher power that gently and lovingly guides me to do anything, I don't know why, it just fills me with panic. So that was my response.
Beautiful, beautiful. Not strange at all, Maggie, just so you know. Very normal response. And I have good news for you. I have lots of good news. We're going to talk more in step 8 and 9 about God with skin on, and like how we actually train ourselves differently. Not just with the imaginary, not that God is imaginary, but like whatever conception we have of God, you know, it's always changing, right? So great. Thank you so much that was an incredibly vulnerable, brave share. Thank you so much for that share. That's wonderful. Go ahead. Let's do Judith for 30 seconds.
Hi, thanks for calling on me. For me, it's fear. Becoming ready to have God remove my fear. I think a lot of my fear was installed by my family system. I don't like blaming my parents, but they installed a lot of the software for their convenience. It made me easier to manipulate. And so yeah, I'm gonna have to anyway experience life anew again. Thanks. It's a little scary even thinking about removing the fear. Thank you.
Oh, Judith, that's so beautiful. Thank you. I'm just going to take one more person. I'm going to take MJ because I really want to get us to the next thing. But thank you guys so much for helping me understand what's actually coming up for you when you write this, because I haven't, like, this kind of stuff was like stuff I was dealing with so many years ago. Sometimes it's like really good for me to hear, oh, okay, this is what comes up. Got it. Love it. And I'm very happy that step 8 and 9 are coming. You'll see it'll be really good. So MJ, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I felt just incredibly relieved, and my inner child felt such love, like that's what I've been waiting for, that kind of higher power. And I know it's there because of my ACA work, and it was just a beautiful thing to just, yeah.
Beautiful. I did say I would only take 3 shares, but I'm dying to hear from all these really wonderful, smart, brilliant people. So, Carmela, can you do yours in 30 seconds or less?
Absolutely. I was feeling really activated just now. And then I saw that line about so much of our under-earning trauma is being blocked from higher power. And something about reading that line, like just like being blocked from our light, like it was like a salve was put on my chest. And it was like, oh, right, this is God helping me discharge this energy. So thank you so much.
You got it. And then Catherine, and then Air, and then we'll move on to the prayer, and then we'll stop 8 and 9. It's so exciting. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, hi Nora. I'm also Jewish, by the way. Yeah, so for me, higher power is Hashem, and it's strange because I hate being decided for and told what to do because I've experienced a lot of that in my family of origin, even though I love them. So it's such a relief for me to have that, be able to just turn to Hashem, and believe that as long as I'm willing and enthusiastic and want him to be part of it, he will. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Catherine. And I just want to say everyone from every religion or non-religion is 100% welcome here. I love hearing that I've got fellow Jewish people on the meeting, but we love Christianity, we love Islam, we love everything. We love atheists, we love everybody. Everybody gets to recover. Air, go ahead. Last share, and then we'll move on to step with prayer and then 8 and 9.
Well, I was also really hoping someone would be willing to share step 6, because I didn't have any idea what to write. Like, I didn't really understand what we were supposed to write there, except for like, yes, like, I didn't really understand what to write. So that would actually, if we could use my time to like, if someone could share, I had no idea what we were supposed to write here.
Okay. Well, you don't have to write anything for every single. Does anybody want to share just real quick, like what came up for them? If anything came up really powerfully for anybody on the step 6 writing? Go ahead, Drea.
Yeah, I felt really stuck in that moment initially with the question of like, can I accept? And I couldn't. And I used AI to help me do a reframing, which I posted somewhere in the chat, and the reframing actually gave me like this really positive underpinning attributes and motivations. And I used that to sort of shift it and felt really welled up and like a spiritual transformation, and then actually more connected now to move into the 7, which I couldn't do when you first were bringing up the question. So it was really important for me. So thanks for even giving space to answer about that.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Caroline B.
Yeah, so for me, like this is just such a God shot. Like it's my being soul has been ready for this language. So as soon as the language came up, it was like, oh, it's about time. So like so it was like yes, yes, and yes, like almost like a leveling up consciousness type thing, like where it's like, oh, we're finally using the language. So I was very hot, like it was just a lot of yeses and a lot of vindication, validation, inner. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Marion, go ahead.
Yes, what came up for me was people pleasing, whether it's coming out of fear or generosity, is not serving people. So that's what came up for me.
Oh, beautiful share. And thank you for such a short share. I really appreciate it. Fontaine, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Here's what I wrote. I just posted something snarky that I'm going to regret in the chat because it's judgmental, but I'm trying to love myself even so, and even though I'll probably get pushback. And now I can ask my higher power to love me, my whole self. What if removing defects is about embracing and celebrating the brilliant survivor? We did the best we could, and so did our parents. I'm quoting somebody on that, and that has helped me feel more connected to a higher power. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you know what? Snarky and gossipy are things that help people build allyship. So we need our snark. We need our gossip. We need everything. We need all the liabilities and all the assets. We need them all. It's part of who we are as humans, and it's all context. Nadege, did I get that right? Just real quick.
Nadej.
Nadej. Oh, I love
Yeah.
that. That's so pretty.
Thank you. I really hope my share is appropriate, but I think it relates to all this stuff. So basically, the only reason I'm India, but the only reason I came to the workshop today was because I have a friend. So my defect is like really bad communication, and there's a friendship group who I just stopped talking in the group chat. I just became so traumatized around them. It kind of triggered like old family wounds and stuff like that. And she's hosting an event today. And I just needed an excuse to say I'm doing something, so I didn't have to go to the event. But it was just really interesting. I've just gotten so much from this, and my defect is like communication, bad communication, and I'm just like working through all of it now.
One day at a time. And remember, we had to hide when we were little. We had to, you know? So very normal, very normal. We're all learning and growing together. Stacy and Janelle, oh gosh, we're running out. I promise there will be more time for sharing. I really want to get to steps 8 and 9. Stacy and Janelle, oh, thank you, whoever you were for Stacy and Janelle, and then we're going to go back to step 7 and 8, and then 9 and the end. Go ahead, Stacy.
For me, I had yes for everything. And when I looked at or saw it as I have excellent assets and liabilities, and they've all been coping mechanisms really to protect me and to move me forward. So I am grateful for looking at trauma. Again, I have to look back in order to move forward. So thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, Stacy. Thank you for saying that. Janelle, super quick.
So the only thing I could do for 6 was that would mean I would have some time and space to write about everything, do art about everything, and get well. That is terrifying.
So you get to be exactly where you're at, Janelle. I've worked these steps many, many times. Short, long, in a group, just one-on-one. This is just where you're at today. And you're doing great. And you're showing up. I mean, everybody who's here is showing up. Okay. So great job, everybody. To my friend Air, did that help with the step 6 stuff at all? Air. I don't know where you went. I hope.
Sorry, I disappeared. Yeah, it did. It sounds like it was just kind of, it wasn't as much of like a writing prompt. It was just kind of like reflection.
Yeah. Sometimes the steps are like, some steps are shorter than others, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to the end of step 7. Here we go. All right. So there's 2 different options here. I'm gonna ask you guys to try on a prayer here. I do actually not, I enjoy the old big book language. Like, to me, it sounds like home, but I also believe that we have to give people alternatives to like things like defects of character. Okay. So I'm going to read both, and I'm going to ask you guys to stay muted. And if you want to read along with me to the first one, you can. And if you don't, you can plug your ears. And if you want to read along with me to the second one, staying muted, you can do that too. And if you just want to listen, you can do that too. Okay, so we're going to do the step 7 prayers. The first one is from the AA Big Book, page 76. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness
to you
and
my fellows.
Grant
me strength
as I go out
from here to do your bidding. Amen.
Okay, thanks to all who read. Now we're going to do the trauma-informed version. Feel free to read along or be quiet. Either one is fine. Loving higher power, I am now willing that you should have all of me, all assets and liabilities. I pray that you soothe the fear and pain that drives my liabilities to defend me, so that my assets can shine through. Trusting you and your plan for me to be happy, joyous, prosperous, abundant, and useful to you and my folks.
Grant me strength
as I go out
from here to do your bidding. Amen.
Y'all could hear the difference, right? I think they're both important. Without too many, I'm not really looking for shares right now. I think I'm looking for like, what are those things called? Like the reactions. So just give me some reactions. How do you feel now? And it's okay to say thumbs down. You can feel whatever you're feeling. Can I get some reactions? Anybody know how to do reactions? We got a lot of hearts. Maggie says, wow.
Do you want verbal reactions?
For like 5 seconds. 5 seconds verbal reactions.
It was good. My higher power gave me some Freudian interjections into some of it, but overall positive. Thanks.
Wonderful. Yes. Yes. And your Freudian interjections are probably useful and interesting, and you're going to learn a lot, and God knows. Okay.
I found the second one very helpful, and because I have so much fear and pain still, even after shit tons of recovery, shit tons of therapy, 40 years sober, ACA, HCOA, Al-Anon, consistent. I mean, just a lot. And I still have stuff to work through. And
me
this
too, girl.
is so much more helpful.
Same, girl. Same. Yes. Well, you are not alone. 5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Robin.
Thank you, Nora, and everyone. This has been tremendous. I'm not in a place where I could read, so all I heard with that second prayer was a cacophony of noise. Is there any way you could read it alone just once through?
Yeah, I can. I will. Lolita.
Yeah, it spoke to my trauma. So very light, felt so much better. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read. Thank you, Lolita. Mwah. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to ask everyone to stay muted, and I'm just going to read it, and it'll be good for the recording too. Okay. So, loving higher power, I am now willing that you should have all of me, all assets and liabilities. I pray that you soothe the fear and pain that drives my liabilities to defend me, so that my assets can shine through. Trusting you and your plan for me to be happy, joyous, prosperous, abundant, and useful to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. Okay, great. We're going to keep going. Are you guys excited? We're about to do steps 8 and 9. What's up? Oh my God, we're going to get to the end of steps. Oh my God, so exciting. Okay. Okay, step 8. Made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. To make a list of several hundred people and reach out to many of them. Not all. Not everybody is, the safest person, but that's okay. Safe for you, safe for me. To make a list of several hundred people and reach out to many of them with love and care and humility, seeking to restore harms done, is one of the most beautiful, transformative sources of growth and healing in any 12-step program. I endorse it. I support it. I encourage it. We are not going to do it today. A thorough healing step 8 and 9 in this particular manner takes time and gentleness and safety. Instead, we're going to start your step 8 list and give you some very important trauma-informed guidance. Because it's not like there's a graduation date, We're just taking you through. All right, so here is my trauma-informed guidance. Number 1, you are at the top of your step 8 list. So write your step 8 list and write your name. It's your name. It's not the name of someone who knows you, who has your name. It's you. You can write me. You can write your name. You can write me. You can write whatever you want, but it's you. You're at the top. Now, I don't even like to say that you have to make amends to yourself because you have harmed yourself. I don't even like to say those words. I've harmed myself. You've harmed yourself. You were doing the best you could with coping mechanisms forged in isolation, neglect, abuse, and trauma. You were doing the best you could. When I ate so much food as a teenager that I couldn't stand up and I couldn't sit down, I had to lie down on the floor because the pain in my stomach was so intense. Was I harming my body? I was. Yes, I was. But I was also coping with a lot of trauma. I was coping with a lot of danger at home. And that was the best I got. That was my best coping. Now, this list, and you can write other names on it. I wouldn't write hundreds of names because we don't have endless time. This list that starts with you is a list of people who have had some unpleasant experiences because your trauma surviving coping mechanisms were running the show and you were doing the best you could at the time. So maybe you never paid back that $50 that was sort of vague and you weren't sure if that person was really loaning it to you or giving it to you or whatever. I had one on my very long, my really long step 8 and 9 that I did where I had to admit that I had falsified my hours during my work study time as a proctor for the music rooms at my college. I was supposed to be, I pretended I was there when I wasn't there, and instead of going back to the people in consultation with people, with my sponsor and other people, I instead of going back to the people and being like, I'm such a schmuck, I calculated the amount of money I had stolen from the music department and I donated it to the music department in honor of the lady who had been my boss, who was still there. And she was so plum pudding satisfied. She was like, what? Because what matters is creating warm stuff. It's not always about, hey, I'm a horrible person, So what we're looking to do is we're looking to restore the unpleasantness to pleasantness. We're looking to restore the harm. It's not always about, breaking it all apart and chopping it up and all that. So I want you to write a few people down. It doesn't have to be everybody. And you don't have to make amends to them today. In fact, I'm not going to admonish you to make amends to them today. But I think it's good to see the difference, right? That there are going to be people like one thing, I wouldn't put anyone who physically or emotionally or verbally or sexually abused you or harmed you during your childhood on this list. Even if you harmed them back during your childhood, you were a child, right? One of my great mistakes that I made the very first time I ever worked steps 8 and 9, I wrote down my mom at the top of the list, and then I called her to like restore my side of the street, and she got really mad at me and yelled a lot and told me everything about how I was the worst daughter in the world. It was not a good experience. And Tony A in ACA knew that that happened to a lot of people who tried to make amends to their parents in Alcoholics Anonymous. And so he wrote a lot about it for ACA. He wrote a lot about the dangers of believing that you have to make amends for things that happened when you were a child and you had no idea what was right and wrong, and no one was there to explain it to you, you know. So I just want you to like start with just some unpleasantness. Things that happened after you were 18, and ideally nothing that's too like high drama, enmeshed, codependent, like confusing, like who's the victim, who's the perpetrator, who's that, who's the blah. And if you want to get like karate black belt on it, like you could, like this is one that I work on now, but after years, it took me years. My sister can be a difficult person for me because I tried to protect her when I was a kid, and I did a pretty good job. She actually thought my mom was amazing. So in our adulthood, she you know, she called me a lot of names, pathological liar, all this stuff, and she thinks I'm just a really mean, difficult, yucky person. And there's such a huge part of my trauma surviving coping mechanism that wants to call her and be like, don't you know that what happened to me? You do know, I've heard you, you know. And I'm just learning now how to say, you know, how can I just be pleasant with her and not need to set the record straight? How can I just be pleasant and still also take good care of me? Because if I start to feel like being around her is really painful, because she can, you know, her coping mechanisms can be painful for me, even though I know they're just coping mechanisms. They shoot right to my heart, you know. And so I need to kind of take time away and then be gentle and loving and warm. And I just try to be pleasant about topics that won't start a fight, you know. That took a lot of years of a lot of programs before I was there. So you don't have to go there today. Let's just start with unpleasant people, like unpleasant situations where you can see, hey, I did some unpleasantness. And I don't even want you to make direct amends yet, because I really want to take you through a trauma-informed experience of step 8 and step 9. Okay? So I want to remind you, this is number 5 here, other people are human and suffering. Okay? So just write down some names of folks that you would redo if you knew how. And we're not going to expect that you're going to redo it anytime like right now. Okay? So does everybody have at least like your name at the top? Maybe 3, 4 names after? Does everybody have that? Raise your hand if you have that. Great. I see a lot of hands going up. Great. Okay. So I'm moving on. Great. Okay. All right. With the rather harsh words of the AA 12 and 12 step 8, I do think that Bill writes pretty harshly about step 8. Bill presumes that once alcoholics are sober, they know what to do to make amends. And I think the dysfunctional money and debt and earning trauma surviving software starts much earlier and runs much deeper than the urge to drink. I think that drinking and other addictive behaviors help the money and trauma software to keep dissociating and surviving. I think that they support it, like they serve that dissociative software. So I don't want to use the language from step 8 in the 12 and 12. I want to say you don't know what you don't know. All you do know is this: some stuff has not worked out the way you hoped. Also, some people you really wanted to get along with got mad at you. Right? Is that accurate? I don't want to tell you that you're a schmuck, because you're not. You're not like, oh yeah, you were horrible to these people. No, you were doing your best. So now we've got a list. That was the list. You made it. Congratulations. That was step 8. Let's move on to step 9. Make direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. So we're going to talk more about not knowing stuff, okay? Inside of money and debt and earning and trauma survival recovery, making amends has to start with beginning to learn the things that you never knew, that you never learned. That's actually how we start. So it's like a living amends, okay? Number one, you did not know you were born deserving a tribe of loving support and useful guidance. You did not know that. No one in our country knows it because no one in our country has seen it. You know, you did not know, you were not born knowing. I mean, you don't know that you were born deserving 14 caregivers. You know, you don't know that. Your parents didn't know that they deserved it, and they didn't know that they deserved it when they were babies. They didn't know that you deserved it and they deserved it when you were a baby, right? They didn't know that. You did not know that it's impossible to face truth about facts, truth about emotions, to do action consistent with truth and be visible without a tribe. It's impossible to do those things, right? We talked about this, facing facts, facing truth about facts, truth about emotions, action consistent with truth, and visibility. We talked about those 4 things like a lot, right? It's actually impossible to do those things without a tribe of loving support and useful guidance. It's actually not going to happen if you don't have loving support and useful guidance. Even if you've fired your higher power 400 times, you can't do it alone. You did not know that if you start building that tribe, you will be amazed at how much more you are capable of in joyful, workable ways once you have a good enough version of the support you were born deserving. Okay? So first, I have to tell you these things you don't know. Second, okay, you didn't know that when you feel like you can't do something, issues here, admit. Can my co-host please admit people? Thank you. You didn't know that when you feel like you can't do something or face something, you're right. You just forgot the last word of the sentence. The last word is alone. You just can't alone. But you were never meant to do any of it alone. So you should know this without me telling you, also known as should have already mastered everything, like shame, right? Is the message of trauma from traumatized people who were raised by traumatized people in a world where everyone is suffering and grieving from the loss of tribe that they don't know they've lost. So the first amend we have to make is to ourselves, because we can't be available for the other amends until we begin to change our behavior. And believe it or not, even before I ask you to track your numbers and take action and be visible, even before I ask you to do any of that, I have to ask you to begin building a tribe of support, because support makes it possible for you to come back into reality and write down your numbers. We do have to take responsibility and say, the world is broken. It doesn't know how to deliver that tribe of support to me or anyone else. But with the help of my loving higher power, I can be the change I wish to see by starting in my teeny tiny corner of the world. I can make 3 live calls per day in program, seeking to spread love, but also interview people to see if I like them. A lot of trauma survivors don't know who we like and who we don't like. We're not even sure what liking feels like because we've just been surviving all this time. And the only way to learn what you like is through gentle, consistent experimentation. If I asked you to write about what you would like in a friend, that would be me asking you to fantasize. I don't need you to fantasize. You've been fantasizing your whole life, right? You've been imagining who your best friend would be, who your husband would be, who your wife would be, who your knight in shining armor would be, you know, how the rescue is coming, how Lancelot is coming, King Arthur, whatever. You've been fantasizing your whole life. I don't need you to fantasize anymore. I need you to make amends to yourself for something that was not your fault, but that is completely in your capacity to begin to heal. And what it is it's a learning journey to discover your emotional truth, because you don't know your emotional truth because you don't know what you like. You don't know what makes you happy. And that's okay. You're not supposed to. Not after all this trauma, not after all this confusing messaging. This is a really confusing society to live in. We don't have a handle on connection and sweetness and what connection is supposed to feel like. We don't know. And at the same time, there are things endemic in you, things you were born with, that you will get connected to, that you will begin to know more about. Like there are things that are inside you that you will begin to discover more of. So what the first amend is to make 3 friendly, short calls per day. You can do more, as gentle experiments. Okay? So amend number 1 is discovering emotional truth. 3 friendly short calls per day as gentle experiments. I'm going to give you a few realities because a lot of people don't know this stuff. So I'm going to tell you, number 1, you will only have really good chemistry with 20% of people. That means they like you and you like them. You can't control if they like you, and you don't have to. I've talked to so many people who are like, no, I can't call anybody because I don't think they'll like me. And I'm like, oh, well, a lot of them won't. But if you're friendly and polite, they'll be nice to you because this is 12-step recovery and everybody's trying, you know? You can't control if you like them. And you don't have to do that. You don't have to control that either. You couldn't if you tried. You can't control that the members of your tribe will change over time. Some people who like you for a while will have really big trauma freakouts, and some will disappear, and some will stay a long time and then leave, and some will just get really busy for a few days, and you'll feel rejected, and then they'll call you and they'll be like, hey, I'm sorry, I was just really busy with the baby. And you'll be like, okay, right? Or you'll be like, I hate you, and you'll have a trauma freak out, and it's okay, because it's not your job to be perfect. It's your job to keep experimenting. If you can stop yourself from being mad at people, you're gonna be good, right? And the whole idea is you got to keep calling the ones who take your calls, and you got to keep making new friends, because you never know who's going to be with you and who's not. I see Colleen has her hand raised. Real quick, Colleen, do you have a question?
I just wanted to say that, well, first, thank you, but also this is the hardest part for me. Calling people. My numbers, I have to call the number every single day. That makes it, but calling people is so hard for me.
I'm trying. I thank you for sharing that. I'm sure you're not the only person on this call that feels that way. You know, I want you to have happiness, joy, freedom, prosperity, and abundance. In order for that to happen, you have to feel connected to people. You probably don't know how to connect with people like the rest of us. The only way we learn is by experimenting. And it's going to be painful, but it's so important. Also, Al-Anon and ACA meetings can help a lot. I'm a big fan of those. And I'll talk more about it, but I see Nancy's got her hand up. Go ahead, Nancy.
I just heard something so powerful about this, the challenge of reaching out to others. And I'm going to steal it. I think she's even here on the Zoom, but just call someone and say the serenity prayer together. It gives me God bumps to just think about it, because what a sweet way to be brave. And, you know, who knows what that's going to do to the person on the other end, except, you know, fill them with love. Thank you,
Sure.
Tiffany.
Yeah. Or you could call someone and read them one of the prayers we said today, you know. We're interviewing people, you know. And Colleen, if you come back, I would love to talk more with you. Is it scary because you're afraid they'll reject you? Is it scary because you're afraid you won't be able to get off the phone? You might be your fear, talking about your fear might help others. So that's why I'm asking. I see Caroline has her hand up. So while we wait for Colleen, go ahead, Caroline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just I can't remember who said it, but you're definitely not alone. I'm also in SLAA, and intimacy with self, intimacy with God, then intimacy with others. It's a process, and but you're not alone. I can leave my number and keep trying. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, this is totally the moment where everybody shares their numbers, right? Because I'm like, you gotta call people. Nicole, if you want to turn on the chat for numbers only, okay? If anybody wants to post their numbers. Colleen, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
part for me is not, I'm not shy. It's not shyness. It's um first yes, getting off the phone and also um having a reciprocal conversation. Um I did, when I know when I have a context for a conversation, like a box, it's easier for me, but me picking up and calling people when I barely even call my friends, quite frankly, has always been the biggest challenge for me. Um, so yeah, that is and I've done the steps in ACA. My sponsor says look in the chat and see who needs a call, like look in the WhatsApp chats. I'm trying that. It's just that whole like calling people, like calling three people is just I just don't, it's just so hard. And I think it might have to do with my time management too. But yeah, that's it's really about getting off the phone and having a box of what I can't see them. So I don't it's hard for me to go back and forth sometimes.
I think that's a very normal fear. So one thing that I have noticed that people do, and I learned this in my SLA outreach groups, but I've noticed it's migrated into DA. SLA stands for Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, and um, the women of SLAA, especially the ones in Europe and England, were so helpful to me when I was going through my divorce. And I remember I got added to a lot of these SLA outreach chats in WhatsApp, and they all went OR33, OR33, and that stands for outreach 3 minutes and 3 minutes. And sometimes we would pray, sometimes we would have the serenity prayer, and sometimes we would just launch right in, but we would each give a 3 minute time share. So that created a little more balance. So you didn't just have the people who are good at listening never getting to talk, and the people who don't know how to listen never getting to listen. And um, there's 3-3 with feedback, 3-3 no feedback. So you can just experiment. Like it's really all about experimentation. And I'll share with you, Colleen, that I think that very few of us know how to have a back and forth exchange that feels really warm and balanced because we've had such transactional, painful experiences with humans, with all the trauma. So,
Nora, yeah, I am Linda W. And thank you so much for what a great workshop. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have an email ready to go to you. But one of the things that was so helpful for me and you under earners was picking up the phone and reading symptoms to a fellow.
Picking up the phone and reading what? I'm sorry?
Reading the symptoms.
I don't know why I can't hear her every time she says the thing she's reading.
She's saying symptoms, the UA symptoms.
Oh, okay. Sure. That's great. Yeah.
And it was just such a helpful thing because at the end of it, we would all end up laughing and it would be fun and there'd be camaraderie and communication. And the other thing that I love, love, love is when somebody calls and we get to read a daily devotion.
Mm-hmm.
That is a total ticket. So that's
sure, like one of the daily readers. Yeah, that's great. I don't actually know who's talking right now. I can't tell.
Oh, I am Linda W.
Okay, Linda, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. So just to finish what I was saying before to Colleen. So Colleen, I would just really encourage you to experiment with having actual structure, like a predetermined structure when you do your calls, and see if that lessens the sense of like, oh, what am I getting myself into? Does that make sense, Colleen?
Yes, it does. And also the other thing is what I struggle with is when I call people and then they don't call me back. And then that means I have to keep calling people until I get somebody on the phone. And then my brain is like, this is less important than what we present. But I mean, it's neurodivergence too. But so, it's, oh, this didn't happen, so I have to stop doing it. Like that kind of thing. Like I did it, I tried, it didn't work. And then, so that's, I know it's a trick that my brain plays, but yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. DA people are terrible at connection and relationships. And what else? calling people back. I mean, we all have ADHD. Like we're all, we've all got the trauma and the dissociation. Like, welcome to the program. Like, this is who we are. It sucks. I'm sorry. What I can tell you is that I've been making at least 3 live calls a day for 19 years, 18 years, 18 and a half years, something like that. It gets easier. It gets easier over time. And the magic, I always say that I didn't write this here, but I say this to people all the time. I say, if you get 1% of what you need from 100 people, you will have everything you need. If you get 2% of what you need from 200 people, you'll have quadruple what you need. You'll be like overflowing. So my invitation to you is just to try to call a lot of people. And don't worry about who calls you back or who doesn't. Just be like, I'm building my tribe. I want to have 100 people in my phone that I like talking to. You might have to end up connecting with 500 people to make that happen, but there's no graduation date. Like you just keep meeting people and making calls and, and all that. So yeah, it's one of these long-term things. I think Misha and then Valentina.
Hi, thank you for doing this, Nora. Thank you, group, for coming. I don't like getting phone calls, and I'm always like, I hope they have an emergency. Like, why are they calling my phone when there's so many other ways of getting a hold of me? And part of the way I deal with that is I follow sort of the new communication etiquette, which means, well, I know the US doesn't use it a lot, but the rest of the world, we're all on WhatsApp. And so on WhatsApp, I send a voice message or a written message, and I share my desire for a call or even just a voice message. I'll share like a 3-minute voice message, and they can speed that up from 1 to 1.5 to 2 times if they're in a hurry and they just want to hear it. And then they can respond to me whenever they're ready, and then I can respond to them whenever I'm ready.
Sure. I think there are a lot of people in our modern world that prefer a message before they actually do the call. That's a very normal thing. I think what you've just said. I will lovingly caution you. I have certainly traded voice notes with plenty of people. I would lovingly caution you that if you're hiding behind voice notes, you are not learning to connect. You've really
Can
got.
I ask a question?
Yes. Who's asking?
Thank you. I'm Judith Detter. I just wanted to find out, I'm listening to the last woman share. Is that how people in families communicate as well? Like if your teenage daughter calls you, they've got to send a text or first?
My teenage daughter calls me, message me, voice message me, sends videos, all the things in the immediate family. Then yeah, we do phone calls in the immediate family.
Okay, so if it's a phone call from an immediate family member, they don't need to schedule with you. Is that what you're saying?
I
But
ask my
everybody,
daughter to check, and she knows that my volume is always off. I don't ever have my ringer on. It's always on vibrate.
okay.
Okay, that's okay. Everybody has a different style.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there's nothing wrong.
No, I'm just curious.
There's nothing wrong.
It's not a personal question. It's more like an international communication question.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of it. I think there's a lot of parents of teenagers who I've heard say the opposite. Like they'll be like, I try to call my kids and they only text and I don't like it, right? So, like I think there's generational stuff and whatever works for you. And Misha, I would just invite you to make sure whatever way you have to do to make sure you feel respected, that's a beautiful thing. But also, I really challenge everybody to actually find a way to, in real time, not asynchronously, practice connection. And also decide you don't like someone and be like, I don't like this one. And you don't have to talk to them again. Okay, Valentina.
Hi, everybody. So I've been in recovery for 5 years now, starting with AA. I worked with 5 different sponsors. I could never get complete step 8. I always would freak out and something or get busy. And partially because I have an older daughter who is estranged after the divorce, and it's like super painful, and it's one of them. And I just had a rupture with my AA sponsor because we came to step 8, and she is far from being trauma informed. And at this point, I already joined. I joined DA just 3 weeks ago. Okay. And it's the first program, and I'm also in another fellowship for 2 years, and it's the first fellowship DA that I started doing outreach right away. I had never done outreach for 5 years in AA. I've never done even considered. I heard people talking in another fellowship doing outreach, and I was like, what's waste of time? Like, why would I do that? Like, I don't. And I'm the person that loves talking to strangers. I'm in sales. And I just loved, I talked to strangers in the park, everywhere. Like, and I just want to say that today's workshop is like, I was praying and praying to help me with the gets to step 8 eventually and to find a trauma-informed sponsor to move me forward. And this is just Nora. Like, I hope you're writing a book. I don't care if it's conference approved or not. I will buy it for all people I know in and
I already have a book out, Valentina.
Okay, well, fine. Okay, thank you.
So after we finish all 12 steps, stay on and, but I am writing another book called Trauma and Money. But yeah, but I already have a book. Yeah.
Yeah, huge congratulations, and definitely just.
But it's not conference approved, which is why I didn't bring it up.
Okay, please bring it up. Okay, thank you so much.
We can talk about it once we get past step 12. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, guys, I actually have more I want to share in step 9, because step 9 and making amends to yourself and rebuilding your capacity is like really a big deal. Okay, so I've got a lot more going on. You guys are great. Thank you so much for talking about the big scary stuff that is phone calls. And I want to be really clear, okay? Phone calls and connection with people is the only way you get to have access to the rest. Some of you have said, well, I can do my money and time. That's fine. I can track it. I just can't talk to people. Okay, but what about all the rest? What about the, the actions and the visibility and all of that, right? So we all need support. We all need support. We all deserve support. Okay. So the phone calls, the meetings, however it is that you start to build your support. Okay. Because you're really rebuilding a tribe for yourself. And it's going to be a very imperfect tribe, and that's okay. Amend number 2, once you've got the support, now that you're committed to surrounding yourself with loving support, you will have what you need to start telling the truth around money and time and facts and action. So this is how to discover the truth about facts and money and numbers and time. So amend number 2 to yourself is that you track your numbers and you track your time as best you can. You write down your actions. You tell the truth about how much time has been sucked away into other addictions, right? Like, I am working on writing my 3rd book, and I had to tell a couple of DA friends, no scrolling and no video watching on the internet and on the interwebs, like YouTube and, Netflix and Amazon Prime. I just had to abstain from it completely until I'm done writing my 3rd book, because I just wasn't getting it done, So, and I can tell you more stories about abstaining from distraction throughout my DA recovery. Like, I basically don't recover unless I have all kinds of specific commitments around abstaining from distraction, which is about telling the truth, right? Pay bills on time, stop incurring unsecured debt, solvency. I know some of you are not in DA, you're just in UA. God bless you. If you want to recover, you've got to get solvent. I've never known anyone who had really amazing under-earning recovery unless they were also solvent. So I just want to put it out there. Okay. Amend number 3 to yourself, taking action consistent with truth. Now that you're committed to surrounding yourself with loving support, you will have what you need to take action consistent with truth. Make a time plan where you abstain from under-earning behaviors like scrolling and distraction for set amounts of time each day. You don't have to just give it all up until XYZ is done like I'm doing right now. You can also just say, between the hours of 9 and 5:30, these distracting things are not happening. I'm going to just focus and be productive. Pay bills on time, stop incurring unsecured debt, open the mail, submit the paperwork, take income generating actions. Amend number 4 to yourself, shine in visibility. Now that you're committed to surrounding yourself with loving support, you will have what you need to shine with visibility. What does shining with visibility mean? Oh, it means promoting the value you bring, carrying the message of your value. It means getting uncomfortable and cringy as you experiment with that message. Some people might even call it, okay, take a deep breath, make sure you're sitting down. Sales. Ah! Remember that attraction, not promotion, in the traditions was written by wealthy men whose parents and grandparents had used sales and promotion to earn so much money that they left them with enormous trust funds and huge amounts of trauma that led them to become the first alcoholics who got sober. And we can talk about that later if you want to hear about the AA history of that. But they were traumatized by their crappy parents being crappy at parenting, who also were really good at sales and promotion. So whenever I hear someone talk about traditions being like attraction, not promotion, I'm like, careful. Remember that AA only exists today because one of the earliest women who got sober was a woman named Marty. She was an openly gay woman. She was openly lesbian in the 1930s and 40s in New York City. She worked as a PR professional. That was her career. After she got sober, she ran a nationwide PR campaign for AA throughout the 1940s. If she had not done that, we would not be here today. And then in the 50s, all the dudes got together and said, attraction, not promotion. Well, sure, she'd already promoted you so that your group's numbered in the thousands and there were 2 million sober alcoholics. If she hadn't done that, we would not be here today. Bill Wilson died an untreated debtor and underearner. Bill Wilson died before Debtors Anonymous was started. He certainly died long before Underearners was started. Don't be like Bill Wilson in this way, okay? Don't do it. It's not worth it. This is another way DA is different from AA. Because AA will tell you, stop asking for anything you want or need. Just pray for others and you'll be sober. Make it all about others and you'll be sober. We have to learn how to speak up for ourselves in DA and UA. We have to. And most of us didn't grow up with, these families that had gajillions of dollars. We didn't grow up being told we were the truth and the light and we might be the president of the United States someday. We didn't grow up with that. But a lot of those guys who started AA did. But that doesn't mean that they knew everything about how we recover with money. And that's okay. We can love and treasure what they did bring, and we can keep building. And I will say, Bill used to say, I don't know, I never met Bill. Obviously, he died before I was born. I was born in 1980. He died in 1971. But I know someone who knew somebody named Francis who knew Bill. And I hear this guy in AA meetings, live AA meetings here in New York City, talk about Francis. The guy I know who knew Francis is 40 years sober. So when he was young in AA, Francis was old in AA. And he is a guy who says, well, I don't like this and I don't like that. But whenever I would ask Francis, Francis would always say, well, Bill said, do whatever works. Because Bill knew that they were just figuring it out. Bill didn't think he was making a canonized Bible, So that is amend number 4 to yourself. Amend number 5 to yourself. Put money in prudent reserve and retirement. Many people in DA and UA and DDA will tell you to spend for self-care so you're not deprived. Self-care is great, but before you listen too closely to their advice, ask them how much they have in prudent reserve. Unfortunately, a lot of people in DA/UA/BDA offer a lot of advice about spending for self-care, even though they are actively debting, overspending, or both. Be careful about who you take advice from. I was giving a PRG not long ago with someone, some time ago, and the lady who was the receiver was very new to DA, and she was like, I don't know what to do. I have this much in debt. It was a bunch in debt, and her expenses were X number of dollars more than her income, which is very common for a newcomer in DA, right? And she had this much in debt, and then she just got this windfall. And the other lady and the other PRG giver said to this lady, oh, you need self-care, you need better groceries, you need this, you need that. I already knew that lady was not solvent, was living off credit cards. I couldn't control that lady was assigned in the PRG. I don't usually like to give PRGs with people who are not solvent, but that lady was not solvent. And she's telling this lady, the lady who was telling this lady to spend had confided in me not long before that she was using a credit card and $17,000 in debt. And she'd been in DA for God knows how long. And she said her PRG people said it was okay. And I was just like, no, you don't have to do that. You know, and I'm telling her about earning and income generation. And then she shows up on this PRG and she starts telling this lady this thing. And I'm like, so I said to the pressuree, I said, just make sure you ask whoever it is that is giving you advice about spending how much they have in prudent reserve. That's all I can tell you, because we're all doing our best. But there are a lot of people giving service in Debtors Anonymous and Under Earners Anonymous right now that if you saw their bank accounts, if you saw their retirement, you would not want what they have. So be careful, be picky. Doesn't mean they can't give you love. You can find love from a lot of places. But there's a lot of people in DA who will be like, self-care. You know what? Put the money away for the future. Be the ant, not the grasshopper. Okay? It's important. It's an amend to yourself. Okay, amend number 6. To yourself and others. Begin rewiring your software. Write affirmations to begin to rewire your trauma software. Experiment with loving your liabilities and your assets. Experiment, what did I just do? Go back. Experiment with laughing at your liabilities and your assets. The more you can accept the more you can accept your own wholeness, the more you can be kind and accepting of others. Are there other amends that you could make? Yes, absolutely. But if you can begin making these living amends to yourself, you will begin to become capable of grasping and developing a manner of living that puts you in a spot where you start to realize, oh, I can make these amends to other people too. And living amends are always going to precede verbal amends, because verbal amends without the deep transformation inside just feels like we're lying or performing, you know? Lolita, did you want to add something very quickly?
Living amends.
Living amends. Yes, living amends.
When you say living amends, I don't conceive.
Oh, you don't know what that means? Oh, okay. Living amends just means your action, not your calling someone up and making an apology.
Okay.
Living amends just means you're changing your action. You're amending your action. Okay. And the first way we have to amend our action is the actions we take that are about ourselves, about making our own 3 live calls. Someone's not muted. It sounds like there's paper rustling, maybe. Can my co-host mute? Look for who needs to be muted. Thank you so much. So all of these actions I'm giving you, amends number 1 through 6, are amends you're making to yourself, and they're actions. I'm asking you to take action. So this is any action, anything where I'm like, change your behavior. This is your behavior. That's called a living amends, as opposed to a verbal amends, which would be like, hey, Lolita, I'm so sorry I stepped on your foot. That's a verbal amends. Or like, more realistically, hey, Lolita, I'm so sorry that I muted you accidentally in the Zoom, or something like that, right? Okay, cool. Audrey, you had your hand up, and then we're going to move on to step 10.
My chat's disabled and I'm jumping in. I listened earlier, I'm jumping in now, and I had something happen between then and now. Okay. And I'm making amends. I don't know. I would have put it in the chat. I'm making amends to not talk about my food or my healing and my eating program. That I guess this is my my loving parent, to not talk about, because I've been been in a diet since I'm 9. For 60 years, 67 years I've been dieting. And I was like, I had Valentine's Day chocolate. I wanted to be kind to myself. And I told somebody, and boy, I got a lecture on how bad it is. So amends to myself would be to be careful who I share what with. No?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
That is exactly what we're talking about. That's amend number 1.
Yeah, my
Find
hair's
out
really
who
frizzy
you
right
like.
now, but there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna be careful.
Yeah, we have to be careful, but we still have to experiment, because if we don't experiment, then we'll just say, well, I can't tell anyone anything, and we'll stay stuck in isolation.
Right.
You
Oh,
know?
it was just, and then we were comparing, well, I don't, and I this, and I that. And I was like, I remember the last time you told me you had too much of this and too much of that. She
Yeah,
goes,
I don't talk
"Well,
about food with anyone that's not in my 12-step recovery program for food. I hate
for
talking about
food,
food with
for
people.
food. We're in
For
12
food.
step program. And she's very, I call her my bestie, but she's not mine. No, I'm not hers because I share a lot with her, but I'm not her bestie.
Okay. Well, Audrey,
And
all I'm saying is food is a very vulnerable topic for women, usually.
yeah,
It can be for men as well, but certainly for women, right? We get a lot of messages that our whole worth is tied up in what we eat and how and all that. I don't talk about my food with anybody. Somebody sent me a message which probably was supposed to be a joke or something. It was like, why are you eating so much spinach? Like on today's Zoom, I don't even know if the lady's still here. It hurt my feelings so much.
leave my spinach alone. Yeah.
I was just like, please God, don't talk about my food. I don't want to talk about my food to anybody.
Yeah, I
You know, and
suppose
I'm
I
sure
need
she
to
was
make
just
it.
being cute. You know what I mean? Like people don't always mean to hurt you. You know what I mean? But that's why I don't talk about food to anyone outside my food program. And even in my food program, I talk to like this many
Still
people.
have
I
to
don't
be
talk to a
careful.
lot of people. I talk about my feelings to people in my food program. I do not talk about the actual food that I eat to anyone except for a very carefully screened group, because I have
You're three
a
and you're
lot
12.
of trauma around food. I have an
Yeah.
extraordinary amount of trauma. I have more trauma around food than around anything else in my life. Okay?
Yeah.
So I don't know if, I mean, we certainly don't have to compare and compete, but you don't ever have to talk about any topic you don't want to talk about.
That's where we were going. Compare and compete. Thank you for the words. Thank you for the words. I had something on my mind while you were saying that, and you took it away in that clarity.
I took it away.
of
I'm so
compare.
sorry.
No.
Okay.
This is good.
I'm
This is
gonna
good.
I'm gonna call on Alex, and then I'm gonna move on because we have step 10 waiting for us. We have steps 10,
Okay.
11, and 12 waiting for us. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alex.
I just wanted to say that one of the things I learned in recovery, like years into it, was not everyone's gonna like me.
Yes.
And I could not take that. Like I could not take it at first. I was like, maybe it was a childhood thing, like, you know, being in first and third grade. Everybody was invited to the birthday party. Like you're not allowed to not invite one kid or whatever. And so understanding that like not everyone's gonna like me. I don't even like everyone.
Nope, you're not. You can't force yourself to like people, and you can't force anyone to like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I also realized that not everyone's going to be my friend. The word friend,
That's right.
I used to use it so loosely.
Yeah.
Even I wanted my coworkers to be friends sometimes. So I think that we can have connection maybe. And connection is like so broad and varied.
You know,
like, I can chat with my
don't
neighbor,
want to,
but that doesn't
yeah,
mean we're friends.
I'm going to stop you, Alex,
I
just
don't
because
know.
I want to move
Just a
on.
thought.
But what I would say is there's a wonderful line in the Al-Anon closing. We not, you know, something about, and even though you may not like all of us, you'll love us in a very special way, the same way we already love you. So I love everybody. I don't like everybody. And I want my message to be available for everybody to heal everybody. And not everybody is going to like me. And I say it all the time. I'm like, hey, you don't have to like me to benefit from my message, because my message is just what I think program should be for people. I really want to see people recover in this program. And I know that not everybody who comes to my workshops or hears about my workshops or my book or whatever, I know that not everybody is going to like me personally, right? As evidenced by the earlier chat, right? And it's fine. I don't, you know, do I still get my feelings hurt a little bit? Believe it or not, I get my feelings hurt more when someone comments on my food than when someone calls me dramatic, you know? Because like I'm like, I know I'm dramatic. But like, it's okay. It's okay. No one, it's not about liking. We can love each other in a very special way. And yes, you also have to figure out who you like. And it takes experimentation. There is no theoretical liking. That's fantasy. That's back in the trauma coping. Okay. Audrey, I really got to move on.
Oh, I know, but really quick, my chat is disabled. I'm not even able to chat the host.
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I just want,
I
if the
asked,
host
I
can
asked
hear
every,
me, I wanted you to know. That's
okay.
all. Thank you.
No
Bye.
worries. So if people, I did want the chat to be enabled so that people could post their phone numbers so that people can practice doing the phone calls and stuff. Okay. So step 10. Oh my God, we're almost done. You guys, are you so excited? Okay. Step 10, continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admit it. Okay. Trauma survivors tend to feel really bad about being wrong or imperfect. So this can be a really triggering set of words for trauma survivors. So instead of being like, well, wow, step 10, I gotta be wrong and admit I'm wrong, promptly, blah, blah, blah. I invite my trauma survivor friends on this call, which is all of us, to see this step as an opportunity to embrace imperfection. So instead of saying, oh no, I'm wrong, try saying, whoops, my liabilities took over, silly human me. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. So when we take personal inventory, one of the things we can do, right, is we can actually write down. Like some people take a written inventory, not a bad idea. 12 steppers tend to do really well with consistent routines as long as they feel loving, right, and gentle. So we can lovingly review our goals for the day. Did I make my 3 live calls today? Did I track my numbers? Did I track my time? Did I take my actions? Did I shine? If the answer is no or not completely, all you have to say is, whoops. Is there anything small I can do to improve it right now? Like if I didn't track my numbers, can I just quick write them down? Then we do it. We do that small thing. And if it's 11 o'clock at night and you're exhausted and you made 2 calls, great job making 2 calls. Tomorrow is another day. Okay? This is never about perfection in this program because perfectionism is a tool of enabling trauma. It's a tool of more traumatizing and more self beat up. And I've got news for you. You know, I've been an activist in this program for a very long time. And I hooked up with a group of people that were working the tools of DA in a very rigorous way back in 2007. And we co-founded this action group that became kind of a big deal and sprouted off like 15 other like imitation action groups. And I left the action group in 2010. It's a long story, but I was the person with the longest day count in that action group because I always said, we're doing the tools for our recovery, not to beat up on ourselves, right? And I watched my co-founders of that group lose their day counts because they were using the commitments to beat themselves up. And I still meet people who are newcomers in these little action groups that I realize, oh my God, this is an offshoot of that thing that my 2 friends and I started in 2007, 2008. Who knew? And they say, oh, my sponsor yelled at me because I gave my numbers ahead of my time. Or, you know, my sponsor said I had restarted my day count because like I made 2 calls instead of 3. That was never what I thought we were doing when we started those groups years ago. And it makes me really sad when I hear that people are so empty and like there's such an emptiness around the healing that's the core of how we show up and how we truly recover in this program, that all they know to do is punish their sponsees. All they know to do is say, oh, you didn't give me it in the right order. So that must mean that you did it wrong and you're bad and restart your day count. I have no interest in having you guys take that on. So I'm going to say these commitments are wonderful. You do your best. If you fall short, you say, whoops. And you say, tomorrow's another day. And be sure to celebrate what you did accomplish. Okay? MJ, did you want to say something super fast?
Yeah, just my Zoom Wonder Child wants Eileen to know you made chat to nobody. There's another one that you put where we can chat with the hosts. So chat is completely disabled. We can't even chat with the hosts right now. FYI.
Okay, so not sure what to do about that right now because I'm just trying to focus on getting us through and then
one of your co-hosts can fix that.
Looks like Eileen's on top.
I'll work on that. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay. Be sure to celebrate what you did. Okay, step 10. We also get to lovingly ask ourselves what assets and liabilities showed up for the day. We all have a combo of assets and liabilities that show up throughout the day. You got to celebrate those assets, people. And you can lovingly acknowledge your liabilities. They're driven by fear and survival. Remember to treasure the inner child who helped you survive. Take pauses before you try to change or fix problems. Ask God to help you shift your liability into the asset zone with safety and love. And this is what I was talking about earlier, Lolita. When we focus on making living amends first, meaning shifting our internal experience, shifting our action, not just like, have I ever yelled at someone? You know, I mean, let's just take an easy one, right? Or have I ever been condescending and obnoxious? Of course, right? But I'll give you an example. I'll give you a really clear example. My children, if I yell at my children, I immediately apologize. Easy peasy, right? And my children and I are so close that they can press the button on me and go, "Mommy, you're being really scary." Right? And I can go, "Bleh," which I've learned if I do that, it makes them laugh. And they've explained this to me. They say, you know what? When you pretend to be a monster, when I tell you you're being scary and you pretend to be a monster, that takes away your scariness. And so I'm like, okay, cut and print, right? So I'm like, okay, guys, I really, blah, 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 and we gotta go. And they're like, Mommy, you're being really scary. And I go, yeah, I also don't want to be late for school. And they go, okay, fine. And we're like back, right? And then other times, my older one, especially who struggles with ADHD, he'll say, Mommy, you were really hard on me today. And thank God I can immediately say to him, oh my God, honey, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. That's my stuff. And I'm going to work on it. I'm going to talk to my therapist about it on Tuesday. Okay. Thank you so much for telling me. Okay. So I can promptly make those amends because we have a really strong communication channel. Right. And I've been very open with them from forever that we're all imperfect. We're all human. I don't expect them to be perfect. I don't expect me to be perfect. Right. I tell them all the time, I'm like, you deserve 14 caregivers. I'm only one person. I hire one sitter to come hang out with us and make it easier. I can't hire 13 people. But when I get upset with my ex-husband, because I also get triggered by him, that's a much more complicated situation. So I will, so when I deal with him, I will pause and I will say, okay, can I stop the bleeding? Can I stop texting him how mad I am at him? You know, can I stop texting him how unacceptable his behavior is? Like, can I just stop? Yes, good. Now I'm going to call someone. Now I'm going to call a friend, you know, call an Al-Anon friend, call a DA friend, call an ACA friend. I am very triggered, right? And I need to get back to safety and love before I ever say to him, hey, I regret bringing up this difficult topic over text. I regret that. Can we schedule a time to talk about it? Because it is important and I do want to talk about it in a thoughtful, rational way. Right? So I have to do the living amends work first, which is really about shifting from fear and frustration and trigger into love and support and processing with someone who's not the person I'm mad at. Right? I have a lot of single mom friends in recovery. And I told one of them the other day, I said, you know, I'm very close with her. I said, okay, so when I was really mad at my ex, I called you first and we talked for a bunch. And then I called this other lady in England in the morning and we talked for a bunch. And then I called this, I just wasn't ready to talk to any men. And then I talked to this male friend and he was able to be kind and everybody really helped and it was great. And she said, mine wasn't good. You like the other people more? And she and I can say that to each other, right? And I was like, no, you were the one who kept this situation from turning into a murder suicide, buddy. Like you were the one who saved both my life and his. Like, thank you for talking me completely off the ledge. You know, obviously I was exaggerating, you know, this is being recorded, you know, I want everybody to be happy. But you know, those rage triggers, they come up for us, right? So, and I'm not special for getting upset with my ex-husband. Everyone on planet Earth has upsets with an ex if they still have to deal with them. So, learning how we get from our trigger moments into the love and the safety with the people we can feel safe with, that's crucial. That's what it means to do living amends first, so that verbal amends can feel real and honorable, not just a way
You've
to.
still got some food that you served yourself already, so you can eat that.
I'm sorry.
Somebody needs to mute.
Okay. Not just a way to escape guilt or shame. Okay, let's keep going. Oh my gosh. Step 11. So I gave you a bunch of, I know, are you so excited? Well, guys, we're almost done. So I gave you a bunch of prompts first in steps 9 and 10 that are about action. I didn't actually give you any writing assignments, right? But now we're going to write again. So this is step 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood him, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. So we've been talking a lot about a lot of things, but I'm going to ask you again to write. Do I trust God's will? Do I believe that God's will brings me better joy and prosperity than my will? So let's take 3 minutes to write on those 2 questions. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say that I did put a link to a WhatsApp group that we started if you want to find out about the next workshop. So it's in the chat if you want. to join that WhatsApp chat, feel free. If not, no worries. Okay. I just also want to remind people that if you want the recording, you can actually, if you join that WhatsApp chat, you can get the recording that way. I'll post it in that WhatsApp group. So that's good. Okay. Let's do a few shares, 30 seconds each, from people who wrote about, do I trust God's will? Do I believe God's will brings me better joy and prosperity than my will? Can I see some hands? Okay, we've got No, we've got Nancy. Great. Okay, so go ahead. No, we're going to do 30-second shares.
Hi, thank you so much, Nora. Thank you for this entire workshop. No, underearner. And yeah, I just want to say thank you so much also for this question with step 11. I've been stuck. I've had some sort of resistance to step 11 and kind of these questions. Do I trust God's will, like my higher power, and do I believe that my higher power's will brings me better joy and prosperity than my will? Like really made me somehow I had to I had to relinquish my will, which is what I have been in resistance. So thank you so much for these questions. They've been incredibly helpful.
Yay, I'm so glad to hear that. Once we get through step 12, guys, I'll stop sharing and we can actually just do questions and answers and longer shares and all that. Some of you who know me know that I love that part the best, but I've got to be very, very careful about time right now. So Nancy asked, go ahead, 30 seconds, and thanks now.
Yes, what I wrote and what feels so authentic and true for me is that today, in this moment, I am deeply touched, especially now, knowing this feels, the way I'm being now feels like I'm living as my higher power would have me be. And so I'm feeling a level of trust more than before. And I'm going to start working on my vision journal and my other creative endeavors.
Wonderful, Nancy.
That's God's will for me.
That's God's will. I love it. Wonderful, Nancy. That's right. And like part of this is like, can God's will for me be that I start to like heal this stuff and have human connection and experiment with emotional truth and experiment with action and experiment with, it's like, can I really grow into adulthood, into a healthy adulthood? Caroline, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so yes, and then this has been an ever evolving step for me as my concept and understanding of my higher power continues to change. So hence prayer and meditation. So sought through. So I was reminded that I need to have the practice to listen openly without the trauma of like what's trying to block me. So to truly find a practice to listen and evolve. Thank you.
Gorgeous share. Thank you, Caroline. That was beautiful. Valentina.
Okay, so I short answer yes, I do trust God's will when I'm like calm and everything and in my sage mode. And but obviously like when I'm triggered, like I cannot even like hear any guidance. And I'm also very often afraid to ask God for guidance because I'm like, oh, then I have to do it because sometimes like the true, like most powerful guidance, I don't like it. And I also know that the best guidance is about only the next step, not about my 5-year plan.
Amen. I just want to say there was a man who told me years ago when I was really mad about something that was happening to my kids that was outside my control. He said, God has no grandchildren. And I said a very nasty word, which I'm not going to say today. I'm going to say a pretend nasty word. I said, "Fut you." Fut you right now. I was so mad. And you know what? God has no grandchildren became something that was a really warm and loving and reassuring thing for me once I got kind of connected to it. But in the moment, I was like, of course God has grandchildren.
But I don't get it. What does it mean, Nora? I'm not, for some reason, I'm not getting it.
Oh, no worries. So the idea is that like they have their own higher power and God is taking care of them even when I see bad things happening to them. And I'm like, no, it's my job to take care of them. That's my job. So it's a longer discussion, but I was very angry at the time and very upset about this thing that was happening to them. And And I know that the man was saying it in a way that was about his own experience, strength, and hope, watching his own son go through, watching his son's mother descend into alcoholism, you know, and how he could do everything in his power to give his son the best childhood ever, but he couldn't protect him from this trauma of losing his mother, you know. So it's like that, you know, that like we do everything we can, and I'm still not their higher power. They are children of God, and I am their trusted caretaker. You know, God has no grandchildren. They are his children, you know. And it really became something very nice for me, but in the beginning and that was not, I mean, I trust God's will, but I also don't, right? I also yell and scream and say, I am so mad at you. And the good news is God can take it. God will never punish you for being mad at him or her, right? Like that's the one defiance and resistance that's the best, to be as rapid and loud as possible, is when you can resist God and say, no, 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 because God will only love you. I believe God will only love you. And God might also bring some natural consequences. But, you know, that's often how I learn. Okay, I think we have TG and then Nadej.
Hi, thank you so much for today. Because I'm trying to read the handwriting. I said I'm practicing trust, yet I am shaky on this, but I oftentimes ask for guidance, intuitive thought, and listen. But sometimes bargy tests, which is bargy, like argy bargy, which is recognizable as a toddler me, as I remember, is pulled by self-reliance, possibly the mechanism to choose something. So it's quite new to have taste and differentiation and to choose other than for addiction or dopamine purposes. And I don't necessarily trust it to be safe or best interest currently, as I may be sacrificed for the greater good. So I'm still defending.
Totally get that, TG. And wow, thanks for that taste of Cockney rhyming slang, argy bargy. That was amazing. Argy bargy. I'm sorry, my English accent is so bad. Love that. And also, just there's a reason I wrote, do I trust God's will? Trauma survivors have a lot of issues with trust. Trust is very scary for us. We have learned that the world is not to be trusted. And I don't think it's an accident that like so much of the steps are about trusting, like revitalizing, restoring. How do we trust the world? How do we find a higher power that can give us a life that feels safe? Like that is so much of what these steps are really about. And I do think, though, didn't know the word trauma, but I think he understood this part of it, that there was this way that we didn't know how to trust the world or how to trust that there were good things coming. And I think that that's very consistent with what we're learning about how trauma works in the body and the brain. So thank you for sharing about having trouble trusting. It's completely normal to have, it's completely normal to write no as a response to this question. Nadej, go ahead.
Thank you for calling on me. So I wrote that I'm scared of God's will because I'm scared of the unknown, but I'm learning to accept that God has a will for me and it's greater than anything I can imagine. And I know that my will brings me fixation and rumination and pain and suffering. So weirdly, God's will is not my, oh, it's like not my first want, but it is like my ultimate like need. And it's, yeah, like I said, better than anything I can imagine.
Wonderful, Nadej. Absolutely wonderful. Yes, that you just gave voice to the whole like fear of trusting, which is so normal for those of us who belong in this program. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I think Michelle is next.
Hello, hello. Thank you for this. It's been amazing. I wrote, it still feels scary to totally surrender. For example, some situations that, I just dragged my feet on for so long because they felt really scary, even though knew that there was God's will. And I guess it comes down to some fear and distrust that I won't be hurt, broke, etc., like in childhood, and still attributing that to God. And there's still some part of me that feels like I need to control the ride to a degree. So it's been very interesting to consider this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that trauma, thank you so much for sharing. I believe that trauma is a rupture in our relationship with God, more than other people even. It's like a rupture in the belief that there is something that's powerful out there and taking good care of us, you know? Trauma and transcendence. And yeah, anyway, we can talk more about that another time. Deborah and then MJ, and then we're doing step 12, people. Are you excited? Ah. Go ahead, Deborah.
Sorry about that. I couldn't unmute. Yeah, thanks for the workshop, by the way, everyone being here. And the first question I put yes, but I don't trust myself to do it or know it. And the second question I put not sure, would like to say yes, but God is mysterious and can be left field and work in riddles, stroke cryptic, I guess. Just want to trust to do as I'm told. Yes, God's will is undoubtedly better than mine, but not sure he would want me to have a big life. Quiet and peaceful only can feel a bit boring and undesirable. So that's what I wrote.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you know, I think I really encourage you to get that the steps are in order, and steps 9 and 10. Deborah, were you here for the earlier parts of the steps, or are you joining us as a
No, yeah, I've been
reread?
here from the off. I was just at work earlier.
Oh,
And
okay,
I
no
traveled
worries.
all the way
No, no
home and
worries.
got into my
I just don't
PJs
I don't track
during
everybody, so forgive me.
yeah. Mhm.
So yeah, I mean the whole point is that we only really get to step 11 after the other steps, you know? So like really this stuff about step 9 where we're going to go and you know, take good care of ourselves in these really particular ways and say to God like, "Hey, I need you to help me." You know, I need you to be part of this. I need you to like be the fire that makes the fuel for this to happen, right? This isn't like none of this is like, okay, God does this part, now the rest is up to you, right? Like none of this is that, right? God gets to be, you get to say, God, Nora says I have to do this, this, and this, and I think I want what Nora has, so I want to do it, but I don't think I can do it. You get to say to God, I would like for you to help me do it. I would like for you to make a miracle and put the energy into my fingers so I can do it. Put the energy into my hand and my mouth so I can talk on the phone and start these scary things, you know? You get to ask for that every day. You get to ask for that. And throughout the day. And if God says, "No, I don't like you that much," you know what to do. Fire God. Want Dad for a new one, right? Okay, MJ, and then Lolita, and then I really want to move on to step 12. Okay.
Great, thank you so much. It's that what we just covered was brilliant, because I wrote, I trust God's will, but I don't trust me, and that's my survival, because it's just so. But I also had that in ACA. My kid didn't trust a loving parent, so it's like learning that guardian parent piece of it. That is really what's been my block, you know, been my block.
I have commentary on this. I don't trust you to be perfect either.
Pardon me?
I don't trust you to be perfect. I don't trust you to be perfect, MJ. But I've got great news for you. You don't have to be perfect. I invite you to consider that the thing where you don't trust yourself might be that you think you have to be perfect in order to be trusted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because what it is that if I can't be perfect, then the self-destruction really.
Right. And that's why 6 and 7 are important, because we have to say, you know what? I have liabilities and it's okay. And I'm going to act out sometimes, and I'm going to make the wrong choice sometimes, and it's going to happen.
Right.
Like this is a program of self-acceptance, not self-improvement.
Right. But again, it was just, I'll just wrap, I know the time's up. It was revealing again, I'm on step 2 in the DA book, and, you know, second time around with all the ACA recovery. And it's a whole different game. It's a whole different game.
It's a whole different game. It's a whole different game. Great work. Great share. Okay, Lolita, and then we're doing step 12, you guys. Oh my God.
Yeah, just real quick, I was writing this and I wrote that, yes, I believe God's will is better than mine. Really somewhere deep in my subconscious, but this human experience, the ego, I guess, right, wants me to remember different. And I believe God's will for my life is for those things, because as a parent, that's the same I would wish for my children if I had will over their will, right? And it took me to page 63. When we sincerely took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
we have a new employer.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, thank you, Lolita. Okay, so look what I wrote on the next slide. If you can't trust God, then fire that God. And write a want ad for a new one. It's never too late to fire God. Okay. So I have more to say. How do I intentionally start believing that God's will brings me better joy and prosperity than my will? Oh, this is important. So try writing some or all of these affirmations 20 times each in the morning. I'm sorry. I thought this was part of step 12. In my brain, I was like, oh, I made this part of step 12. No, I made it part of step 11. So how do I intentionally start believing that God's will brings me better joy and prosperity than my will? Physical handwriting, specifically writing in script, if you can write in script. I know not everybody can these days, so no judgments. But physically writing in script is one of the fastest ways to reach your brain and reprogram your brain. And I will tell you, I had a long odyssey with affirmations before I came up with this particular structure for affirmations, because I hated writing them or saying them and they felt fake. They felt like I was lying. But actually 20 some odd years ago, I came up with this structure because I realized that when I thanked God in advance for something that had not arrived yet, it didn't feel like lying. It just felt like gratitude in advance. Okay, so feel free to take a picture of these affirmations. I'm sure we have some people on the call who have already started writing affirmations similar to these. Who maybe when we're done with step 12, they'll share their experience, strength, and hope. And I've got a lot of stories about affirmations being wacky magic. So do take a picture of these, and we'll talk more about them in Q&A.
Sorry, Nora, is it possible for you to read it out just for recording?
Oh, what a great idea. Yeah, okay. Try writing some or all of these affirmations 20 times each in the morning. Extra points if you do it in a morning meeting or a coffee shop surrounded by people. Break isolation. The first affirmation. I wrote this affirmation every day 20 times for years in my early DA recovery. Thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance you send me with grace and ease. 20 times. Thank you, God, for guiding me to earn. And I just picked a big number and it has a 3 in it because, why not? Why not use whatever extra magic we can harvest from God knows where, right? People like the number 3. It's lucky, So I just picked this number. You can choose any number, big or small. Try to choose a number that feels uncomfortably large, just to challenge yourself. So thank you, God, for guiding me to earn over $30,000 per month with grace and ease. 20 times each morning. Thank you, God, for my happy, healthy, high-paying, fascinating job you send me with grace and ease. For those of you who are looking for JOBs, right? Some of you are business owners, some of you are job folk. This is really going to help with the job stuff, and I can tell you stories about times when I wrote it and magic happened. Thank you, God, for my happy, healthy mind, body, and spirit. I still write that every day. I also write thank you, God, for happy, healthy, and then I say my children's names, and then I say my name. So, because that helps. It also helps with my anxiety as a mom. Like I get worried about what's going to happen to them out in the world, and then I write thank you, God, for happy, healthy, and Nora, and me, and it does really help me feel less anxious about their plight. It helps me remember God is looking out for them. And then when I would sit in Al-Anon meetings every morning before work, because I couldn't keep a job in my early Debtors Anonymous without going to Al-Anon every morning before work. And I often was weeping and thawing out from all these repressed, difficult, painful emotions and all the things. I would write the thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance one. I would write the high paying, fascinating job one. I would write a few others, and then I would write, God loves me, I love myself, I am safe. I would write that 20 times. And I would write, Nora, I love you, you are wonderful. But obviously, put in your name, don't put Nora. If you love me and you think I'm wonderful, thank you, but this is about you. And there have been times when I was upset about something or I was upset at someone, and just sitting there and writing, God loves me, I love myself, I am safe. Just writing that calmed a lot down and got me to hear that I was safe and not need to fix and not need to jump into the triggers, Maggie, very quick, and then we're going to move on.
Oh, no, actually, sorry, Nora. Are you going to have questions at the end?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Please, God, let this be the end of step 11. Yes. Oh my God, you guys, we're in step 12. Are you excited? Woo, we're almost done. Okay. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to others and to practice these principles in all our affairs. So go to meetings, share your experience, strength, and help. Share your experience, strength, and hope. I meant hope, but help is good too. Tell people they are beautiful and wonderful and valuable. Make DA and UA a program that's about affirming everybody's beauty and wonder and value, not a grief counseling group for people to accept that we're always going to be doomed, okay? What does it mean to practice these principles in all my affairs? Am I allowed to bring compassion and love to myself and others? Am I allowed to believe in a higher power that wants me and everyone to be happy, joyous, free, and prosperous? I have to be honest, guys, I can't remember if this is the last slide or the second to last slide, so I'm just going to go ahead one sec. Okay. Sorry. All right, now I remember. All right, writing prompts. And then this is the, okay, so this is the last writing prompt. I'm actually gonna, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna read you these 3 questions, and you're gonna get 6 minutes to write about all 3, however you wanna write about them. You write what comes for you, okay? So number 1, do I believe in a higher power that wants me and everyone to be happy, joyous, free, and prosperous? Number 2, can I let higher power take care of me and others? Number 3, can I give others and their needs to higher power? Meaning, like, can I trust higher power to take care of other people so that I can focus on asking for higher power's loving, divine guidance and strength? To focus on higher power's plan for me and not higher power's plan for anyone else. And that's part of what I'm talking about with, like, if you feel like you can't, you call for help and you say to God, I need you to do this with me. I need you to fill my fingers, type with my fingers, dial with my fingers, see with my eyes, love with my heart, talk with my lips. I can't, you can. I think I'll let you, right? You really get to ask God to be part of every iota of this recovery. So that's what I mean by that. So now you have 6 minutes. Go ahead and write.
I don't see the timer yet. Is it supposed to be here?
I'll just start my timer on my phone. All right, my friends. So I'm going to open it up for shares for the 12th step. And also remind you that if the answer is no to any of these, you get to fire that higher power and write a want ad for a new one. And then we'll just share on this writing, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So any very quick shares on this writing. Go ahead, Caroline B.
Oh, yes, I just love this. I just love it so much. It gives me the permission to be what the God of my understanding wants me to be, free, of service. The spiritual awakening is, for me, the point to all of it. And this is my 12th step. And I'm just like, hallelujah. This is I'm the catalyst of true love. So thank you so much for your time and letting me share.
Yay, thank you. Yes, I know, we're getting here. We got to 12 step. Oh my God, we got to step 12. It's a miracle. Anybody else want to share before we stop sharing the slides and just start doing Q&A? Wow, everybody just wants Q&A. I love it. Okay, so higher powers plan for me and you and all of us includes offering love, care, and compassion to others. But I never have to save anyone. That's higher powers' job. Thank you all for a wonderful workshop. I feel like I'm gonna cry. We've worked all 12 steps, all 126 of us. We've stuck it out, and we've worked all 12 steps today. We did it.
Awesome workshop. Thank you, Nora. Very
Thank you,
insightful.
Nora.
So good.
Very
Thank
powerful.
you so much,
Thank you,
Nora.
Queen.
Thank
Hey,
you so
us,
much.
we
Love
did it
you,
together.
Nora.
We did it. You guys, we
Thank you,
did
Nora.
it.
I love you.
Thank
Let me know you're
you.
good.
You're
Come back to you.
amazing. So brilliant.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so
Nora.
much,
Thanks,
I can only
Nora.
imagine what a
Thank you
retreat
so
in
Thank
much.
you, Nora.
Germany with you will be like.
You're the best.
May
It
your
was
efforts come back to you
amazing.
multiplied in your
Thank
So
favor.
you.
good.
This is Bless grand. you.
Catch much. I look forward to the recording.
Yes, for sure. And now we're going to open it up for Q&A. And I'll just say one more thing. So this was all a fundraiser for this wonderful recovery castle. So far, I don't know how much has come into Nicole's PayPal account, but in my Venmo account is over $780. We were trying to raise $3,600, but we'll take 780. That's great. If you want to donate to that, you can Venmo me, and I'll just put my Venmo in the chat. And I've also put my number and my email in the chat. And I'm putting my last 4 digits of my phone number in the chat. And I also put a WhatsApp link if you want to join the WhatsApp group. That will be the first place we post this recording, so you'll get it before anybody else. All right, I've made all the business announcements. It's time. Now, the only reason I'm still spotlit is so that I can protect people from being recorded. So if you're okay with being recorded on YouTube, I can spotlight you too. If not, you can stay off the recording, and I'll stay in spotlight just to protect your face and your name. But people will hear your voice, and they will hear me call you by your name if that's okay. So if you don't want me to call you by your name, say something. Talk before I can talk. Okay. So I'm going to call on the first person I see, which is Chelsea.
Hi, Nora. Hi, everybody. Chelsea, gratefully recovering and a ton of fellowships. I am just expressing gratitude really quickly, and kind of almost like thanking you for your share and your leadership today, and just being such a beautiful example of recovery, and how you earnestly have worked your 12 steps in all your rooms. This was so beneficial for me. I am, since now we're after, I'm an Al-Anon, I'm DA, I'm UA, I'm ACA, I'm Love Act, all these things. And the way you beautifully blended the big book with DA, with UA, and celebrated ACAs, it was so remarkable for me and my inner child. And just, wow, your recovery exudes literally what I think Bill and so many of the founding AA members would want to see in a lot of these other rooms that were birthed from the big book. And I'm just so freaking grateful as a sister in recovery. Yeah, I'm emotional even just like with everything that's been in the room today. The last thing I just wanted to say too is how beautifully you moved through like your character assets and your things that happened in the trauma of your childhood, and how you beautifully moved through that with us today. Like, it was just such an example of what recovery is, because we're all human beings and it's a spiritual program with a freaking spiritual solution. And fam, you're so in the solution. I'm like on a high. I am on a recovery high. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Not really take a share. I'm just like, sis, happy Valentine's Day. I love each and every one of y'all. I love our cuckoo parents. I'm literally sitting in the middle of a road right now, stopped, and I know everybody's mad at me. I gotta go. Bye.
Thank you, Chelsea. It's really nice to hear you talking about how much the programs do fit together, and it really matters a lot to me to bring the wisdom of the different programs together so that we can all really benefit. I really believe we can all recover, but we need to be creative. Like DA as it's written is not quite where we want it to be, so we want everyone to recover.
Right. And then last thing, sorry to come back in really quickly. If you do this again, I would love to offer service so that it's not all on you. There's a beautiful way we can definitely have committees and like people to assist and all those things set up before, if and when you do it again. But anyway,
well, we have like a little WhatsApp thing that I put in the chat. So if you want to join that WhatsApp group, feel free to join that WhatsApp group, and there's more coming for sure. We would love to have you be part of it. All of you be part of it. And I want to say that we did way better with service this month than last month. Last month we had 135 people and I was doing everything by myself and I didn't know how to make a co-host. But MJ helped me between last month and this month. And so she taught me how to do the co-host and how to do the spotlight. And now we had like 10 co-hosts today and they were mostly like volunteer last minute co-hosts, but that was great. And yeah, and we're just learning. We're learning how to do this all together. I've got plenty of humanity and shortcomings. So thank you guys so much for everything. Maggie, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously want to echo everything Chelsea said. It was extraordinary. I've been coming to 12-step meetings since 2007, and I have always been troubled with the language, the judgmental language in step 10, all that stuff. And it was just like brilliant to hear your take. And it was brilliant. Okay, so quick question. I guess I just want to know, like, is there a place for me in DA and UA? Because I just want a job. Like, I don't want to own 17 businesses, and I do not want to be a life coach. Just like 98%. No, because 98% of the people on UA, they come on and they're like, I want to be a life coach. I want to charge $700 an hour. Meanwhile, they're living in their car. I'm not interested. So can you tell me, is it possible to be in these fellowships and just want a bloody job?
Yes. Yes. And to have good financial behaviors and to, get along with people at work, which is easier said than done for us trauma survivors. I'm lucky because I came into DA in New York City, where people are just no BS. Like sometimes when I get on with these California folk, and I love y'all Californians, I love you, but oh my God, the number of people I hear talking about how they're going to be millionaires and they're living in their cars. And I'm like, guys, can we start with like one piece at a time? Like, how many, are you making 3 live calls a day? When I came into DA, I'll also just say that I know I have some personal experience. Like I've kind of been around, I've been like living history, right? So I remember when Andrew started UA, and I remember doing DA and UA together and slowly realizing that, that no one in UA was recovering. And I remember figuring out very slowly that it was because none of them were solvent. I mean, I don't know if it's because, but everybody I talked to, I was like, well, okay, well, how many years of solvency do you have? Because you said you've been struggling with this for years. And they were like, oh, I still use credit cards. And I was like, oh, I don't know what to tell you to do. I literally don't know what to tell you to do. It's not that I want to judge you. It's just that I don't know how to tell you what to do if you're not clean with the money stuff. We got to pay our bills on time. We got to not use credit cards. I don't know how to tell you how to earn more without the baseline of all the integrity, and they were like, oh, no, I don't have that problem. And I was like, okay. And then I called Andrew because I had his number, and I was like, Andrew, you have some design flaws. And he thought I was cool because I started earning a lot in DA very relatively early. Mostly because I like invented tools, like when there were no more tools. I'm just fixing my video. When there were no more tools, like when I took every suggestion and I was still broke, I was like, okay, now I've got to do more stuff. And so I sort of became known as someone who had a lot of like earning recovery in my first like 1 year, 2 years. And Andrew even asked me to be on the board. Called Andrew and I was like, hey, you got to make solvency and like a non-negotiable for UA. And he was like, but not everybody's a debtor. And I'm like, yeah, I think they might be. Like I was like, they're not gonna suffer. Like it's gonna be great, And I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I have it on very good authority that I won't say who, but there were people who were very, very highly respected, regarded people who were leaders of UA who stole money from the UA treasury. And I'm just like, that's so unnecessary, Like I've got 700 and whatever you guys have Venmoed me so far, right? 814, amazing. I have $814.21 in the Venmo right now, and I'm going to be sending that to Nicole. But if I need some of that, if I'm like, hey, Nicole, I don't want to have to cover the conversion fee. Can we deduct it from the 814? Right? If I need something, I'm going to ask. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to steal. That's crazy, And if she says no, it's not the end of the world either. You know what I mean? Like I got plenty. I'm okay. So yes, there is room for you. I would say DA meetings, DA that's recovering from underearning. There's some DA fear of success meetings that you might check out. What else? There is this book that was written by this person that might help you. Maybe someone else wants to put the name, because everybody was like, you're promoting, and I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. So, if someone else wants to put the name of the book in the chat, I'm not going to promote it. How about that?
That's so helpful, Nora. I know. I'm being a little bit funny when I say like, oh, is there a place for me? I'm not a life coach. I'm being a bit silly, but thank you for answering that. I'm assuming you said you went to Al-Anon meetings every morning before work because trauma survivors have a hard time with relationships, right? Do you remember when you said that?
I do. So I'll tell you a quick story. So hopefully this is useful for others. So I got into DA, and within the first week or two, within 2 weeks, I had a DA miracle job, and I was like, oh my God, it's a miracle. This program is a miracle. And then within 2 months, I was like, I hate all these people. They're all stupid and homeless and annoying, and I'm not like any of them, and I don't have any of their problems. And I was like so ready to quit, except the one meeting a week I was going to didn't have any chair people, and I love chairing. Can you tell? And I volunteered.
The chat's disabled, but if you open it up, I'll put the book in there.
Oh, good. Would someone enable the chat? Thank you, whoever just said that. So long story short, yeah, so I volunteered, and they said, I thought I was solvent. I wouldn't define solvency that way today, but I was very young and idiotic and or ignorant. And then they said, we want you to have at least a PRG if you're going to be the chair. And so 2 people in the business meeting volunteered to give me my PRG, my first PRG. And the day before, and we scheduled it that day, and the day before that PRG was supposed to happen, I got fired from that DA miracle job. And then that's when I did my DA 90 and 90. That's when I was like, and that PRG, they said, go on unemployment, right? I thought I was too worthless for unemployment. So like I took all these responsible adult actions. And then I started I did a bunch of stuff, but I started writing. I won't go into it now because I know you have lots of other questions, all of you do, but I figured out that I was addicted to distraction. And when I got the next job, I made a plan to abstain from personal email, internet, and phone between the hours of 9 and 5:30. And it was one of the hardest, most painful things I've ever done. It was also incredibly exhilarating very quickly. And I got so much done in my first 3 days on that job that I got promoted on my 3rd day. And I thought and it was the first time I'd ever been promoted in any job because I'm such an inconsistent worker, or I was, right? I was so up and down and really smart, but impossible to manage and all the other stuff. And then when I was on Friday of the 4th week of the job, my boss brought me into the office and said, Nora, everybody hates you. You need therapy. You're more disorganized than my 15-year-old daughter. And if you don't shape up by next Friday, you're out. And that's all she said. And, and I was like, oh. And I went to an OA meeting right after that, and everybody was like, quit your job. And that was, that was all the Upper West Side.
Nora, sorry, that was a little confusing. You were promoted and then
Yes, I was promoted, but 4 weeks later, the lady told me I was terrible. And long story short, I did a bunch of stuff and I started going to an Al-Anon meeting every morning before work. And on Thursday of the week that I had on my probation, on Thursday, she told me I was the most valuable player. So I said, everything I did this week, I'm going to do forever. So I went to an Al-Anon meeting every morning before work for the next 2 years. And I discovered that I would cry when I would sit in the meeting. And at first I just hated the meeting and I hated hearing about everybody's feelings, and I hate feelings, and feelings are the worst. This is me in 2007, right? And eventually I started to thaw out and I would just weep and cry. And it was a lot, but it was exactly what I needed to start purchasing a day's worth of adult maturity. And there's a lot more I can talk about with those early months in DA. They were very, very powerful. It was the Start Your Day Right at 7:30 in the morning on West 63rd Street in the West Side Y. These were all live meetings back in the day. And I still believe live meetings are the best meetings. So sorry, that was a really long story. Valentina, your turn to talk.
Yeah, thank you. I promised my daughter I'll log out at 5 and I'm bribing her. So no, it's okay. I bought another 5 minutes, but I said I'll have to finish it. So thank goodness I got the book. I just got the book link. Thank you. And I just want to add to the previous conversation quickly that I'm the one that was trying to get rich. And then I find somebody said, instead of trying to get rich, let's try not to be poor. And yeah, so I also I don't know, I'll put it in chat too for the lady before. I'm part of Radical Clarity group. It's radicalclaritygroup.com, and it's a great group to check out. I think you would enjoy coming there. And I hope we get, PR lady again to promote trauma-informed 12 steps so more people can come to recovery in 12 steps and stay in recovery. And my question. So because definitely love-hate relationship with a big book. And now partially obviously my main feeling after this workshop is okay, great, I'm not crazy. There is a better language to use and I don't have to be triggered all the time. But the thing is that I will still be going to those rooms when those words are used. And now I'm I don't want to go to this meeting. They're going to say how I'm going to manage. And I have my main survival strategy is defiance. So I was so basically, how should I just avoid places that they get triggered and find trauma-informed corners of the 12 steps? Or how do I manage myself now when I will keep hearing all that language?
Yeah, I think that you sound like someone who could really benefit from ACA. Adult Children of Alcoholics uses a lot of this language, dissociation.
2 weeks. I'm 2 weeks into ACA, just started. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and we go where we feel safe. We go where it's warm. I love AA meetings. I love going. I hear so much. I hear so much home when I hear the old AA literature read. It just feels so homey and familiar because I've worked steps in so many programs using so much literature, a lot of it AA literature. So it just feels like home. It just feels like my old crusty grandpa talking, you know? But if you find those words, but I know I've learned after years in recovery, I've learned that those words don't mean what I experience them as meaning for most people. And that's why I thought it was important to kind of rewrite stuff and put things together for people. If you don't feel like home there, then you have to find some other homes. You have to go to ACA or Al-Anon or, there's actually a DA ACA meeting now, which is amazing. I didn't start it. I remember, oh my God, I got into so much trouble when I would start talking about trauma in the DA rooms back in the early days. Oh, no one wanted to hear about it. People were like, that's an outside issue, blah, 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 blah. People still give me trouble. They just give me trouble about different things. I'm just a naturally controversial young lady. What can I say? But yeah, so you just got to go where it's warm, go where you're comfortable, and never stop being a rebel completely, because there are other people who need you to push the boundaries so that they can be safe.
Yeah, and they typically come to me. Can you go talk to so and so? It's like, why do I have to talk to so and so? Like, you can go ask, say, we run out of coffee. I was like, go, and it's like, no, you can do it better. And so, yeah, there is definitely strengths in it.
And Valentina, the rebels, right? Everything that's a liability is also a strength. So I'm a rebel, you're a rebel. You know what else we are? We're innovators, right? So if you know that there's a better way, or if you feel, I don't know if it's true, but if you feel that this is a better way for people, you can tell them. You can say, hey, I met this crazy lady named Nora who leads these DA money and trauma workshops, and they're relevant for everything, not just money. So you should come. They're free, right? Like, you could just tell other people about that, and you
I'll
never
definitely
know
will.
like who
And
you're gonna.
I'm turning 50 next month, and I was just diagnosed with ADHD in August last year after major breakdown. And I just say, like, oh my gosh, like, that took away so much shame and gave me tools. And it's just like, I felt so hopeless in June, July. I felt like my life is over because I've tried everything, but because it was mostly like you said, self-improvement, there was no self-acceptance in it. And now, like, between the ADHD diagnosis, DA, your work, so definitely, like, looking forward to the second half of my life. And thank you. I'm done. I'll pass.
Thank you, Valentina. Go ahead, Shakira. I think
Nora, can you make me a co-host? A bunch of yours have left, and I
Sure.
think the only one that can do it. Thanks.
Yeah, is that MJ talking?
That's MJ. Sorry.
MJ, can you raise your hand so that you come to the top of my screen? Because my screen is like filled with me, mainly to protect everyone's
There I am.
anonymity. Okay, hold on, I gotta find you.
It's
Also, we can turn off. Oh, there you are. Make co-host. We can turn off the timer if anybody wants to turn off the timer. Okay, Shakira, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So glad that I stayed through the end. I think the most valuable pieces that I received, I mean, all of it was valuable, but the pieces that I will definitely hold on to and come back to are the instructions around making amends to myself. I've been told that I should do that, but I didn't really even understand what that meant. And you gave so much clarity to that process, that step. I, I will be revisiting that many times. Also, the step 11 about trusting God's will and the affirmations that you wrote. I know that I was telling people in a couple of accountability groups that I have that what I've been doing over these past few months is doing brain surgery on myself. It's just to really try to recreate in my mind who I am, so that I can accept abundance. Um, and and um, and so to that end, I know you said at the beginning of the meeting that you would share a little bit more about your story. I know how you started out, or at least the DA part of your life story. You started out kind of couch surfing, as I call it, but then you talked about the abundance that you had, and I was wondering if you would share a little bit more about that, more for inspiration for myself than expose or exhibition or whatever. I love the
Yeah,
numbers.
no, this is a recorded meeting, so I'm gonna put my net worth the last time I checked it in the chat. Okay. Okay, do you see it in the chat?
All right. I love
All
it.
right. Yes. And that was just earning and saving and investing and
Thank you for sharing that.
You got it. My pleasure. Okay. I think who we have next is Toshira.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I stayed for this workshop, and I was worried because I found out about this workshop at the DA prosperity meeting at 8 a.m. And I said, how are you going to go to this workshop if you have the two sponsees? Well, I said, well, keep I kept the computer on the whole entire time, and I was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm glad I stayed to the end because I'm like, no, we better go. And then, I'm glad I stayed because it was really, really helpful and it was great. And it was something that I actually needed because I teach trauma yoga. And so I'm glad I came. It was really good. And I even told my DA sponsor about it too this morning. And she came too. And so I'm just very grateful and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Tashira. I'm really glad you came and I'm really glad you stayed.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I'm really grateful you were here. Tellison.
Hey, Queen, I'm back. I feel like I should be president of your fan club.
Oh my goodness.
I've been loving your book. It's helped me get the courage to write some moratorium letters.
Awesome.
Tomorrow my credit card minimum payments are due and I haven't sent the letters, so I'm kind of in fear. But the miracle that's happened, the DA miracle and the ACA miracle and being in recovery is that I started a job on Monday. It's like my dream job. I have my own bakery as a pastry chef, and my brother was the executive chef. But last night when I went into work to help him, I don't know if he's relapsed, but just your session today just kept me focused on the solution. I love the part. I did cut and paste too. Some of your stuff I screenshotted and cut and paste and put in my book. I've been doing a step study for DA. We're on step 4, and this was just a way to just get through it, get it done, and get the evidence that it can be done. And I just really just want to thank you for your service in the world because I was floundering before I found your work. And I've been to, I guess this is my 3rd workshop I've been with you, and I've joined the WhatsApp group, and I know you get a lot of flack for standing in your power. I think people are intimidated by your beauty and your courage and being a fierce, single, independent woman who can do whatever the fuck she wants. But I just love that you stand in your power, that you show us that you can transition through difficult things with ease and grace. And that and I know that you've had to do a lot of deep work to get where you're at. And I hope you're going to take some sacred self-care for yourself tonight. And I know I'm going to take an Epsom salt bath because I just went through the steps and helped a sponsee who's in rehab. And if it wasn't for the bottoms that we had, we wouldn't have our experience, strength, and hope. So I just want to acknowledge you for paying it forward. And I could cry. I just feel so complete and so in awe that we do recover and we're stronger together. And I just am just loving your light in this world because I was sober in a different program for 11 years before I found ACA, and I found DA in August, and I was ready to jump off of an 8-story building and at the beach. My friend took me. I was just so in despair of it wasn't even the money issue, it was just the trauma that was wrapped up in it and just not seeing my son and so many things that your book has just been balm for my soul. And I need to find a step group because I've been doing it together, a group to study it together. And I sent you a text, but message me back if you know of a group because I'm doing it by myself and I know lone wolfing doesn't work. So maybe I'll just start my own group. And
you could, and there's other groups. There are people here that are in other groups, and I'm happy. Good for you for texting me, and I'll connect you. Also, if you join the WhatsApp group I've been posting.
I did.
Okay, so that we can talk about. There are people working through stuff. I as you know, because I wrote in the book, please work this with other people. Don't.
Yeah, I know. I was and so I was
Yeah.
in some guilt and shame about lone wolfing, but I know that I
you're
also am gaining so much from it that I just kind of wanted to plow through it so I could be have the experience, strength, and hope with it so I could lead other women because it's impactful, it's brave, and it's right what I needed. So thank you for being right on time.
And there's someone who just posted in the chat and is like, I want to work with you every day. Let's go. He's in the chat right now. And he's very nice.
And I'm a trauma.
He's a really nice guy.
I help people with dual trauma through art, and And when I advocated for this job, they wanted to pay me $1 less an hour. And I was like, well, I get paid $120 an hour to teach this art therapy. And so they were like, okay, well, for pastry chef, we'll pay you that. And so if I wouldn't have worked with you that one day and done my numbers and just been like in your awesomeness, it's contagious. So I just want you to know that
You're gonna make me cry. Thank you so much. It's so good to hear that the program is working for you. Keep coming to these workshops. We're just trying to spread the message of DA in the way that it actually works. I don't know anyone who has abundance, joy, and long-term solvency and long-term prosperity who isn't doing both DA and Al-Anon and ACA. And we have to marry the trauma healing and the money healing. We just have to. So great work, Taliesin. I'm gonna move on, but I love you so much.
Well, thank you. Love you, Queen. Have a great evening.
I'm so proud of you. Congrats on the new job. Wow, that's amazing.
From disability to that. So like that's the DA miracle. Thank you for
the
your role in that.
Yeah. I love it. That's great. Okay. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. I'm so grateful that you've come into my life through the DA outreach group, I think the WhatsApp group, and I was asking for a speaker for our Europe, Middle East, and African like GSR group, and you were willing to share, right? Like I don't know, really short notice, and then we talked a little bit afterwards, and you ended up coming over to Germany with your kids, paying for everything in full, which helped us to, pay the deposit and everything, and I'm everybody who thinks that you're getting a single cent out of this.
You're like, she's promoting her business.
Oh my
like,
God,
no, no.
I can show you our treasurer's report, and where the money's going. I'm for transparency. We have our committee meetings, and you have been sitting on our committee meetings and helping us with marketing and getting the information out because and I hope you will come again. And I was with you in person in this workshop at this castle, and now we have gathered so much money, and if there's 5 more bookings in this week, we'll be able to pay those 6,520
yay
deposit in advance, 6 months in advance in full, so I'm so grateful you did this.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Astarte's coming. She's coming. We've got people coming. That's great.
Yeah, and she's bringing even more people over from New York and from America. And I want to say, it's like you said, it's not DA is hosting it, but all the 12-step groups are welcome. And we had 22 different 12-step groups. All the people that were coming were able to, hold a meeting, whatever if they liked. And it was like 22, from food to money to sex and love and drugs and alcohol and nicotine and what what have you. And that's I'm so glad that, and I like the open-mindedness and like the embracing whole to carry this message to all to all areas of our lives, and that we're not competing outside enterprises. we're using the same 12 steps, and I really hope we get more of it because the vibe was amazing, incredible, and a lot of people have already booked and paid now to be part of it at the last weekend in August. And you do it so like you're so generous, with your time, and and
don't
I
get
like
me
the
started.
passion.
Don't get me started on this lady who was like, you're promoting your business. And I was like, I'm really not. I'm really just trying to help people recover in DA. I'm so tired of people not recovering. But I hear you. Yeah.
Doing such a great job. Yeah.
So wonderful.
To Europe. We need more people to come over.
Yes, no, and we're gonna keep spreading the message. And guys, we really get to recover together. Like that's really the magic, is we recover together. And I'm so grateful for you, Nicole. So thank you for thank you for being the meeting that hosts these workshops, so that these workshops are available to people in a way that feels very honoring of the traditions. And Even when they accuse us of breaking the traditions, we're like, hey, we're just doing the steps. Um, and and the thing I was going to say is, oh yeah, it was so incredible that you had 15 or 16, you had so many different fellowships that held meetings at the DA Recovery Castle. My son, he was 8 years old now, he just turned 9, but he was 8 going on 9. And my son said to me, Mommy, what's Media Addicts Anonymous? And I said, oh, well, it's, for people who are addicted to like screens, And he said, Mommy, that's me. And I said, okay, well, do you want to go to the Media Addicts Anonymous meeting? And he was like, yes. And he went, and it was at the same time that I was leading a workshop. So a different mom took him, but it really made an impact on him. And it was just amazing. So one day at a time, we're all learning and growing together. Okay. Diane, go ahead. Diane V, there you are.
Yes. Okay. Many thanks. I just wanted to say, I really liked this because it would help get me more out of the rut. I really do need the trauma part and the more of the self-compassion. So of course I was only able to write part of this. We really need to have the questions. See, I have to go in small steps. I mean, I knew I wouldn't be able to do all this 12 steps in 4 hours or however long we've been on here. It's just my mind goes overwhelmed and then it shuts down. And literally, I want a nap. And I didn't sleep well last this part of it because I had to lay down. But my concerns were basically, I guess, how we could, I don't know, pay for some of these efforts to take. And the other thing was with WhatsApp, I've heard it's really bad with.
Oh, I think we lost Diane. I wanted her to hear me say this, but I think it's important for you guys to hear me say it too. It's completely okay to have your body tell you, I'm not ready for all of this right now, right? It's completely okay if you're like falling asleep for certain things or, I don't know, other stuff. It's completely okay. We can't force recovery, We can't force it. We have to let it unfold at the pace where we can take it. It's really about titration and going slow. That's why so many times today in our step work, I said, hey, we're not going to do a big thing. We're going to do a little taste because there's nothing about the steps that's a finality experience. This is just a time. This is just a time through, right? It's just a time through the steps, and you'll do the steps again. We might do this workshop again. We're gonna keep doing ways to heal, and and I have been through the steps many times, but I got new stuff out today as I was leading you guys, so that was amazing. So thank you.
Okay, Deb, is there a way you can go ahead and just send a recording of the workshop to our email versus the WhatsApp?
Yeah, you can, if you email me. I cannot collect emails right now. I can't manage all the things on collect your emails. But if you email me, I will reply to your email with the recording once it's posted. I can't, it's a whole thing. Like I have to, the Zoom has to be over, and then the Zoom has to convert, and then I have to post it on YouTube. It's like a whole thing. It takes hours, hours and hours. But once it's ready, it would be easier if I could just post it on the WhatsApp group. But yes, if you email me, Nora@simpsonstrategic.com, which I've posted in the chat multiple times, but I'll post it again. If you email me at that email address, I will happily email you with the recording as soon as I can. But it just please keep in mind, it is not magic. I can't be like, okay, we're done, the recording's ready. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Okay. All right. So thank you.
Yes, with love.
You know what? One last thing though, with your email, it said Nora.Simpson.
Nora at, like at the @ sign?
Oh, Nora at strategic.
Simpson strategic. I put it in the chat. Can you not see the chat?
Oh, I saw 2 different things in the chat is what it was. I saw one that said something about
Nora-Simpson. That's my Venmo for when we were collecting 7th tradition for the fundraiser.
Okay, so it's Nora at Simpson Strategic. Okay, all right.
Exactly.
Good enough.
Yes,
right.
That is the way to email me. Thank you so much. All right, Deborah.
All right, I'm unmuted anyway. Hi, thank you. Thank you, Nora, again for running the workshop. Yeah, a few things. Step 9, self-amends. Didn't really get all the amends that I should be doing to myself. I am doing it for myself. I am doing a few of them anyway in terms of time and money recording. But getting a tribe, that was it. I do outreach, but I outreach to a very few people in recovery. I keep it very small. And yeah, I find it's getting a bit smaller. So it'd be nice to take your advice there and start, going a bit wider with people that I can connect, that I feel, that I connect with. And it was nice to be reminded I might have to do that to 40, 50 people to find a few people that I really feel that I can connect with and can open up to. So yeah, interesting about the food as well. I don't share much about that. Affirmations, loved that. I did my UA sponsor talked to me about garden thoughts, but writing them 20 times just seems nuts. I mean, I don't know how I'd get to do that in the mornings. I'd be there all, I think I've got 5 garden thoughts and there's quite a lot. Your ones, I suppose, were a bit more one-line-ish.
We can talk about it. Deborah, we can talk about it. We can circle back around to you, but I know that there's a lot of people waiting in line. And I'm really enjoying your stream of consciousness. But I think a lot of people are.
Sorry, I came off the line. So what are we doing? We're just asking a question, are we? Is that
you're still on the line? Yeah, I think it's just questions. Yeah, questions and like brief shares.
Q and A. So yeah, no, not sure I've really got one. So I'll probably leave it there. But thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Wonderful to hear you. And yeah, I will talk more about affirmations after, but let me let some more people talk. Thank you so much, Deborah.
100.
Go ahead,
Thank
Judith.
you. Bye.
Go ahead, Judith. You're muted, darling.
Hi, I'm Judith Detter. Thanks for letting me come in, Nora. That was pretty awesome. That was an understatement. It was amazing. I am also working ACA, and I put this in the chat, but I just wanted to reiterate it to the group because I want your feedback, Nora, and any feedback people want to give me in the chat. I'm open to. I pretty much pinpointed the issue of my debting, and it goes back to probably when I was like 13 or 14, 15. There was sort of like within that year's time, I was playing the violin, I was exploring alternative music, punk rock music, underground music, and also running around with the local punk rock girls in my hometown. But I'll tell you, I was really great at school. But all of the artistic part of myself was, I'll just say, psychologically beaten out of me by my parents because they really needed me to grow the fuck up and do well in school, do well in college, get a real job, which I did. And then the second I did it, they started attaching my name to things that I never gave them permission to do. So I feel like I was really fucked with, and I'm sorry for the language. It's just how I feel right now. Like these people really screwed with me big time, mentally, spiritually. And so I'm wondering the thing, I'll tell you what the issue is with the competing identities is that to work for the US government is to conform. It is essentially to conform. And there are great jobs with the US government. I am not knocking it, and I would recommend it to anybody in Debtors Anonymous if they got a job with the federal government to accept it or a job offer. But to be an artist is to be as strange and as weird and as out there as possible, because that is individuation and distinguishing oneself. So it's like I am constantly at war with myself, and I really want the war to end. So if anybody has feedback on how I am praying, I'm praying that God just shows up and whacks me over the head and says, "This is who I want you to be, Judith."
So, would you like my feedback, Judith?
Yes, please.
Okay. So what I hear is that you have many talents. I do study neuroscience and I do teach neuroscience to companies as part of my profession, which I am not promoting here, but I am very proud that I have worked with 700 companies, et cetera. And I did invent a neuroscience-based methodology for understanding how the brain works. So the part about creativity, that's a part of the brain. It's a working part of the brain. It's called, I call it conceptual processing. It's all about kind of dancing with boundaries, dancing with transcendence, dancing with possibility and creativity and charisma and all the possibilities. So that's one part of your brain that sounds very developed. And then the compliance, spreadsheet, math and science, that's called the analytical. I call that the analytical mode, but I didn't invent that word. I invented conceptual, but I didn't invent analytical. There's a lot of people who talk about analytical thinking. So I hear that you just have two fabulous parts of your brain. And what's interesting is I have all these people that come to me and they're like, Nora, I need help with my business, or I need help with managing my team, and I'm not a normal person, I'm different. And oftentimes the people who don't find the answers they're looking for in like the conventional leadership books are the ones who have the creativity and the analytical as their two big spikes, because those can feel like they're at war with each other. Because the indications, the thing I teach in my neuroscience-based methodology is that in each of these different four modes, we see the world differently, safety shows up differently, threat shows up differently, progress shows up differently, right? So in conceptual mode, safety shows up like excitement and exhilaration and creativity and new stuff, right? And the biggest fear of the conceptual spiker is tedium and slavery, right? The ancient tribal fear is slavery, because people, in tribal warfare, we used to take members of warring tribes slaves, right? That was part of how people, fought wars and got new wives and did genetic diversity and stuff. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Analytical spike, safety comes from knowing the right answer, consistency, compliance, specificity, detail, and threat comes from disruption, surprise, right? So it's very normal if you have those two spikes, to feel like they're at war with each other, because safety and threat are literally opposites depending on the different pieces of your brain that are talking. But you get to love your whole brain. And you get to say, hey, it's okay. Safety looks like this sometimes, and threat looks like this sometimes, and safety looks like this sometimes, and threat looks like this sometimes. And my processing modes are always are sometimes right and sometimes wrong, because no brain is right all the time. Goodness knows, right? So I would, does that help a little, Judith?
That does help. And as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking, because I'm literally uploading old photos of myself to Facebook that, when I was like an 80s goth girl, and then applying for jobs with the US government again. But I feel like my higher power is saying, you know what, if the job offer comes through from the federal government, you can just mute your Facebook, or, I think that the person, my creative side, is not as much of a threat to my analytical adult side, as that's something my parents programmed into me.
So there's some step work and some writing to be done.
Yeah.
We're not going to figure it all out today, but I thank you for sharing. And it looks like there are already people in the chat sharing about how much they relate. So you're definitely not alone.
Can you just tell me really quick the name of your book?
Can someone put it in the chat? I got so annoyed with being accused of self-promotion.
You Google her name, it comes up right away.
Yeah, and we can post it again. We've posted it a bunch of times, Nora. We love you. It's MJ.
People in this program are so allergic to sales, right? They're like, it's like, if I say it, it's promotion, but if someone else says it, it's not. It's like so silly. Like,
I get it. As long as I get the information, I don't care who it comes from. Thank you. Thanks, Nora, so much for your time.
I put my email and my phone number in the chat and the WhatsApp group, and I can post the name of the book in the WhatsApp group. That's easy, because only people who want to talk to me come to the WhatsApp group. All right. A lady by the name of Send, I think it's a lady, with a goose as her picture. Would you like to talk?
Sure. First of all, I want to say thank you. I mean, I've been coming in and out. This really grounded me to sort of organize my room because I moved here. I moved to West Palm Beach I'm running for office.
Oh,
And
congratulations.
well, yeah, it's a big thing. And I've gone into debt and I don't have money to pay my rent because I felt inspired. And then chaos, of course, the trauma is coming up. I knew it. I said it's grow or die. And that is what my soul was telling me to do. So what I hear, it's unique your reconciliation of these two topics, which is dating and trauma. As a matter of fact, actually they're just one. They morph into one another. And
I like to say money and trauma.
yeah, money and trauma. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting. I couldn't understand why I had such affluence growing up, and now it's like I'm living like a pauper, and it's like my bank account's negative, my credit score is 300. But I'm doing a great thing. I look great on the outside. I sound great too. But it's like, of course, people in political realm are judging me, and I'm thinking, I want to say to them, don't you know it's trauma? You don't understand it's trauma. Don't judge me. Don't shame. Anyway, so I texted you, but I have 27 years this May in AA, and I've done like probably 112 steps. And when people were judging me as to being an overachiever, I was saying, listen, my life's falling apart every time something picks its head. It's whack-a-mole, right? And so. DA is underlying for me, it's men, money, food. Men, money, food. And of course, men are swarming. I'm single, and I've been told that a single woman shouldn't run for office. I've been told that I should wear short skirts by men. It's all over the place. But most importantly, it's the ones that come to sort of in the night. They call me at like late night faking emergencies, but they are just wanting to hear my voice after midnight. But it's all interesting. I'm growing, but all the addictions are coming up, and food is one of them, and I just want to let it go. And I have said once and for all, next week is my birthday, and I say I'm a Pisces. We Pisceans have a tendency to be very vulnerable to substances and because we're very creative. And I say, and I'm generalizing, but I know for me and what I've observed. I know for me that this is it for this lifetime. I'm not coming back to doing this nonsense again. I won't say bullshit. This is nonsense because at this point, I know it's generational. It's because the people before it didn't handle their stuff, so they passed it on. But I'm willing to do it because I want to disconnect from this family. Because the only
For
thing that
sure.
bonds me to them
Sen,
is the trauma.
Your share is 100% accurate and real, and thank you so much for sharing. Did you have a specific question?
Yeah, I've been in my head. I have a question. So your book, does it work? Does it reconcile, or is it in alignment with a workbook that we can do on our own, or is it just a book to
Yes.
talk about the issues?
You know what? I'm going to explain. I'm going to use that question as a reason to explain what's
And
in.
also the other thing is, do you have other group sessions or one-on-ones? Do you sponsor? I'm all over the place. I told you I'm desperate. I'm
Yeah, no,
crashing.
I get it. I can answer your
Text me
question,
please
but
on
I
WhatsApp.
can't
You
wait. I
saw
can't
me.
answer your question until until you
Yeah, go
let me
ahead.
start
Go
talking.
ahead.
No, it's great. So I don't sponsor anymore, because I get 1,000 requests for sponsorship per year. One of the reasons I wrote the book, is that I wanted this to be information that wasn't just in my head. Um, I'm gonna just say it. Oh my God, I'm gonna say it. The name of the book is Getting Started in Money Recovery, Healing the Traumas That Drive Money Dysfunction. The first half of the book is guiding people through the tools and how to build a tribe. The second half of the book is a bunch of step work exercises around steps 1, 2, and 3. I do these workshops for free because I do love helping people in DA so much. I love it so much. I just don't have the time because I do run 2 companies and I have 2 small children. So it's just a lot. And one of the companies is a coaching business. So like I really only I really only this is not me trying to be a jerk or anything. I only make appointments with people who are paying me or my children. Those are the people I make appointments with. And but I love giving service in these programs, especially the DA, UA, Al-Anon, ACA, money trauma connection. So I give these workshops. We've started this thing where I give them once a month. And so if you join this WhatsApp group here, you'll get that's the fastest way to get the invitations to the workshops. I post the invitations, other people post the invitations. People accuse us of all kinds of terrible things. Even if we don't put my name on it, people are like, oh, that scary lady who's made millions off of DA. I'm like, nope, DA is not a profit center for me, I promise. But people come into these programs because they don't understand how money works, so join the WhatsApp group.
So which WhatsApp group is this?
It's the one that's in the very bottom of the chat. Can you see the chat, Send?
Yeah, I can see it.
It says my contact info, it says my number, it says my email.
Okay, I see it.
And then it says to be the first to see the recording and find out about the next free workshop, please join our WhatsApp group here, right? And the name of the WhatsApp group, I think, is like Joyful Abundance Circle, something like that. Something gentle and not too controlling,
Okay, Joyful Abundant. Okay, perfect. And so do you have a YouTube channel or podcast?
Yeah, I will. When I post the video for this workshop, I'll post it from my YouTube channel because that's the YouTube channel we have. And I've been told that it should not be a YouTube channel that has my name on it. It should be a YouTube channel that is maintained by the DA meeting, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, thank you so much. Do you know how hard it is to set up a YouTube channel? It took me 3 years to have it set up correctly.
Yeah, I understand. And well, I would love to interview you for my podcast.
Sure,
but,
sure.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
but there's that shame. But you know what? People who have, and I'll just say this, to endorse this work that is unconventional because people just don't know what this is until they go through it. You just look everywhere and nothing makes sense. You sit in 12-step meetings, traditional 12-step meeting, and your life's falling apart. And people are saying, stick to this and stick to that. Well, it's not just one size fits all. Thanks so much for sharing and bringing this to the forefront.
Thank you, Sen. And yeah, there are a lot of different book clubs now that are reading my book. And when I hear people who I've met who are in those book clubs who tell me like, there's just like a lot people, the book has a lot about money and trauma. A lot of the stuff we worked on today, shows up in different ways in the book. As the people are reading and working on the book, they're recovering. Like they're really recovering. It's amazing. So that's what we want. We want people to actually recover and not just sit miserably alone in these rooms going, why can't I recover?
Is your book on audio?
Yes. It's on Amazon Audible and
is it on, it's okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Janelle, go ahead. I'm sorry I'm not managing the time as well as I should, but go ahead, Janelle, do your best.
Okay, I want to ask how one decides if they need to. This is my first step program. I've always had private therapy. And how would I know if I needed UA or ACA added to this? And how can I word things so that because I'm disabled and cannot work to find a job, but still need to make money and be who I am, how do I ask God to do that? Thank you.
I mean, my impulse is to say, just go check out some meetings and see how it feels. And you might not like them at first, and you might like them, you might not, it's okay. It's okay. Like, I went to months of SLAA meetings in 2009 and it just didn't stick, and then I went again in 2014 when I met my husband, my ex-husband. And it stuck more, but just didn't completely stick. And then when my husband started leaving our marriage, I was desperate and it stuck. And now I consider myself a total, dyed in the wool, joyful, happy, sober member of SLAA. And I love my SLAA girls and I feel so happy to be a SLA person. It's not about knowing. If this workshop was useful to you, come to another one. try an ACA meeting, try an Al-Anon meeting. Usually we join programs when we're desperate. I hate to say it, but it's true. Just keep showing up, discover. Let it be a discovery. Francis. And great question, Joe. Francis, go ahead.
Disability with a job, though?
I'm sorry?
With disability and work, how can I word that with God to earn money even though I can't have a job?
You know what? I don't know off the top of my head, but maybe it's worth doing some writing about. You know, I don't know. Maybe start calling or texting or researching or talk to ChatGPT and say, how can I earn money um, without my disability benefits being threatened? I mean, I don't know. I bet ChatGPT knows better than a lot of us, or Google Gemini. But there are places where that knowledge exists, even if I don't have it.
Thank you.
All right, Francis, you're up. It's your turn.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that sorry, I'm just an echo. Yeah, just to say I just get a lot of hope from your work. So just want to say thank you for sharing that with us. I just had two questions. One of them is around like how the trauma shows up at a certain point in life. Like you said, we go through traumatic childhood. I went out in my 20s and actually managed to do things and was on the outside seen as successful, and then got to 28 and it's like my whole life just crashed, and it's kind of been trying to rebuild since then. And I was just wanting to ask what your experience is of is there some sort of coping mechanism that kind of helps us to keep things together for a while, and then somehow the trauma just leaks out. I don't know. That's just kind of how it seemed to me. I guess I'm just trying to understand my own process. And the second question was around the amends. When it got to step 8, you were saying to make amends to 800 people or so, or a few hundred.
No, like 200, 300. This is years and years into my recovery when I was working really slowly and consistently with a sponsor. I made a long, long list. I don't know. That was just me. I'm not saying that's not I wrote that. That's not my advice. That's not like, oh, okay, make a list of everyone you've ever done anything wrong to ever and go talk to them and make sure they're not mad at you. Like, no, that's not. It's like, I don't know.
I guess my question is, do you think we need to I did all my financial amends, but sometimes I get a bit confused around the personal amends because there's still a part of me that's trying to unpack a bit like what you were saying, like we're acting out of trauma, and it's like there's part of me that's still trying to separate out what's me still being in the trauma cycle, and what's the part of me that needs to show up as an adult and make amends, once I'm in the workplace or whatever. Do you think I guess my question is, do you think that maybe there's a space for needing to do the ACA work before we get clear about what the UA amends or DA amends are in terms of
there's no right or wrong way to do the order of the work. Whatever feels like it's right for you is the right way. I'm not here to tell you, no, Francis, you must do blah, blah before you do blah, blah. No one could tell me that. I mean, in fact, I had people telling me not to do what I was doing. My first OA sponsor was like, don't go to DA. And I was like, I don't have money for food. I just had to go with what felt like I needed to do it. There's no handbook, but you asked a really wonderful question. I think it's really important. You said that you were able to show up in your 20s and then there was a crash and then and it's true that there are traumatizing events, but I think there's also something going on in our society that I have to address. which is that there are periods of our lives where we do have access to tribe. We do have access to community. It's never perfect, but maybe when you were at university and right after, maybe you had a big group of friends and maybe you knew where you were going to spend your maybe you knew where you were going to spend your social time, and maybe you had a balance around that. And maybe there was something that happened, could have been a breakup, could have been a death in the family. For me, it was Hurricane Katrina, something that happened that leads to a big crash, a big like unwinding and kind of discovery of dysfunction. And here's the thing. Ever since social media started, the tribal structures that were already very, very disintegrated in our society got beaten to a bloody pulp. People have become more isolated, less communal, less connected. Social media, there is no such thing as connection on social media. That does not exist. That's like telling yourself you're eating healthy food and swallowing sawdust. Social media has zero opportunity for healthy human connection. Even Zoom is not great. Human life, real life connection is what you as a human being need, not you as Francis, you as a human being. And there's less and less and less of it. And so I don't find it surprising that people are finding themselves more triggered into trauma and more, what's the word I'm looking for? More feeling trapped, right? Because these little phones, they have eaten millions of brains. They have consumed those brains, and those brains now belong to these phones. Okay? So what you want to do is you want to get to a live meeting every day. You don't like that live meeting? Go to a different live meeting. You don't like that live meeting? Pick a different live meeting. Do I care where you go? No. ACA, Al-Anon, AA, NA, Naranon, SA, Essanon, I don't care. I've been to almost all of those in that list. And I can tell you that I go where people are friendly. And if they're not friendly, I don't go back. And you just got to go and be with people and start meeting them and start giving and receiving hugs, because the need for tribe in the human body, in the human biology, is deeper than anything else. And instead, we're just pouring money into the advertisers on the algorithms and losing our souls. So please, 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 you're right that it feels different, and that things have been, and that trauma is very real, and the trauma is very, and we're, at the same time that the algorithms are stealing our souls, we're somehow also learning more about trauma and becoming more aware of trauma. And we just really need those tribes. So I'll stop there. We can talk more. I don't want to make Vicky wait another second. So go ahead, Vicky.
Thank you. Well, first, I started my journey back in 92 with eating disorder, and I was in therapy years before that with all the other stuff for 6.5 years. But I've really just hit a bottom, and I just joined DA. I started meetings in over the summer, and I just got back in because my dad passed away, and I had cared for him and someone else, my stepmom the year before, and I just DA is really feels like home. And this whole trauma thing, I've always I've made six figures for I worked for a company for 17 years, and for a lot of that I made six figures. In the last 4 years I have made nothing, 50,000. So it's not nothing, so my ego, I've had a lot of ego and a lot of, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on prosperity programs, like how to make more money, how to make your, whatever. And I just feel like I am at the best place ever because I am humbled by this. I don't want the ego. I relate to the word trauma and all the words that you used, money and trauma. Money has driven me my whole life from lack with my mom, and her parents were wealthy, but I made all this shame, like that acronym for shame. I was driving for the whole time, 6 or 7 hours. So I took screenshots. So I'll go back and look at the shame thing. But I guess for me, I know I'm in the right place, and I know I'm going to be healed. I've never had the hope that I have. I can't chase money anymore, but when I do this trauma work, it's gonna happen, like, or from the inside out versus my freaking chasing it and going into debt chasing the money when I used to just make good money, but then I just became what it's crazy. So I've had it since I was a kid, and now's the time to snuff it out. And all that you've shared is like, I know it's not really a question. I have basic DA questions because I'm new. I just started back to DA a couple weeks ago, or a week ago, and somebody from the meeting, because I reached out, gave me this link a half an hour before it started, and I drove the whole time, and I'm so grateful. But anyway, the when you go to solvency and credit cards, like I pay my credit cards, but I have some debt that I will have paid off. It's all 0%, like all that, but it's still bullshit. It's still like insanity. But I'm afraid of using a debit card because then it gets into your bank account, and if you get hacked, you're screwed. So I don't know how do you address, like, you use a debit card for everything, and I'm willing to, but I'm afraid and I don't want to get ripped off. I've given my money away just recently, $19,000 scam. Like, I'm an idiot when it comes. No, that's not true. I've made some bad choices. And so I'm just like, I don't want to start using my debit card and then lose all my, access to my
I
money.
mean,
So
I would say that, I mean, I've used a debit card for 20 years, like 19 and a half years in Debtors Anonymous. I mean, it's good to have really strong passwords and double verification, So yeah, I would start there. I mean, I believe that anytime we're really stuck in fear, it's like there's usually a skill that we either don't know we need to learn or something like that. You're not the only person who doesn't want to get their identity stolen, So,
right. I think, someone told me
right?
if
So,
I did that, I was going to get my identity. So I don't have to listen to them. That's the thing. It's
well,
like
no,
the
but there's
people
also
pleaser.
things you can do to protect your identity. Like there's ways you can protect yourself,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of I don't want to two-step verification. I kept wanting to call it double. Two-step verification, all of that stuff. So I would just maybe start gently with some research. Remember to make your phone call and say, hey, I'm starting some research into this scary thing. Because I get scared anytime I have to try something new, especially something related to money. Like, I'm in DA for a reason,
Yeah. And the obsession with money and making interest, like I like getting cash back at the end of the year. Like I get checks for a couple grand and I'm like, oh God, that's going to go away. So it's really lack mentality. And I know I've heard in DA, so God is in the numbers. So when I heard you share, like in all the spirituality, I know that everything's going to shift and none of this is going to be hard anymore. My life I've made it hard. It hasn't needed to be hard, but the trauma brain the last 4 years that I've been under, I haven't felt like myself. And I'm just starting to like let go of some of the trauma in my body. And it's like, oh my God, I'm going to be kick ass, like clear and free. And the other thing about chasing money is, try to dress it up like it's, I'm going to do good with it. And but it's like, and I want to be of service. And oh my God, it's like the brain, like fighting I do. It's just I just need to keep doing the steps and the work. And then I believe it will come out of me because I've got a lot of talents, but I'm totally an under earner now. I didn't used to feel
Vicky,
like I was.
There's some great experience, strength, and hope in the chat that just got posted.
Okay, thank you.
So
I'm sorry, I kind of threw up a little bit.
No, it's
sorry.
great. I mean, look, how do we know to reach out and support you if you don't tell us what you need? It's great. So I would very strongly encourage you to listen to that gentleman. He's very smart.
I will.
He probably knows more than I do.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your experience, strength, and hope. It changed me. Thank you.
My pleasure. MJ.
Hey, thank you so much. Awesome. I mean, everyone loved it. I loved it. I do have a question, but I want to make
Not everyone loved it, but those people left.
No, I know. Thank God they left. Yeah, I do have. It's actually my question is related to that.
Oh, no kidding.
A real pitch, quick pitch. Because
Nora, I have to leave. I have to go to bed. It's almost midnight.
Okay, Nicole, I love you. Bye.
Just want to say bye-bye.
Okay, I love you. You're wonderful. Bye. Go ahead, MJ.
Yeah, no, cool. So just make a pitch for people who haven't been to ACA. I'm in LA, so we're really lucky. There's an amazing ACA program. It really rocked my world. It was like I ended up there after, lots of time and lots of programs. And then it was really doing the work there that brought me back to DA. And then you've helped me like integrate and just profound. because it is a change. And my sponsor also said to me, because I was like, I want the cash back on my credit cards. And he's like, uh, maybe all that might be just robbing you of real prosperity. And like, and he didn't make anything mandatory, which was so good for me because
Yeah, we can't. There's no
oppositional.
I
Yeah.
just don't know. God, when the other lady, Vicky, was talking about the checks at the end of the year, I was like, I want checks at the end of the year. How do you sign up for that? Like my brain.
Oh, but I will tell you, since
Yeah.
I'm a debit card now, there's cash back on debit cards. And I would have never known that if I didn't switch. But let me ask you, my friend, just
But
because
also like my brain goes there and then I hear everybody talking about prosperity and DA and I'm like, oh, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't check that. Maybe I'll just stay in my little solvent happy bubble. And maybe I just won't even mess with it. It's like, oh, I don't even have to mess with it. But go ahead. Yes.
yeah, and I just discovered it. It was just like a wink to me, like, oh, I'm defending this little cash back. And like that's become a higher power, a little mini higher power. And it just, anyway, it was profound. So, with respect to being this ACA who either hides out or is very visible, when people are in the chat doing their thing, like, yeah, I get like, it's the old homicide or suicide, to much smaller gradation because I'm now in recovery. But I'm just like, I think because your work really allows us to be all here, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know what piece of me. I guess it's the part that's still trying to rescue. So I need my community to be safe and not crazy and this and that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that because
I have so many
today,
thoughts.
today
Yeah.
it was something, and I was just like, they're quoting the big book. You shouldn't read the big book like that. I'm like, get off. It
Well, we
was,
can we can do more to disable the chat for that kind of moment. Also, the lady who was upset about my, different voices I used at different times. Sometimes I use just different voices because I get bored when I'm reading to you guys. I worry that I'm boring you because I am so ADHD. Like I want to make sure it's interesting, so I come up with like some kind of funny voice. She was experiencing it as disrespectful. I'm glad she spoke up.
but I guess in a way, it sort of like sends me back into that hiding. And then I'm like, okay, how do I titrate into being visible and, sort of in nonviolent communication? Oh, she's got some unmet needs. I don't know what the hell they are, but there's some
Oh no, I don't want to. Let's not take her inventory. God bless her.
Oh, but it's just having empathy that there's something in ACA. I've learned that when people are acting out, there's something going on, and it's
Sure.
okay.
I'm gonna not. I don't want to take other people's inventory. I want to say something different. I want to say visibility brings criticism. You want to be visible. It's going to have moments when people are criticizing you and people you love. If I didn't want to be criticized, I should not be leading this workshop. I should not be at the front of the room. Like that's visibility does bring criticism. This is actually earning brings criticism. When I was doing stuff for free for people, oh my God, Nora, you're the best. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, we love you. As soon as I was charging them a good, serious, real money, they were like, okay, this is working, but this is not, and this is not, and I'm really mad about this. And I learned to say, talk more about that. It really matters to me that you feel like you're getting value. I want to hear, you know? And I've just had a lot of practice going, I want to hear what's working and not working for you. Now, I give away these workshops for free. So I have more of that ego BS going on. So I get my feelings hurt more. If everybody was paying a lot of money for this workshop, I'd be like, that is very, very interesting, blah, blah, blah. Right? So like, it's actually harder to be visible for free, right? Lolita, you and I both know Michael Jackson did not like girls. Come on now. Love you. But that was cute. Love you. Yeah, no. So I'm sorry. I thought that would get a laugh from someone, but oh well. My point is, MJ, when we give of ourselves, whether it's for money or because we're trying to be part of a mission, we're going to be criticized. It's just going to happen. And I think there are a lot of people in 12-step recovery who have very good intentions that actually criticize a lot of the work you and I are doing right now in the name of preserving safety, right? For them, they're afraid of, the safety's like the criticism I've heard from people is you are breaking traditions, which makes everyone feel unsafe. You're promoting your business, like you're evil, you're destroying my safety. And I'm like, you're 30 years in program. Is it really possible that me posting a pink flyer with hearts is destroying your safety? It doesn't even have my name on it. Or is it that you're afraid, you're like imagining that someone else's safety is destroyed when maybe that newcomer needs something you don't even know how to give them? Just thinking about like the people that I've heard criticizing me. So I think there's a lot of people who stand up in the name of safety, and the way I experience them, and I think there are people I've talked to on this group that would agree with me because we've had conversations about this. I experience them as policing, and I find that policing a space is the best way to kill off the joy and the enthusiasm. Which means, getting back to my earlier point, it's got to be okay for people to have a little criticism. And it's okay. Like I would just really invite you, MJ, to be like, hey, when I was a little girl, criticism meant danger and maybe death. But now I'm big and strong. And seeing people disagree and seeing people offer criticism and negative feedback doesn't have to mean that anyone's in danger. It can just mean that someone's an asshole. And that's enough.
Yeah, it definitely brought out that kid that was squashed and because I was like intellectually I was coming up with the retorts. I didn't post anything. I stayed.
You didn't have to. Other people did. I saw they were like, take what you like and leave the rest. And I was like, oh, this poor lady. Oh, this poor lady. At the same time, I'm like, thank you, army of defenders, right? Because of course my heart is hurting. And then I'm thinking, oh, we don't want to police this place. She's policing, they're policing, everybody's policing, and we're just trying to learn how to recover.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, let it begin with me. Courage to change the one I can, the wisdom to know.
Just one day at a time. And you know what? Let's just keep trying to get people to find out that they can recover for free with love. Let's just keep helping people recover. All right, let's go to Jessica and then Mark. You've been so patient. Thank you for waiting so much. Let's do Jessica and then Mark. Thank you guys so much for all your patience. I love seeing your faces. And then Barbara and then Nancy. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hey, thank you so much. I really just admire the complete, I don't know if it's courage or what it is to do all of this in one day and just to allow it to take its own timeline, is really great. I have a question, and if you mentioned something specific about this and I missed it, forgive me. You had pointed to the big book not mentioning in 160, don't know how many pages.
164. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I thought about sponsorship. And I've worked the steps in another program, maybe 10 years ago, had a very strong recovery. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are. I know you were saying, you can't do it alone. It's a tribe, it's a community, it's the others that are necessary. But do you have thoughts on whether one can work the steps with others yet without a formal sponsor?
I mean, did everybody else put you up to this? Did you?
No, I don't know anybody else here.
Okay. I say it all the time.
Okay.
I say it all the time. You do not need a sponsor in DA to recover. You just need fellow travelers. You just need fellow travelers.
Okay.
In ACA, there were no sponsors for a very long time. I've had people tell me, oh, I have a sponsor in ACA now. I'm like, that's great that's working for people now. Woohoo. But for years, the ACA people, nobody was a sponsor because they were all so bad at dealing with authority figures. So they were like, I can't I can't let someone else be in charge of me. This is terrible. So they only did fellow travelers for like decades. And I was shocked when someone told me they had an ACA sponsor. I was like, oh, they changed that one. So yeah, I think that DA and trauma go together. I think that, ACA wisdom is really important for us to understand in DA. Obviously, that's why I led today the way I did.
Yeah.
And I think that in point of fact, if I look back on my DA career, some of my best earning times were when I had people who were my fellow travelers and we were earning and learning and earning together, And I have worked the steps both in a group where there were two leaders of the group who had worked steps before, but those leaders actually changed because the people who started that step group made it like if you lost your solvency, you had to leave the group, and they both lost their solvency during the time. So other people had to take over. It was really weird. And then what was the other one? And then I did have this lady who was sponsoring me for like 2 years, and we went through every single step in the big book, and we did Big Book Awakening, but we crossed out alcohol and we put deading and underearning, or DUE, like do, like a bill do. But that wasn't until 2011 or 2012, and I came in 2006. So I would just say sponsorship is a really pleasant and delightful experience when it happens to happen. Like an unseasonably warm, sunny day in February, but your coat and your scarf are your tribe. You know what I mean? You really need your tribe. You really got to build that, 100 people to hang out with. And, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of the people that we learned to earn together, they're gone now, and that's one of the reasons I finally gave up trying to hope that people would I was like, screw it. I'm going to just write a book and put my name on it because I don't know what else to do. Because the DAGSR people, they don't even want to use under earning in DA literature other than like in 2 pamphlets, So forget trauma, So I want people to recover in this program. That's all I want. And yeah, the book that I wrote, there's a lot of people working through it together. You can go get it and find some people to work through it with, or you can try to, if you join that like WhatsApp group I have, I can hook you up with some of those people, and you can see about, checking in. And I think there are people on that WhatsApp group that are looking for friends and fellow travelers to work it through with. And, I think it's, yeah, you can totally recover in DA without ever having a really wise, rich sponsor.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, Mark, it's your turn. Thanks for all your patience.
Oh, no, a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. That was, do you know what? I didn't even know about this 12-step workshop. I went to a meeting earlier and I heard about it on there, and I thought, okay, let's check this out. And I thought I knew what it was. I thought it was another workshop, but it wasn't that at all. And because that one, I think they do it over a couple of weeks, I'm not sure, but it wasn't that anyway. So I thought I knew, and I didn't know at all. And first, I think, because I'm in the UK now, and I was meant to be here, because the timing is coincidence. The timing is perfect.
Mark, can I ask you, were you ever anywhere but the UK? Because you sound so UK.
No, yeah. Yeah, that's my London accent. But
I love it. It's so good.
I've just got back from Thailand. I was in Thailand for 9 years.
No kidding. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
and you didn't lose your accent at all. That's amazing.
No, so I feel a bit of a tourist in England now, actually, after all that time. But and it's winter as well. I'm not used to winters, but it's actually quite good fun. But if I explain quickly, I would like to ask you something. I've got a big interview on Tuesday. And I won't give you the long story, but basically, I've been in AA 20 years. I'm in UA, I'm in DA, I'm in Al-Anon, I'm in ACA, I'm in all those. Some of them longer than others. ACA, I'm probably been about a year, I'm not sure, or less. And you talk about the trauma. I got trauma, I guess, from childhood, but also when I was like 23, I went into like drug-induced psychosis, and that was a bit massive trauma. But I don't know which come first, the chicken or the egg, because I think they're connected from the childhood trauma. But I've recovered from that a lot. I mean, that's like, I'm 60 now, so that's nearly 37 years. Not all of it in recovery, but I needed help with that. And when I went to ACA, I thought, wow, because I didn't really want to go and find help. I was hesitant. So, yeah, ACA deals with trauma, which is what I needed. But anyway, that's another story. But yeah, I see you. I've joined your WhatsApp group, and I'll see your book, which I will be getting. And but yeah, I've got a big interview on Tuesday, and yeah, I went to college for like 6 years or more than 6 years, all in recovery. It was all the joys of recovery, and I trained in gems and jewelry. And then Thailand is a center of the world for gems and jewelry. So what I'm trying to say, I'm well qualified. I've been going up the Diamond District in London. I did have a job there a couple just before Christmas, and I quit after 2 days. I don't know if I sabotaged myself. I was sweating and anxiety and all this, and I thought it was going to be a problem. I thought they was going to sack me, and there was a little bit of some problem. Nothing was said, and I rung them up and said I quit because on my day off. And anyway, and that was like a big break for me. Actually, that was a big break because although I've got all the experience and the qualifications, but I've never really earned the money in that field. So anyway, I went for another job up there about a week ago, and he said I'm overqualified. He told me straight. He felt I was overqualified. Plus, he felt I wouldn't be able to take direction because of my age and because of all my knowledge, which is not the case at all. That's his stuff. It's not mine. So I got another interview with another company, a different one. And if I tell you quickly, in his email, I've got the tone from his email, and he sounded very like uptight and serious, and it put me on the defensive a bit. But I've never met the guy, so I'm projecting negative just from the tone of his email, which is a bit nuts, really. You know, am I sabotaging myself again? And he asked me what money I want to make, so without knowing the range. So I emailed him back and I said, "Oh, what is the range?" And it was far more than what I was expecting. He said like 35 to 40. It's a senior sales, which I am qualified for that.
Well, great. Can I just say, great job asking for the range? That's fabulous. That's such a DA moment. That's great.
Thank you. And yeah, I've learned that somewhere. And I think it must have been, was it UA? It might have been UA actually. But yeah, because I thought he was going to say about 25 or 27. So when he said 35, and that's without commission, so I was quite delighted with that because in Thailand I was earning like $5 an hour.
Yeah, I bet it's different. Yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
So Mark, I think I hear a question. I think the question is, how do I deal with when I feel triggered by people and their tone, especially over email?
That's right. And that's one question. Yeah, definitely. How, without sabotaging myself, because a friend of mine in UA said we create situations, we create drama.
We do. Yeah, definitely. I know I do. Yeah. So do you want me to answer that question?
Yes, please.
Okay. So a couple of thoughts. Number one, we all, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are, right? So if I feel scared, if I feel like I might not be valuable enough, I might hear someone talking down to me, right? I will tell you, when I was a kid, I got really lucky. My mom and dad always thought I was really smart. Like it was just never a question. They were like, that's our daughter. She's so smart, blah, 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 blah. So if and when someone ever says something like you're stupid, I'm just like, oh, what's wrong with that poor person? They must have real issues. But if somebody says like, I don't know, you're too pushy or you're out to manipulate and steal from us, even though I think I'm a good person, I certainly got told that I was like ruining my mother's life and all the other stuff when I was a kid. So, I get more triggered by that, right? And sometimes I think someone's just going, "Hey, is this in the traditions?" And I'm hearing, "Hey, is this in the traditions?" So I mean, I think we all have sensitivity, right? And sometimes I have to say to myself, especially when I'm dealing with coworkers or bosses or clients, when I hear them saying, "Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that?" I have to say to myself, "Oh, they're scared. They're scared." Right.
Yeah.
And I can say that because I'm like, I know what I'm doing. I've worked with 700 companies. Come on, girl.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But even if you don't have those numbers to like prove to yourself, right, you can still say, "Hey, I have a higher power and he's
Yeah.
telling me how to be like a channel of abundance and love. So maybe
Yeah.
this is someone else's fear, you know?"
Yeah.
And then the other thing I would invite you to try is um really just like, have you ever heard about the suggestion to imagine if you're feeling anxiety about public speaking, imagine the people that like when you walk out, imagine them all naked with big
I
long
was
black socks
I
on,
was doing that
right?
the other day, actually. I was
Right?
doing that
So
the
so
other
you
day. Yeah.
can so I invite I mean like it's an email. You can make up whatever tone you want. You can
Yeah.
make up a happy tone. You can make up a silly tone. You can make up a cowboy tone, like the American West, you know what I mean? And I remember a game that we used to play in like theater class because I love theater. It's pretty obvious, right? I love theater. And because I'm loud and dramatic. We had this game in theater class where like we would have like a very simple scene, like, what are you making? Soup. What's in the soup? Carrots and water and chicken, right? Well,
Yeah.
can I stir? Can I have some? And then like someone would come on and be like, "Okay, same scene, but now super fast. What are you making? Soup." Right? And you would just like do it. And then somebody would go, "Okay, same scene, but now like you're in Gone with the Wind. What are you making? Soup." Right? And just like have fun with it. Like read the email, like read the email like you're in Gone with the Wind. Read the
Yeah.
email like
Yeah.
you're in Taxi Driver, like you talking to me, like give it funny accents.
Yeah.
Give it
Don't take it so serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's they say that in ACA, don't they? There's a line about that in ACA.
I think there's a lot of humor across the 12-step programs, AA even, like levity, we're not a glum lot, that kind of stuff,
Yeah, get down off the cross, we need the wood.
Right, exactly. But I like this cross. I feel so comfortable here. Yeah, so yeah, I think I also think that whenever I don't know which part you came on for, Mark, but remember how I got to step 10 and I was like, "Hey, if you find that you're like, "Whoops." And I was
Yeah,
like,
I saw that.
none of this, what have I done wrong, right? But like, whoops, you can do that with other people too. You can be like, "Oh, whoops. Oh gosh, did this get, I know you meant some." And I'm going to tell you a little. I was going to do this at an earlier point, but I felt guilty for making people wait. I'm going to make poor Barbara and Janelle wait because I'm going to sing you a song. This is a song that I sing to my children. I did not write this song. I hope YouTube doesn't get mad at me for singing a song I did not write. It goes like this. I'm not perfect. No, I'm not. I'm not perfect, but I got what I got. I do my very best. I do my very best. I do my very best each day. I'm not perfect, and I hope you like me that way. And then the next verse is, "You're not perfect."
Bravo.
Thank you, thank you. The next verse is, "You're not perfect." I sing it to my kids, right? And when we get to the, "You're not perfect, and I sure do love you this way," right?
Yeah.
And I do the same with "we," right? So you can sing that to yourself, and you can sing that privately to other people, right? And you can just be like, "Oh, whoops, oh silly, oh gosh, like, oh golly gee, everybody's trying so hard here."
Yeah.
No one wakes up in the morning wanting to be the villain in anyone's story.
Yeah. And he's not my higher power. And what could I sorry to drain you, but
drain me dry.
Just I'm thinking of the money, to negotiate on the money. Any guidance on that? Because I feel part of me feels I should have the upper echelon, but then the under-earning part of me thinks I should have the lowest.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask for the top and then see what happens. You know?
Yeah. Either way, even the bottom range is way above what I thought it was going to be.
That's
anyway.
Okay. Ask for the top.
Anyway, good love you. I'll stop there. And what an epic 7 hours or whatever. That's epic. You're so generous with, your love and your time, and awesome. I'm so pleased to meet you and learn from you.
My pleasure, Mark.
Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Next we have Barbara in Missouri.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad I stayed till the end. I did fall asleep, but that part of it's because I'm tired. But anyway, I just ordered 2 copies, and I'm hoping that my daughter will do it with me. But do you have any suggestions? We have a history of a lot of debting together, and we have such a good time doing that.
I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, I had such a good time debting all over Europe.
Yeah, not quite on that level, but spending a lot of money. Yeah. And, I feel like I've helped her and my grandchildren a lot. And I don't regret doing that. Even though sometimes it's put me in a place I have to climb out of. But yeah, I just any suggestions you have would be welcome.
Well, if you're, I don't know how, I know you, first of all, thank you for being 87 and still showing the power of example of working on yourself and healing and growing and, being like, hey, I'm not done yet. Like, I love that, I love that. And I love that you're intergenerationally healing and recovering. And I think it's great, and if it means you fall asleep on a meeting and then wake back up, you know what? We do the best we can. We just show up for what we can,
I wrote down a lot of good stuff.
I'm glad. I guess I would say, try to build tribe. There's I'm nervous. I'm over here I feel nervous asking you to join the WhatsApp group because I'm like, she's 87. Does she know how to use WhatsApp? Like, I don't know if I should.
Yes, I do.
You see?
Yeah.
I have my own.
I have a daughter that works in Havana, Cuba, and we do WhatsApp together.
Oh, amazing. Okay. So join this WhatsApp group. I think I still have it here. Yes. So here you go. If you join this WhatsApp group, you will find other people who are working through the book, because it's really good. It's good to work it with people you know and love. It's also good to make new friends and work through the book with new friends.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like if I don't, I'm going down this path again that I regret. Yeah.
Well, and you really can earn more and spend less and still have a great time.
Yeah,
you're really allowed to do that.
The other thing is I'm still licensed. I'm an LCSW, and I really would like to do some work with elderly people that have anxiety and depression.
Yes.
I've been through that myself, and we teach what we need to learn.
Clearly I do.
Yeah. So I'd like to start up again, maybe doing some telehelp. And I did that about 3 years ago with a few people, but it's gotten so much better, I think, than it was back then. There were so many problems that I gave up. But yeah.
I have to tell you, one of my secret dreams is that as many therapists as possible read this book. So the fact that you're a therapist and you're going to have this book in your tool belt, just makes me incredibly happy. And I totally hear you on the helping elderly people with anxiety and depression. I would say you can help anyone. You're wonderful. Like you're a gift to the planet. So
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
excited for your practice to make you lots of money, and maybe you'll end up like making some of the stuff in the book be stuff that you use for people that are coming to you. Like you just never know what's
I
possible.
already know several people that I don't get paid for working with them because I've just, I don't know. A part of it's a self-esteem thing because I never felt that I was worth my, uh, I was never worth my hire, or how do they put that? Anyway, I forget what it said, but I never felt like I deserved the money that I was making, and that's so weird. Just
Well,
completely
in
weird.
DA, it's not. I think in DA and UA, people feel that way all the time. So you've come to the right place, and we can help you, and we love you, and it's okay. It's okay to feel that way and still earn money.
Thank you, dear.
And you will earn money, and start asking for money. And it's not easy, but it can be done.
Yes, yes, I know that to be true.
Yeah.
My
Barbara, there is another book I wrote. It's called Get Ahead and Stay Ahead, Use the Secrets of Your Own Brain to Unleash Your Success at Work. And it's more about how to ask for money in work situations. It might be super useful for you.
Okay. Is that on Amazon?
It is also on Amazon.
Okay. I sure will get that. Thank you. I'm so glad I stayed through the end.
I'm so glad you did too. Yeah. And I'm glad you're going to join the WhatsApp group so we can stay in touch.
Yes. Mwah.
Mwah. Wow. A power of example. 87 years young. I love it.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you,
be
Barbara.
88 in April.
What? Amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. 88 years young,
Yeah.
very soon. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Barbara. Janelle, go ahead. You're muted, darling.
So, just so we all know, I have a disability that makes it difficult for me to tell my story, get it out my mouth. But, so I think I've thought it through, and people want to know if your voice is going to be on the Audible. And I've been letting them know that it's not, it's an AI voice, but that I could suggest here that maybe we could go ahead and start a fund so that you could find the time and the money to do the Audible version, because I have had the privilege of listening to you read your own book, and it is fabulous, especially when the little child decides that that little child is here and it's hot.
Would you like me to read that section right now? It is my favorite section.
Everyone would love that. I know that they would.
Okay, let me get to that section.
Because that was such a fabulous evening.
This is like my favorite. There's like 2 or 3 sections that are just my favorite sections. So before I do, let's let Lolita share, and then actually I might take the, go ahead, Lolita.
Okay, so I'm just curious what trauma got me here. Or I have so much trauma in my life.
Sorry, my back is getting weird now.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I can't speak it so much. So yeah, I think I may have disassociated as a little girl.
Yeah, that's what most of us did.
Who was whipped for reporting that a man tried to molest me. Then at 11, a brother was killed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Your brother was killed? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
At 19, I was a child bride. I was 18. I found my husband dead. He had been murdered.
Oh my God.
And another brother was murdered by my father-in-law because we didn't know who killed my husband. Then I joined the military and I was raped with a knife to my neck. So, who am I? I retired from the Army. It was a dream that I wanted to do. I retired as a teacher after teaching 22 years, something I wanted to do. I'm able to provide for myself financially in my retired years. I'm healthy, I have good health, and physical ability. Who the heck am I?
Can I tell you what I think the answer is? I think you are a brilliant, creative, resourceful survivor. You're still breathing. It's a freaking miracle. Everything you just shared, it's a freaking miracle. A lot of people don't make it out. You named people who didn't make it out, your brother, your husband. You're still here. You're still breathing. What a blessing. What a blessing, your creativity, your brilliance, your stick-to-itiveness. You're still here because God has a lot of work to do for the world through your fingers with joy and ease for you. And I'm so grateful you're here.
Thank you. Just never got a chance to exit. So. But I'm in ACA now. I feel comfortable there. I tried DA first, it didn't fit well. Learned some tools, but it didn't fit. So thank you, Nora. I was excited when I saw you were leaving. I was like, it's Nora.
That's so sweet of you, Lolita. Thank you so much. Yeah, money and trauma, man. We got to keep healing these things together. Number one. Number two, what was I going to say? You're a brilliant, creative, amazing survivor, and you're not done yet. There's more gifts, there's more discoveries. I'm saying it you, but I really mean everyone, and you're being such a power of example. So thank you, And yeah, it's just so beautiful. So thank you, Lolita, for sharing so vulnerably. It's so beautiful. I see MJ and Francis. Guys, I have to use the bathroom so bad. Can I go pee and then I'll come back?
Break. Take a break. We'll be here.
Okay, thank you. Talk amongst yourselves.
8 hours in, you're a miracle.
I went to the bathroom a couple times before.
I'm going to mute you while you're gone.
Thank you.
I've just got a question that might be able to be answered. What's the name of Nora's second book that she mentioned? It was Get Ahead something?
Can you see the chat? It's the last note in the chat.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to, in case it's...
Get ahead and stay ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I also ask on that thread, is it Audible her book's in?
The Audible book is in Audible, of course, and it is read by just the AI voice.
Okay.
So I just want somebody to start a fund to pay for her to have the time and money to make the book be in her voice, because she does a wonderful job with reading the book. I've been able to hear her read before.
Because I've looked it up a couple of times, and I've just looked it up there now. I don't know, Francis, if you've looked it up, but I don't know whether in the UK, whether we get the same up, whether I can't find it. It's under a normal name, Nora space Simpson. Because I've got it on Amazon, but I don't have it on Audible. I can't get it up. Does anyone know if some books are just in America but not in the UK Audible?
I don't know why it wouldn't be available in the UK. That's very strange. Did you go on Amazon to find the Audible version?
It's not coming up.
I think I've seen different titles on US Audible and UK Audible. I seem to have. I had that problem before.
Okay.
But I did buy a book from US Audible actually, but I seem to recall. But then I don't know if you've got membership that could cause, because it's membership, isn't it? Audible.
Yes,
Right.
I do have membership and I have credit, so it gives me the option of a Kindle edition.
Yeah.
But that's I want Audible. I want to listen, and then I've already got the
I like
paperback.
Audible. I like Audible. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't give me the option of Audible.
You would have to probably sign up to the American one, but obviously that's an extra expense. But
Did you post that? Someone else from outside the US in the chat posted that this week. So
Okay.
it might be a known issue or something.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
No
you're not.
problem.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just in
Nora,
case I was doing something wrong.
Yeah,
maybe
it's Nora said it should be available, but someone else was having difficulties, so it's probably something. Yeah, Nora, they're
I don't
fine.
know why that would be happening.
What?
Nora, that they cannot find the Audible version in the UK.
I've heard this is not the first time I've heard this. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know. Yeah, one of the nice ladies in Ireland was telling me that she can't seem to find the Audible version.
Yep.
Honestly, I've been dying to get my own voice recorded, but the time and the money has been prohibitive. So one day I went on Amazon and I saw that they were like, here, do the AI thing. And I was like, really? And so I listened to all these voices and I was like, this voice sounds the most like me. Click. And she started reading and it sounded like me. And it doesn't sound like me with all my dramatic flair, but maybe that guy who thought I was too dramatic would like that, you know.
Yeah, do it.
But unfortunately, my guess is the UK has just maybe stronger AI protection laws for humans or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Your name just doesn't come up. So I have Audible and I put in Nora Simpson and I've got your book and I went into Amazon and when I put it in there, it gives me the Kindle option and it gives me the hardback, but that's it. Doesn't give me the Audible option. So I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm not like the most amazing.
Maybe you could call.
We'll just have to get it done, Nora. We just have to come out here and get it done.
We're just
you're losing
you have
sales
to
and
start a fund and get start a fund.
How much is it? How much is it to get it recorded by an author?
Nora, I could start a fund up because I have two producers that have already said yes to me, and I said I would audio produce and direct.
Sasha's still here?
I'm completely ready. Of course,
Sasha,
I'm still
where
here.
are you?
You have no idea how dedicated I am, girl. And by the way, I listened to Nora's book like 16 times because I've been writing something. And so I listened to it a lot and I had to listen to the AI voice and I adore Nora and love listening to her for hours. And I'm not surprised at all of her marathon like qualities, but I wouldn't recommend that someone doesn't listen to it. Like if you listen to things better than I just associate often when I'm taking this stuff in because it's like you'll read one sentence and you'll be like, holy shit balls, and then you'll need to do whatever compulsive thing you need to do for the first year that you're reading things. And then the next year you read the sentence again and I've been in the program for 30 years. So I have a producer in New York and a producer in LA that said they would do it. So I'm more than happy to start a fund.
Francis,
I can just hop around here. All I need is however long Nora, probably 2 days really is all we need, or then maybe some cleanup.
Nobody in New York, Sasha? Can we get someone in New York?
And also when I go to France, like occasionally when I go to Europe, I'm always happy to bring like a bunch of books and mail them from there if other people pay shipping, but I'm not quite sure when I'm going yet. I could bring copies.
The books are available in France. I think it's the recording that's not.
We'll just record it. Well, that's it. We'll just have to. We'll just have to get
find
together.
Someone for me in New York, and then we'll figure out the price.
The person I have is in New York. Like the person I have is in New York. So I just want to be there to be bossy. You need a boss. Bossy pants needs a bossy pants.
Maybe.
Very cool. I recommend it. It's great. That's like I've been in program for 30 years, and I'm here because I've been listening, and I qualify for all the things, and I don't. I don't. Many of the things I should say, but I think that it's always good to take into account. This has been marbled into what I do professionally now, and it is quite overwhelming if you're I'm an expert in instinct and intuition and in the present moment. So it's like I've spent years just dissecting the now, and that's what happens when people are scared. Like when you go into fight or flight, your body goes through a tremendous set of circumstances. It's like if all of a sudden when we're on the Zoom and someone broke into my house and put a gun in my head and you guys were all watching it, no one would be breathing at all, probably for like the whole next day, and that's what we're trying to process as information. by and do that at the same time. So the big newsflash from my perspective as a healer is that you can't do both. Like the two systems, they're Nobel Prize winning books, and it's a lot of like Nora's work is like you can't actually do that. The good news and the bad news is it doesn't give us an out. Like you have to deal with it anyway, but you can't do it. So you have like one choice, two options. You can either stay in that state or learn how to get out of that state, but you can't like figure it out because that's what most of us have been doing, which is why you can wake up at like 58 and be like, what? But I'm happy to do that, Nora. Like I would say, under $1,000, I could probably $1,500. I could probably produce the whole entire thing and house you and feed you and pay the producer, and so it's really not that much.
I think that's under earning. I think it's closer to 3,000, honestly.
I don't know what your costs are. I'm just talking about like manuals, but we can discuss it and I'll put it up there and I'll raise it.
My sense for a long time has been 3,000, but we should talk to that.
Well, we'll talk about it. We'll just make it happen. But everyone who's on this list should better beware because my name's Sasha. When I come back around and ask you to donate, you'll know what for.
All right.
But we can give a deal to people who listen to your, first timers.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. MJ, did you wanna share? Did I skip you? Because I don't see your hand up anymore.
It went down because I spoke. I have a question about the affirmations.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, your journey with that, because did you ever have resistance? I'm noticing resistance. So was it, because the other part of it is, as an ACA, I tolerate the intolerable. So I was just trying to figure out and the whole other piece I'll say about learning skills, that was one gem today. It's like, oh.
Skills, not traits. Skills, not traits.
That's safe. Yeah, that was a good one. If you could talk a little bit more about affirmations and then what comes up, that touching reality piece that comes up, and
that's great. Great question, MJ. I love that question. So when I created this affirmation-y stuff, first of all, I want to pay homage to the divine and talented Miss Julia Cameron, because I got the idea for this weird thing where the affirmation is like a conversation with my inner child. I got that idea from something she put in The Artist's Way, where she would have you write this is me in 2002. I, Nora, am a brilliant and talented writer. Right? I didn't feel like that was true. Even though now look at me, I've written 2 books. What's up, Julia Cameron? Thank you. Right? So I would write that, and then she had an assignment called blurts, and you would write the thing that came up, like, no, I'm not, I hate you, kill yourself, like nasty thoughts, right? Very nasty thoughts. My stuff is very violent because I grew up with a lot of violence and verbal abuse and sexual abuse and so much trauma, So those thoughts were really scary. So what I learned to do is I learned to write the affirmation she wanted me to write. I, Nora, I'm a brilliant, intelligent writer. And then to have the blurts come out and write the blurts. And then just kind of learn from the blurts. And so that was important. And then she had other assignments. Later, when I don't like writing things like, I, Nora, am this, blah, blah, blah. Like, that doesn't feel good to me. It feels like I'm posturing, and I really like practicing gratitude in advance for things that are coming, because I want to practice being ready to receive, and I think gratitude helps me get more ready. A lot of times what I've learned, I've had a lot of visions come true in Debtors Anonymous. And one thing I've learned is that a lot of the times when visions came true, I saw, wow, I really wasn't ready for this before when I really wanted it and I wasn't getting it. I see now how much responsibility it takes, because wishes come true, not free, So really focusing on the gratitude as like, hey, God, help me feel grateful, and also help me prepare in the ways I don't know I'm supposed to be preparing. Like, I just want to be available for the thing that you know that I need, that I don't know that I need, because if I knew how to get there, I'd be there, right? So one very tangible way that I was able to actualize this was that I would write an affirmation that made me massively uncomfortable. Every single affirmation that you saw on that screen. And if you want me to share the screen again, I can. Would you guys like me to do that? Or yeah?
Yes, please.
I shall do it. Let me just get to the right cue here. Step a little. To intentionally train yourself to trust God's will. Okay, so when I came into DA, I knew that I felt this incredible sense of scarcity and worthlessness all the time. So I started writing, "Thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance you send me." And the more I wrote it, the more I felt like I was dying. And I asked myself, why do I feel like I'm dying? And the answer was because when I say, "Thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance you send me," my trauma software gets really tricky and starts saying, "Yeah, he's going to send it to you if you grind yourself to a bloody pulp." Right? And I'm like, ah! So I had to add "with grace and ease." And that felt like, wow, that would be nice. And then once it was like, okay, that would be nice if that's actually God's plan. Once I started writing it, what would happen every morning is that I would write it and my inner child voice would go, "Nuh-uh." And I'd say, "Thank you for sharing." And then I'd write it a second time and my inner child voice would, "Shut up, you're so full of it, I hate your lies," right? So all these negative things. And the thing is, MJ, don't tolerate the intolerable. Listen to her. Say, "Thank you so much for telling me how you really feel." Like, talk to her like she's a kid, right? My kids, some days my kids are really mad about something. Like, for the most part, we get along really well. We're really close. But if they're really mad, if I'm like, "I want to give you other food, but you've got to eat your broccoli first." Like, that's just the deal. And this is something we do every night. So I don't know why tonight is different, And, sometimes they'll just get so mad, especially the little one. He'll be like, "Mommy, I hate you. You're the worst mother in the world." And thank God that, I have enough 12-steppers who've yelled at me over the years before I became a mom that I can just say to her, I can just say to him, "Thank you so much for sharing that." Right? I hear you. I hear that you're really angry at me. I hear that. And it's okay to be angry at me. It's okay to have your full portfolio of feelings. You still got to eat your broccoli. Love you so much, open for feedback, but you still got to eat that broccoli, right? The interaction with your inner child is very similar. Your inner child, and you can say, "Oh my God, I hear you. I love you. You're safe. Thank you for sharing." And then write the affirmation again, and it's less about broccoli in this case. It's more about when my kid is freaking out. Oh, this is a good example. So sometimes, so my little one is a lot like me, and he's very competitive and very, he's got all of my assets and my liabilities, and he loves winning, which is something I loved as a kid. I care less about it now, but as a kid, I really wanted to win everything, and I remember feeling that way, and there he is feeling the same way, and his brother is less that way, and so his brother will compete with him because they're both very competitive, but the little one will win. Like, he'll win the races, like they take, they run the race or whatever. We were walking to and from an errand, and they had 5 different races. And in the first 4, my little one won the race. And in the 5th one, my older one won the race in a shocking upset. I was shocked and delighted. I was so happy for him. And my little one was like, "No, he cheated. No, it shouldn't count. No, there was too much snow on the ground. No, blah, blah." And I was like, "Honey, you won 4 of the 5 races. It's okay. It's okay that your brother won one of the races." He was like, "No." And he got angrier and more upset. And I was just like, "Hey, I hear you. It's okay to have all these feelings." He was like, "Let's disqualify the last race." And I'm like, "I'm not going to disqualify the last race, but I'm just going to tell you I love you. And none of this matters. And I love you. I love you." And he's like, "No, it really matters." And I'm like, "I hear you that it matters. I love you." "I love you." Right. And he was just like, "Leave me alone." Okay. He goes and sits down. I'm still kind of looking at him because it's kind of still the moment. And then he goes, "Can I have a hug?" I'm like, "Of course you can." Oh, and he collapses in my arms and starts crying. And he's like, it hurts so much not to win. And I'm like, it's great that you can feel these feelings, honey. It's so great, you know? So it's more like that, right? So you write, thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance you send me with grace and ease. And then your inner child goes, no! And you go, thank you so much for sharing. And then you write it again. And then she goes, no! And then you write it again. And if she's very, very, very unhappy, she might need you to actually listen to her. So you might need to do a little tangent into journaling, or, you know, like there might be a moment where she's like, you don't understand. We're going to die. You know, like she may have information for you, right? So that's important. But eventually, believe it or not, you run out of information to write. And you go back to the affirmation. And she's just in a bad mood. And she's like, man, this is stupid and I hate you, right? And you're like, okay, you can think it's stupid and you can hate me. I'm still going to write it. And it's usually around once you're actually in a place where you've listened to her and she's had her space to like tell you all the things this triggers for her and how ugly it is that you tell her this now, but the other thing that happened to her that one time was so awful, or that 50,000 times was so awful. She probably needs you to listen, right? She's probably been through a lot, right? But once you run out that day, right? So you write it, and she's going to push back, and you listen to her pushback, and you say, thank you for sharing. And then you write it again, and you do that 5-6 times. And around time 7 or time 8, she's going to say, you're going to write it the 7th or 8th time. And she's going to go, well, maybe. And you're going to go, okay. And then you're going to write it again. And she's like, that kind of feels good. And then you're going to write it again. And then you're going to write it again. And before you know it, she's going to be kind of dancing it with you. And then there's like a kind of a joyful communion between you and your inner child as you're like, thank you, God, for the unlimited abundance. You send me with grace and ease. And that's why it takes 20 times, because the first 10 are just getting into the dance of it. The first 8 are going to be resistance. And then the second 10 are going to be these like really good moments where she's like really letting God in, really letting God give her abundance and give you abundance. And that's going to be what it's like every morning for a while. And you will be amazed at both the instantaneous miracles and the cumulative miracles that happen. And you don't have to rate all of these, but I would pick 2 or 3. Every time I write, thank you, God, for guiding me to earn over, I don't say 30,000, I say a bigger number that I'm not going to tell you now because I don't really want to share that. That's between me and God. But thank you, God, for guiding me to earn over per month with grace and ease. Every time I write that 20 times, I swear to God, every time I write it, I make money that day. I swear to God. And like, I haven't written it yet today because I was so busy making sure I finished up all the slides, you know, so I better write it. I don't know if there's time. It's okay if I miss a day, it's not the end of the world. Whoops, right? Go, whoops. Just tomorrow is another day. So I would pick 2 or 3, especially if you're worried about or thinking about money stuff. The top 2 are going to be important. You know, thank you, God, for my happy, healthy mind, body, and spirit. God loves me. I love myself. I am safe. All of these. When I was in my early years, I was going to this Al-Anon meeting every morning before work, and I wrote like 7 or 10 affirmations 20 times each. It was an hour-long meeting, and I just wrote these affirmations across the whole hour. And each time there was a new affirmation, my little inner child would go, "What? No!" Oh! And I'd be like, "Okay, thank you for sharing," you know. And I just buzzed with it, you know. I just danced with it, and it did have a very important instantaneous effect, and it did have a very important cumulative effect. And it's, you know, the cumulative effect is still accumulating.
Thank you so much. Just real quick, because right when you said this, or we're talking about this last time around, I got so many dings from the universe. Yes, yes, yes. And now I'm realizing like how much it worked for me in my 20s, and it was scary because I didn't have this ACA recovery. So I had this other component of the false self just couldn't handle abundance, right?
Yeah.
And it was, yeah. Anyway, thank you. Love that. It's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yay. Okay, wonderful. Frances, you've been so patient. Go ahead.
You mentioned that you write about neuroscience, and I am currently going through assessment for ADHD. I think I'm neurodiverse. Like, does your book address that, or are there any?
There are parts, yeah, the Getting Started in Money Recovery book does address some of it. I'm writing more about it in my next book, which is called Trauma and Money.
Okay. And like, are there any resources that you would suggest for, like, or do you think there's a link between neurodiversity and trauma, or?
Yes.
It's all
Yes, I
kind
do.
of
Yes, I don't just think it. I have data that shows it from many other people who work in laboratories all day. So there's this enormous verified association between childhood trauma or even any kind of trauma and ADHD. What I haven't, so there's a lot of studies that show, oh, people with trauma and people with ADHD, they're so kind of overlapping. Isn't that interesting, right? So there's a lot of like statistical significance, right, about that. There's another set of studies that shows that when you take pictures of brains that have PTSD or complex PTSD, and you take like the MRI pictures, right? And you take pictures of brains that have ADHD, they look exactly the same. So, and that did that make it into the book? That might have made it into the book. It's from the Child Mind Institute. Let me see if it made it into the book. I have the book open as a PDF. Child Mind Institute. It may not have made. I may have discovered it after. I mean, the part of the book I was gonna read to you. What is this? Oh yeah. Was right before a part about ADHD. So there's that. Yeah, I don't think. Sorry. I think I found the Child Mind Institute thing later after I had finished writing this book, but it's around. It's around.
Yeah, thank you. Would you think that's a good resource to kind of do more research for myself?
Yeah, any ADHD resource is great. I mean, here I'm going to give you an example. My 10-year-old son has been diagnosed with ADHD. It's very hard for him to focus. It's less hard now. But when he was diagnosed with ADHD, we did all the conventional things, we got him like extra, oh gosh, what did we get him? We got him therapy and a psychiatrist, and what else did we get him? There's like, what is it called? Is it occupational therapy? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like fine motor skills.
Yes.
So he got some occupational therapy. And what else?
Accommodation?
Who, what?
No, I didn't know if accommodations was the word you're looking for.
Yeah, sure. Accommodations, or we did get accommodations. He got extended testing time. And that seemed to kind of solve the problem for the second half of fourth grade. I'm just going to make my camera refocus on me again. Give me one sec. There we go. Hello, I'm refocused. And then he got to fifth grade, which in his school, they changed them from elementary to middle school from fourth to fifth. And fifth grade just piled on way fancier, more demanding homework. And suddenly he was just failing, And I went, I know that ADHD is not having enough attention. I know that ADHD starts with a deficit of receiving loving attention. I know that. And this kid's brain is developing in my house. So I started taking off work on Mondays and Tuesdays, and just whenever I could in the afternoon, not the whole day, but like in the afternoons. It wasn't great for my earning, but kids are really important. So I would go and I would pick him up from school. And he's old enough now, he can take the subway by himself. And on his dad days, he does that. But on my days, I still go and I pick him up. Anyway, I started picking him up from school. and just saying, hey, let's ride the subway together, just to be together, you know? Take care, Lolita. Just to be together, just to give you love, you know, like let's not talk about homework, let's not talk about all the things we have to get done on the checklist, right? Being a mom is kind of like running a ship, you know, you just have all these like you have to like check off all the things. There's so much you have to check off, right? So I was just like, let's just talk about you. How was your day? Tell me about this, right? And we would just talk, and I would just hold his hand when we were walking, and he still likes to hold my hand, which is nice. Not always, but sometimes, right? And he would tell me stuff, and we would sing together, whatever. And then I also sat with him while he did his homework, because I believe that anybody, you know, I teach this, right? I teach this to DA people. Like, we all need company while we do our homework, right? I mean, I'm not sure that ADHD is anything, but we don't have a tribe around us keeping us company while we do stuff, right? It does, there's definite stuff that's happening in the brain, but the brain is influenced by people and interaction, right? So in any event, so I would sit with him while he did his homework, and we would talk through the stuff, and then I would sit with him. And I have this wonderful sitter that I've known for years that I did all these crazy things with. We created a big pod, and we had like 20 kids in my house. It was so much fun, but also like every Wednesday something was broken. You know, like I got tired of coming home and being like, oh, this thing is now broken. Okay. Anyway, so this wonderful sitter who's like a member of our family, she and I take turns with him, helping him get through his homework. And it was just this combination of like helping him grow the skills, helping him feel treasured and loved and attended to. And now he's doing really well. And we also figured out some systems. We figured out that he does better on Saturdays and Sundays in the daylight, you know, and that trying to get homework done after dark is not a good vibe for him. So I have the sitter come on a Saturday or a Sunday, and she sits with him in the daylight, you know, and he gets all his homework done for the coming week, and it's great, you know. And I was hearing from his teacher that he started handing in his test without the extra accommodations of the time. That he said, I'm finished and I feel good about my answers, I'm good. And he just started handing in his test. Just these last couple of weeks, he started doing that, you know. And I'm not expecting him to stop getting those accommodations. And that's not a goal for me to have him finish tests in the same amount of time, because I don't actually care how long it takes someone to finish a test. That doesn't strike me as something I care about. But the fact that he's there now is a reflection of not just pouring attention and love into him and sitting with him with warm, careful guidance to help him develop the skill set, right? It's also a reflection of how much he trusts himself to show up, right? Yes, Taliesin, he has an IEP. Yes. And it's really cool to watch the fact that we can pour love and attention and good strategies and good feedback. I mean, you know, I'm a really smart mom who knows a lot of brain stuff, right? And I have a lot of Al-Anon and ACA recovery. So, you know, I'm glad this is working. But, you know, what can I tell you for sure? I can tell you that this makes your ADHD 10 times worse.
Okay.
I can tell you start counting days off screens for sure, or minimal screens. I can tell you for sure, find love, find connection, go to live meetings.
Yeah.
Something else that's really great for ADHD is writing in cursive or writing in script, like those affirmations. That's really good for helping your brain calm down. Another thing that's really great for ADHD is creating story structures. The brain loves a story structure. The brain loves a beginning, a middle, and an end, a once upon a time. So you can be like, okay, I have this task, and once upon a time, I needed to do my February spreadsheets. And, you know, Princess Nora and her trusty horse spreadsheet decided that they were going to ride through the spreadsheet. Like, I know it sounds silly, but it's that sweet, creative, delighted inner child stuff that your ADHD brain needs the most.
Yeah.
So colors and lights and stories, and just nourish the heck out of that inner child, because that inner child was so neglected.
Yeah. You know, the strange thing is, I actually grew up in a huge family. I'm one of 12. I grew up in the west of Ireland, and we were surrounded by extended family. So the tribe was there, but the problem was nobody was present.
Yeah, no, I've heard, you're not the first person to tell me this. I met somebody who grew up in an Irish home with 10 children, and he said, I have a tribe, I have a tribe. I said, but did you feel like people were with you and helping you, or did you feel like they were all drunk? Because I may or may not have heard that people in Ireland tend to drink a lot. I don't know where I might have heard that, but and and he was like, oh, they were all drunk. And I was like, did you, and also if there are a bunch of kids competing for the attention of the adults, right? Is that is that working for you? And he was like, oh, so I was like, what you had was a big number of people. You didn't have a loving, supportive, mentoring tribe, right? You
No.
just had a lot of people and a lot of feelings of neglect and like,
Yeah.
and so, yeah, go ahead, Francis.
Emotional abandonment.
Yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't their fault. They didn't have it to give, right? They hadn't gotten it when they were small,
Yeah. Thank
But,
you.
but you can be mad at them. I'm always like, everyone gets to be mad as long as you need to be mad. Like you don't have to like work a step to get rid of feelings. Feelings are really important, you know. And whenever we talk about trauma, we're talking about, wounded people trying to help wounded people who have no idea what they're missing. It's just really hard. It's hard stuff.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Francis. Okay. Hi. You've been so patient. Welcome. So glad you're here. So glad you're piping up. We're still recording. So don't say
Yes,
anything you don't want recorded.
yes. All right. This is a totally different question and type of thread. Just to start off, yeah, thank you for sharing your wisdom, energy, personality, and delivering another incredible session. Looking forward to listening to the replay. My question actually kind of ties into the last topic or the last conversation. That you were just answering. So it's like wounded people trying to help wounded people. So I'm curious if you've had inquiries on making your content like bilingual or translated into other languages.
You guys are so sweet. You guys act like I'm an international superstar.
Not yet.
Fancy schmancy. I think the highest number of people we had on this workshop today was like 269, 270 maybe. So 270 people. I checked to see how many copies of the Getting Started Money Recovery book have been sold. I think the last time I saw the number, it was like I thought it was 572. It's like 593. You probably have kicked it over 600 today, all of you. Thank you very much. So 600 whole people know about this book. Me and my international superstardom. you know. But I mean, yes, in theory, I would love for it to be translated into Spanish and French and Italian and Vietnamese and Mandarin and with all my millions of fans across the world. I will say that I qualified for a couple of a BDA and a UA meeting in Italy, and two different ladies, one each night that I did it, translated for me because I don't speak Italian, and the Italy meetings are all in Italian. And it was marvelous. I had so much fun with these Italian ladies and men, but with mostly ladies. But hi, you're very special. Welcome. Glad you're here. So yeah, I had so much fun. And it was like such a great clarifying moment for me to like really choose my words carefully and to be like, me siento una gladiatore, right? Like that's Spanish, right? And I was like, I hope they get a little of it. Like I was speaking in English, and then there were just certain things where I was like, I really want to say it in a way they're going to hear me in my own voice. So I just would say it in Spanish because that's what I kind of know. Yes, I would love to translate. Are you offering?
I have friends. My Vietnamese isn't up to snuff, but yeah, I know a lot of people. Yeah, and I mean, I guess I just had the idea because obviously I couldn't see all of the attendees, but just hearing the voices and ages and or just ballparks of things, it's like uh, they're just and it's cross cultural as well. I mean, I'm second or first generation Vietnamese American born in Salem, Oregon, and there's people from all around the world that experience similar things, and we're having we're coming to like a similar crossroads and
Right.
intersection
You've
and
got Barbara in
conversation.
Missouri who's 87 going on 88, and you've got young, handsome High in Oregon, and everybody, and you're like, I feel Barbara, I feel you.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Exactly.
love it.
So yeah, I'm like, I'd love to have I mean my thought was to have this content shared to like older generation immigrants, like, my mom and stuff like that. But so yeah, that's just kind of where the thought and thread was. So just thought I'd chime in, ask that question to let that percolate. And
I love your question. I love that all of
yes,
you are building a vision with me, that we're building a vision together to spread healing around money and trauma. And thank you. I can't do it alone,
for
I
sure.
definitely can't
For
do it
sure.
alone. And it's not, I love DA recovery and I want everybody to recover in DA, but not everyone is going to end up becoming a 12-stepper, right? But wow, how cool would it be if they were like, oh my God, I had a childhood where my mother left me alone in the crib, and I didn't know it was because of this lady in 1891. And, you know, wow. And did my mother get left alone in a crib when she was a kid, when she was a baby? And like, just, and the notion, wow, 14 caregivers? I deserved 14 caregivers as a baby. I deserved 13 friends and helpers as a mother. I deserved that. And my baby deserved it. Huh. It does. I will tell you, it is a really nice release valve for the stress of motherhood, right? Sometimes when I'm exhausted and tired and hungry, right? When I'm like running around, I'm like, okay, you guys need to eat this and get out your laptops and start your homework. And okay, oh my God, why is there a mess on the floor? Okay, no, okay, you did the mess, so you should clean it. Okay, right? And I'm like getting more and more stressed out, and everybody's like, mommy, eat something, right? Because they can tell. They're just like, and I'm like, no, I can't eat dinner until all of the things on the list are done. And then as soon as I eat dinner, I'm like, what was I thinking? I should have eaten dinner in the middle because I was so mean, and I don't need to be mean. I was just hangry.
Sure.
And they let it be that I'm human, and I'm like, sorry guys, I'm gonna try to eat sooner. So yeah, but like being able to turn to them and say, I'm not 14 people. You deserve 14 people. You deserve it. I am an inadequate approximation of what you deserve. And I love you so much.
Awesome. Very good. Okay. Well, kudos and thanks again, my friend. All right.
You're so sweet. Hi. You just wanted to say nice things. You just were like, I think I'll raise my voice and say nice things.
I mean, I thought it was a good question too.
It's a great
I think
question.
I got a couple of good reactions.
You did. You definitely did.
See? Oh, there's another one. Thanks, Chelsea. All right. Okay.
Awesome.
I'll catch you on the next one.
You got it. All right, Vicky, go ahead. Hopefully Vicky intended to raise her hand. Vicky, do you know you're muted?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my video off. Sorry.
No worries.
I just, one of the other reasons I've been hitting bottom is because I have a 16-year-old and I just feel like I'm failing her. She spends a lot of money. So I didn't know if you had any recommendations for, I listened to you and I'm sitting here trying to not take on, you're not giving me, shame comes up and a lot of guilt and mad at myself comes up. So I can work the steps on that, but I have a lot of pain around, and I've been a great parent. There's been so much love in the house, but I've made so many big mistakes, and she's spending a lot, and it's, my money, and I don't have it right now. So yeah. So if you have any recommendations of where to go or how to handle that, I would love to hear it.
Yeah.
And you've been so gracious, and you probably need to go. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm really happy to be here. I'm getting a little tired, but I love
Yeah.
being with you. This is my favorite part is the Q&A, you know? I was like, did I really make them do all 12 steps? I wanted to just do Q&A. But I'm glad. It was actually really cool that we got through all 12. That was really super fun. I think that was the first time for a lot of folks to get through all 12. That was like exciting. But no, Vicky, I'm so happy to be here and I'm so happy to answer your question. First of all, just the fact that you're here puts you ahead of 99.999% of moms in like the Western world. Okay. So let's honor and celebrate that. You know, you are working on yourself and you're showing up and it's awesome. Okay. Number one. Number two, I tell my kids when I'm nervous about money, I have ups and downs where I feel nervous about money. You know, I don't say we don't have enough. I say we have enough, but I was looking at the numbers and there's a bit of an echo. I don't know if somebody's unmuted. So like we got back from the German visit, you know, I went to the castle, right, that Nicole was talking about. And I paid all my own money for that and it was expensive. And we got back from that and I was looking at my numbers and I was like, ooh, okay. And then now I'm going to put my 401k contributions in. I'm going to do this. And then I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw that because I had done well in 2025, I had spent like, I don't know, $1,000 or $2,000 on Hanukkah presents for my two boys. And I've spent much less in the past on Hanukkah presents for them. But I really wanted to kind of splurge on them because I was so proud of myself for making extra money in 2025. And I was like, let's do this. And so they were kind of accustomed to that. And they said, Mommy, we want this light up globe. We want this thing and we want that thing. And I said, listen, guys, I want you to have this. And between the trip to Germany and the extra super special Hanukkah presents I bought for you, I can't buy you this right now. In a few months, when everything's refilled from like all the different, you know, client money coming in and this and that, you know, I could buy it for you. But if you want it now, listen, you have total permission to call, you know, your family members, the parents of your friends, and offer to do little odd jobs for them for 10 or 20 bucks, you know, and have it add up to the $53 you need for this globe. So you can earn your own money to buy the globe, or you can wait till I feel like, you know, the things are where I want them to be, that I'm willing to put that into my spending plan. It's really up to you. And they were like, okay, Mommy. And that's what we did. So I want to encourage you to know that as a mom, it's a really good thing to have truth about facts, truth about numbers, be stuff that you talk about with your kids. I think a lot of the people that I know in DA tell me stories about how they heard a lot of like trauma about money without clarity, or, you know, when people were responsible with money, they were like angry and mean about it. So there were just all these layers, and as opposed to like, hey guys, we're fine, everything's fine. But some months are higher than others, and this is one of those months that's not as high. This was in January. February's doing better. Yay. So I just like was honest about the limits and gave them other options, right? And by the way, like the options I gave them about calling people they know and offering to do odd jobs, like that's not so very far from suggestions that I've heard and given in Debtors Anonymous about like, okay, you need to earn money today. Call everyone you know, like make a list of things you can do to earn money. Like this isn't the like put 100 things on a list. This is like make a list of 10 finite things you think are valuable. You know, you can clean people's garages, you can rewrite their resumes, whatever. And you call them up and you say, do you know anyone who needs me to rewrite their resume? I'm doing it for 200 bucks, right? And that's how you generate the rent, you know, and I know so many people who've done it. I did it in 2011 when I was hitting a bottom around living off savings for a while. It's a beautiful suggestion. So it sounds to me like one option here with your daughter is to start being more open with her about the numbers. And I don't know how much clarity is exactly the right amount, but she's a teenager, she's spending a lot, you know. It sounds like another option is you could maybe, I think you're probably already getting the Getting Started in Money Recovery book. You guys could read some of it together, you know, because when we spend a lot, we are generally acting in ways that are about kind of running from our feelings, you know. And look, teenagers, you know, their brains are going through so many changes. there's so much going on in there. Like they go through more changes than people who are going through Alzheimer's, like advanced Alzheimer's. You know, so like have some compassion for them and for you, because it's like you think you're having a conversation but like like so just do the best do the best you can, but give yourself a lot of grace. um and it's okay to set like real boundaries. Like it's okay to say like I'm gonna have to take away this credit card because I can't fund it anymore, you know um and to say here's a debit card and you're gonna get an allowance of $100 a week and you're gonna get to figure out how you spend that, and that's it, or whatever the allowance is. So yeah, maybe there. Okay, Arlie.
I put in the chat too a link to a DA parent meeting.
Awesome. Thank you, whoever said that. Go ahead, Arlie. You muted.
Hi, Nora.
Hi.
Ooh, so good to see you. I found out about this today also, and it had already started. And I jumped on, but then my husband called and we talked for 2 hours, and then I had to take care of my parents and then jump back on. I took pictures of slides a couple times because I kept my computer open, but I'm just grateful for your time for doing this and to know that the recording's coming and that you do this monthly. Oh my goodness, you're a gladiator goddess. That's my nickname for you today.
Arlie and I know each other we kind of knew each other. I mean, she knew my dad basically when I was growing up in New Orleans. Do you know that I went to this thing in New Orleans where it was called New Orleans Teen Court and I was like a pretend lawyer? It was like such a weird thing. Anyway, there was this lady who was an attorney who was a judge, right? And whenever she saw me, she'd go, "Oh, it's the Noranator."
Oh, and I also just remember being in meetings with you in New York and seeing some of the stuff, the earlier things that you were going through and remembering that. And I'm in New Orleans 4.5 years. My question is, I mean, I've been out here caregiving, and we have like very small DA, like 3 people at a meeting, 7 people at a meeting. They just started a second meeting. I'm going to look in to see if there's any ACA meetings here, because the childhood trauma. But my question is really around my new husband. I've been married 2.5 years. I am ADHD, spender, under earner, grandiose dreams and plans, and then too many responsibilities, too many programs. I like deaded tens of thousands of dollars this year on training programs. I'm already a certified coach, and it's like, let's do more training, while I'm caregiving and music things. But my husband, I found out, hates debt. So he's the safety in numbers, and he and his late wife work hard, put everything together. And so the fact that he's dealing with a partner who makes him feel so unsafe, he's got anxiety, I've got ADHD. We're like, so I'm just looking for any experience, strength, or hope on that dichotomy, because the potential is there to learn from each other. Like I was just telling him today, when you get upset with me and I'm progress, not perfection, I'm moving in the right direction. I want sanity. I want solvency. I want to be a good partner, but I'm not, it's not like I'm instantly changed. And when you yell at me, I don't feel safe. And you can't yell at me. Like that's not okay. And we're long distance, 10 months now and counting.
Where is he living?
He's in Ohio. He's working. And he's long retired, but he'd started working again to get his coffers back after our big wedding. And but yeah, so it's a challenge. And I lost my mind last year, to go tens of thousands of dollars in debt when we were already helping my brother who was in trouble was not a wise thing to do at all. And he's not going to pay it off this time so that I, can learn something. And he wants me to feel the pain. And so, I need to start earning more. And I know I'm not coaching right now, and I know that would be one way, but I feel a little overloaded with singing and caregiving. It's like, can I add something else, or is it too much right now? But it's the relationship. If you have any
Yeah, no,
experience on any of that.
I have some experience, strength, and hope here. This is couple of thoughts. First and foremost, I know the person who brought DA to New Orleans. She I know, I swear, I feel like I know everyone in New Orleans, DA.
Maggie?
Yeah,
good. Yeah.
And I remember when she told me in 2008 that she was moving back to New Orleans, because like we all had these like connections, New York, New Orleans, right? And she was like, Nora, I'm gonna go to New Orleans and I'm gonna go put up posters in AA meetings and say, are you having problems with money and debt? And we're gonna start DA in New Orleans. And I'm so grateful that she did that. So that can be done, and you can do it with Al-Anon and ACA too. And if I were you, I might consider starting a DAACA in New Orleans, you know, and maybe, I mean, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for saying this. Are you listening, people who hate me? We're 9 hours in. Are you listening? All the people who ask about traditions? Probably not. You're filled with contempt prior to investigation. You never read anything I write or listen to anything I do. You just tell me I'm bad. Okay. You can start a meeting where you guys read from my book and call it DAACA if you would like. I give you permission. Okay. And you wouldn't be the first DA meeting to read non-conference approved literature. That's for sure. And there are Zoom groups that read from my book once a week, and you know, even once a day, and all of that. And if you join that WhatsApp group, you'll get connected to
I'm in there. Yeah.
Awesome. And now I'm going to tell you the hard news. Arlie, you are hitting a bottom around an addiction that is between you and your higher power. It's got nothing to do with your husband. He is not your father. He is not your mother. He is not abusing you. If he's screaming, it's because he's terrified.
Yeah, he's terrified. I get that now.
And I hear you that you're setting boundaries around being screamed at. Okay. But
I'm not spending money I don't have. I'm not debting right now.
Yeah. So we need to go to any lengths, right? Like you need, like if I were you, I would, and I've known you a long time in this program, and I've heard you tell me a lot of times that you were not, you know, like that you were in and out, you know.
Yeah, I've been out for a long time, and then I'm coming back in.
So it's great that you're here. It's great that you're here. And I really invite you to make this the last time, like the last day one, you know. In AA, they say it's not who's right in this program, it's who's left. You know, there were people that I was recovering with, and they just fucking left. They just left. You know, they just left, and I'm still here. And everybody's like, Nora, you're so smart and fabulous. And that may be true. But also, I never left. That's my magic. That's my secret. When people were mean to me, I just switched meetings, you know?
Yeah, no, I appreciate how much you care about people having recovery, you know, and Maggie just started another meeting, and there's been like 3 of us there, and that's when I met her.
That's great. And Arlie, honey, you need to be in a meeting every day, like DA meeting every day, no matter what. Zoom, I get it. There's only 2 in New Orleans. It's time. It's time to go to any length, not because you're a bad girl, not because you need to be punished, but because you deserve that level of love and care. As long as I've known you, you are an incredibly kind, caring caretaker. And I invite you to consider that going to any lengths to show up for your DA recovery is about self-care. It's not about being a good girl. Now, I know that caretaker part of you is pretty motivated right now, because if I were in your husband's shoes, and I'm not, but if I were in your husband's shoes and my partner had debted without telling me and all this other stuff, I would be thinking about divorce. You know, I would be like, this, I don't know if this is sustainable. Like,
he says this isn't working. He has used those words, but at the same time, in the same conversation, he'll tell me about how he's, you know, doing what he's doing for us.
We're not taking his inventory right now.
Yeah.
Okay? I get it that it's scary. Use the fear to be a motivator. Most people don't get sober because they get tired. They get sick and tired of being sick and tired. Most people get sober, honestly, because their wives or husbands threaten to leave them. You know, the loss of the primary relationship is one of the main motivators for getting into any 12-step program. And
that's what got me here.
Yeah.
We were only 2.5 years married, you know?
Yeah. And he sees that your disease is not you. I can tell just from what you said. But if you don't aggressively pursue treatment, this is not going to last. Because people, the thing about dieting, sweetheart, is that it's just as not present. It's just as out to lunch as being drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were falling down drunk, if he was coming home and finding you passed out on the couch, would you think that was acceptable?
Nope. Yeah. You said today, if the shoes were reversed, how would you feel? Would you be upset? I was like, yes.
You're like, yes, but on the other hand, you're like, no, we would just dead ourselves into crazy, you know?
No, I mean, we sang for our supper when needed, it's like, I just, I've always taken care of myself one way or another. And I've always, had a pretty fun ride of life. And then he went through hell, worked his ass off to put together what he's put together, and,
it sounds to me like you don't feel comfortable in the stability. Like you say, oh, I've always made it. I've watched you and I've always gone, oh, thank God I'm not like that. Like, oh, thank God I'm not doing what she's doing. That looks horrible. I'm glad on the inside it didn't feel as horrible as it looked from the outside. But I was like, oh, okay. I'd be like, how are you? Great to hear from you. How's it going? Wow, it's been years. What's going on? And you'd be like, oh, well, and then you'd tell me all the sad stuff. And I'd be like, oh, okay, glad I'm still coming. Like that's how I'll just, from an outsider perspective, that's what it looked like to me.
Wow.
Like it just looked like pure hell. I was like, oh, thank God I'm solvent. Thank God I put solvency first. Jesus Christ, thank God, thank God.
So I helped you stay in the program.
You did. You were so great. Thank you so much. So my guess is that there's something about it that you love. You love feeling like a survivor. You love, maybe there's like a creativity to it that feels really exciting and adventurous.
Is that part of the ADHD maybe?
Yeah, well, ADHD people hate being bored. The number,
like one program, next program, next program, next program, next program.
Well, just
and I don't implement. I love the live component.
Well, you don't, I mean, how do I say this? So let the next program be DA because DA is free. Okay. You love the live component because you love having a tribe. DA will give you a tribe for free. Go back and watch this recording. I knew a lot of people who took a lot of compulsive, workshops like Landmark. There's people who will build you a tribe for money, right? They'll build you they'll invite you into a tribe for money and they'll turn you into their free salespeople, right?
Yeah, I looked at how much I spent with a business coach, her programs and stuff. I spent with one teacher $28,000 over the years.
So did you see me talking about tribe? Did you see me talking about how essential tribe is, right?
Yeah.
And how we have to build a tribe. We cannot be functional without a tribe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I realized I could create a tribe. And get paid for it. Like
you could absolutely, but you need to start with ways to make the ADHD part of you feel like she's not dying.
Suggestions on that?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, in this thing I teach about the 4 processing modes, okay, there's 4 processing modes: analytical, structural, relational, and conceptual. Almost everyone in DA has a spike in conceptual and something else, okay? You're conceptual relational, so how do I say this politely? You're screwed without DA. So conceptual, what feels safe to conceptual is creativity, excitement, adventure, flashing lights. What feels terrifying to conceptual is tedium and repetitiveness. And my guess is that up to now, every time you come to DA, it's when you're at your most desperate and you're willing to do the punishment. You're willing to do the penance and you hate it. And you hate the numbers and you hate all the things, whatever version of DA you've been doing when you do come. You hate it. You suffer through it, but you listen to everybody else being happy about it, even though they're not. They hate it too, don't worry. No, I can tell because they're yelling at everyone. Of course they're not happy, And you hate it, and then you get as far as you can get, and then you quit because it's horrible. And that's the whole reason I wrote the book, is to be like, hey, All of us came to DA because we hate our numbers. We hate doing our numbers. We hate this tedious crap. It feels like slavery. It feels like slavery. It feels like we've been kidnapped during a war with a neighboring tribe. And now we are being forced to do the crappiest, dumbest, stupidest stuff. And by the way, the people who have the high conceptual spike, who were we in our tribes where we were born in? We were the shamans. We were the transcendent, artistic communers with God and the gods.
Mm-hmm.
We were the shamans. We were the highest status people in the tribe because of our transcendent connection to the ancestors. And then we were a target for kidnapping and slavery because the other tribe would say, oh, this is great. We're going to get their shaman and we're going to make them shovel poop. So it's literally the worst thing that you can do to us. And how many people come into DA and look at numbers and spreadsheets and go, oh my God, I'm a slave. I have to shovel poop. And that's why, and I don't know if you may have come on too late to get here to hear this, but that's why when I talk about step 9 in this 12-step thing, step nine, I basically said, look, we're not going to do the full on, we're not going to do the full on, making amends, right? We're going to start with amends to you. And we have to make amends in these really particular ways. We have to make amends to ourselves, right? You didn't know that when you feel like you can't do something or face something, you're right. You just forgot the last word of the sentence, alone. So what have you been doing, Arlie? You've been going into debt to not be alone.
As a caregiver, especially in the house with my parents.
Yeah. But we have all these amazing Zoom meetings now. You don't have to be alone. Debtorsanonymous.org. Go to electronic meetings. Put on meetings all day. That's what I do.
Yeah,
I'm feeling lonely.
I'm doing service in a literature meeting online.
No service. No service for you. Stop caretaking. No. Stop.
I'm having they elected me chair without solvency because for the next 3 months here locally, and I'm doing literature in a visions meeting. But I hear you. I'm like I'll take that on for a break after. I thought maybe that was the right thing to do.
Because what I hear you doing is I hear you searching for anything to make the pain go away. And there's only 2 ways you make the pain go away: deading and being crazy, or being a caretaker. And it is not sustainable, my friend. You have to build yourself the actual ingredients of other people loving you. And your husband, like, marriage is like the final piece of tribe. It's not the bottom piece of tribe. It's not the foundation.
Yeah, I waited until I was 63 to decide I was ready to get married, and he walked up to me at a party about 2 or 3 weeks later.
I believe it.
Yeah.
And relationships are miracle grow for character defects, right? So you can't do it alone, and we have to begin building our tribe of support. And here's something else. When you're a caretaker, sweetheart, you don't know who you like.
I don't know who I like.
No.
Sometimes I don't like my mom. I know that.
Great. But you're so good at being everybody else's caretaker. You're so good at being all you've done your whole life is sacrifice yourself for others, or sacrifice your well-being for your own self addiction-y stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I never had kids, never married. I was just traveling and doing what I do and having fun. But under-earning all along the way. I had a cheap apartment, I still do, in Brooklyn, which allowed me to stay an under-earner in New York City for 27
Arlie,
years.
There's a lot of good in there, okay? I don't want to dismiss it all. There's a lot of good. Here's what I want you to get. You need to find out how to have a tribe. You need to find that out. And the only way you find it out is through gentle, consistent experimentation. If you write about, oh, who would I like to be friends with? That's fantasy. And you've lived in fantasy your whole life. Either fantasy or caretaking, fantasy or slavery. So amend number 1 to yourself is a learning journey to discover what you actually like. And that's why I insist that amend number one is those 3 calls a day in Debtors Anonymous. And you need to be in a meeting every day, and also ACA and DA, ACA, and whatever. Like, just go crazy. Keep your numbers. I don't keep my numbers without being in a meeting at the time that I do it. Like, I am 20, July I'll be 20 years in this program. I have all this, big money, good for me. I need help. I can't do it without help. So why would you try to do it without help?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I don't want you in service positions. I want you using the people in the meeting to get your numbers done.
And
to keep you company.
Yeah.
I mean, fine, get a PRG. You need to stop debting. What you need is a tribe.
Hey, Nora, I just wanted to come in really quick. Are you doing okay? Like, do you need to go off? It has been so many hours. Like, I don't think you've rested. I mean, I know you were eating, and I'm not trying to be a typical Al-Anon, but of course I'm being Al-Anon right now. But it's been so many hours that you have been available for us. I just wanted to check in with you.
Do I sound harsh? Do I sound harsher than usual?
Oh my God, no. I just want to make sure you're good. Like, of course, if you're fine, you're fine. But I just wanted to check in.
You're so sweet. So who was talking just now? Because I couldn't find your face.
Chelsea. It was Chelsea.
I think. Chelsea, you're so sweet. I am starting to lose my energy. But Arlie is so special.
No, for sure. And everything has been so valuable. I just want to make sure, maybe put a time frame, maybe say, 5 minutes and maybe pop off, or I don't know. I just want to make sure you're good.
It's so sweet of you. Soon. Arlie, I don't.
Last question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I stay in this quandary ever since I started training as a coach in 2019. To coach or to sing, like, that's part of my disease too, right? Like, just to stay in confusion.
Just do a little of both. Who cares?
Yeah. It's like, okay,
you just made that up. You just made that up.
It's just like, oh, how much energy do I have? How much can I focus? And it's like, it feels like
you need a tribe. You need a tribe, and you need to stop debting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time, love. And thank you, Chelsea, for chiming in. And thank you all for listening. Hope it was helpful.
So I'm going to ask Elizabeth and Janelle to ask very, very short questions, because Chelsea's right. I'm getting really tired.
Okay. Just hello, Nora. It's been a while, and I really don't have a question, just more of a thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your knowledge and wisdom, and for just you being you. Ever since I've met you, you've touched me in such a way. I couldn't wait. Like the first time, which was a couple of months back when we first met, we decided to open this group for your book. And we did it for a while until, unfortunately, I was assaulted, and I had both my knees shattered. And
oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Fortunately, I mean, I was gonna have my knee surgery, my knee replacement, when I retired, but I had to do it a little sooner than later. So I'm going through this right now, and I'm just amazed at how much trauma is so infused with my debting situation. For me, debting, though, it was more than a coping mechanism. It made me feel good. You know what I'm saying? And just trying to keep that at bay, and just doing other things for myself, like you say, tribe and everything. I really want you to be part of my tribe. I adopt you as my part of my tribe, because your wisdom, people could tell me the same thing, but not in the way that you've done. That it has opened me up fearlessly to accept things that I would never have in the past. And I cannot thank you enough for that, honestly. Every time I hear you, there's a light, something snaps, something clicks within, and the message that you give, I feel like it's only for me, but I know it's for all of us. It just brings me to such a place where it's like, you're okay.
You are okay.
And God bless you for who you are. And once I'm getting there, and I'm better with my numbers and money and stuff, I'm definitely going to ask for a coach session with you, pay you top dollar, whatever.
No,
I love you.
I'm going to get in so much trouble. They're all going to say I'm trying to promote my business. So what I want to tell you, Elizabeth, is don't think of DA as this thing where you have to like you have to like get your straight A's. Think of it as a place where you get the support to take action. How long have you been here did you see these step 9 amends?
I haven't done any of the steps. I just recently
No,
got
Elizabeth, I'm not asking you about days or years. I'm talking about hours. Today, how long have you been in the workshop?
8 hours and 49 minutes.
How many?
Hours and 49 minutes.
How many hours?
Hours and 49 minutes been together.
Oh, you've been since the beginning. Yeah. Okay, great. So then you saw these amends. So the magic is not to go be a good girl, right? The magic is not to go do homework. Okay. The magic is to build yourself a tribe. Okay. And then get the tribe to help you track your numbers, take action, shine in visibility. That's going to be your life now. That's your life. Now you're in a new life. Okay. And you do the best you can with what you got today. Yes. Okay. You just do what you got today and you keep coming. And as you know, I can't be super available for all the one-on-one time I wish I had for people, but that's why I do the workshops. You can tell my eyes are closing. That's why I do these workshops once a month, because I love you guys and I really want to see everyone get DA recovery. So thank you, Elizabeth. That was a beautiful share. Can I call on Janelle and then maybe we'll wrap up. Go ahead, Janelle.
Just really quick, hi Elizabeth, when we say that we're willing to go to any lengths to not to debt, does that mean I let my teeth fall out because I don't have the money? Does that mean that if I don't have the money to take care of my medical needs, do I not take care of my medical needs? I mean, I get really confused about taking care of myself and not debting. I think there may be
So Janelle, it might be that you need to do some research to find, like, if you don't have money here in our country, not having money means that certain medical care is available to you. Like you might have to change doctors, you might have to change dentists, but there are options for low cost or free medical care. Like you don't have to debt. I mean, it is true that medical debt and medical debt is the number one reason for bankruptcy in our country. There's a lot of issues. Right? There's a lot of issues in our country, but it's also true that you can, like, this is what, if I were giving you a PRG right now, I'd be like, go research, dentists who take, like, go research dental Medicare. Like, it exists, I know it exists. So the hard part is doing the research for DA people, right? Because we're afraid, we just think, well, there's only one way and I have to debt. And it's not true. It's not true. It's doing the research and going out and finding the free version or the low cost version of the medical care or the dental care. That's the magic.
Okay.
Barbara, very fast. You're muted.
I love you, Nora.
I love you too, Janelle. Barbara, you're muted. Can you unmute?
Yeah, real quick. I've had to resort to using my insurance for a bridge and dental work lately, and I can certainly listen and maybe give some insight into how to go about using insurance for that as elderly people. I don't know whether they're probably not as elderly as I am, but if they're 65 or more and they have Medicare, that's all I have is Medicare. I don't have a supplement because I can't afford it. But my insurance paid 100% for my dental care, my eyeglasses, and my hearing aids.
Experience, strength, and hope, my friends, right there. So make sure you exchange numbers. Now we're going to end.
Do some visioning and get on some vision groups and do some visioning about what you want for yourself. Because I'm telling you, it helped me get a horse and a house and a Thunderbird.
Okay, so I made you guys a promise that I was going to read you a little bit of the book. Remember that, Janelle? Do you remember my promise?
I remember. And Barbara, I asked you an hour ago for you to contact me.
No
So
kidding.
I will find you in.
Okay.
All right.
Janelle, do you want to put
Great.
your number in the chat, maybe?
I did. I gave her the number, but I don't think she can see it. So I'll put it in the regular
Just
chat.
put it in the regular chat. Okay, so this is from chapter 9, which is my favorite chapter because it like talks a lot about how trauma and money and ADHD are all connected. And I talk a lot about a lot of things. Let's see. Okay. So I make a big list of trauma stuff and I say, these are a lot of the things that happen to us. And then I make a big list of all the addiction-y stuff and all the compulsive stuff that we pick up to enable our avoidance, right? And then when I finish that list, here's the part I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you for a couple of pages, so I hope you're prepared. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, we'll love it. Everyone will love it.
Thanks. I love your support, Janelle. Thank you. So we've just read this whole list of addiction and compulsive behaviors. These are all survival strategies. The little child who figured out how to do these tactics to survive was a brilliant, courageous strategist. We don't ever have to be mad at that little child. We can thank that child, hold that child close, treasure that child, love that child, reassure that child, and nurture that child. And long before these brilliant, surviving children figured out that they could pick up food, alcohol, sex, drugs, screens, etc., these brilliant, surviving children learned to deny, avoid, dissociate, and retreat to a world of fantasy. I believe the DA addiction to avoidance, which I talk about earlier in the book, can be traced back to that little child who figured out that the most essential way to escape the scary things happening at home was to close our eyes and avoid reality as much as we possibly could. This section is called Avoidance as Essential Childhood Survival. There is a fascinating body of trauma research that argues that the nervous systems of children are not equipped to process the pain of severe childhood trauma. The trauma is too much for our little bodies to handle when we're that small. So our brilliant little child bodies package up the trauma knowledge, the pain, and the memories, and store this package in little places in our bodies until our nerves and our synapses are developed enough in adulthood to let the memories and the pain out. Some trauma scholars argue that the places where memories are stored become weak points in the body or disconnection points in the physical integration and coordination of the body. This helps explain why holistic healing guides that associate pain in certain body parts with certain types of emotional wounds can sound surprisingly accurate. For instance, I am an incest survivor and my mother was my perpetrator. I started spraining my left ankle as a preteen. I had 11 ankle sprains on my left ankle over 17 years. When I read Louise Hay's You Can Heal Your Life, she listed the ankle, or when I read Louise Hay's, she listed the ankle as being associated with the ability to receive pleasure. And she listed the left side of the body as being connected to the mother. Do you think an incest survivor might struggle with receiving pleasure and develop injuries on the side of the body associated with her perpetrator? The answer is yes. In addition to my ankles, I also found that my body had created disconnections and tensions across my neck, my belly, my lower back, my hips, my thighs, and my calves. Once I was in OA, DA, and Al-Anon, I worked through these traumas with trauma therapists, body healers, Feldenkrais practitioners, EMDR therapists, massage experts, and even holistic athletic trainers. During a session with a holistic athletic trainer, she was having me do some challenging abdominal exercises in the style of Pilates. I was struggling and straining across my neck, my abs, and my back. She made the slightest adjustment to my alignment, and something totally unexpected happened. I suddenly felt completely physically aligned with zero stress, zero physical pain, and complete physical ease in a very challenging body position that I had struggled with for months. Simultaneously, my face burst out crying with zero warning. I didn't know what the crying was about. I didn't have anything on my mind that was making me sad that day. She had simply adjusted my alignment so accurately that when my body released all its tension and weak points, old sadness and grief had a clear channel to flow out. This section is called "The Childhood Software Knows That Pain is Not Safe." When we were children, something inside us knew that it was not safe to let out all this pain. Letting out this pain in any sort of integrated way would have made us targets for our wounded caregivers. In order to survive, we had to chop up and repress the pain. Something in us also knew that to feel all this pain in our childhood bodies was not possible or even healthy. I've never heard of a child's nervous system exploding from overload, but I have heard many professionals acknowledge there is no way a child's nervous system can process all the trauma and grief that happens during traumatizing childhoods. These repressed traumas also get channeled into health problems, including inflammation, autoimmune issues, digestion problems, and more. When trauma survivors arrive in adulthood, we have perception software from childhood that tells us pain, discomfort, grief, and truth are not safe. That software was correct during our childhoods, but that software is no longer accurate. If you are an adult, your body is big enough and strong enough to process these traumas now. And with good enough daily doses of love, support, clarity, action, hope, and additional resources from doctors, healers, and therapists, you will heal all these old pains in gentle ways that bring you fulfillment and abundance. Plus, your healing will strengthen the healing journey for many others who come after you. Just by reading this book, you are helping others. A joke too accurate. A DA/Al-Anon friend told me this joke years ago, and it's a painfully comic summation of all the denial and avoidance we are forced to engage with as children. I've always liked the joke, but sometimes I laugh with tears in my eyes. A drunk alcoholic dad is driving his wife and his young son in the family car. The car is careening rapidly and dangerously all over the road. His angry, raging Al-Anonic wife is screaming at him to slow down and drive more safely. Suddenly, the car hits a bump and slams into a tree. All three members of the family are killed instantly, and their souls are transported to the gates of hell. All three family members are greeted by a demon at the fiery entrance. "Hello," says the demon. "Welcome to hell. I just have to ask each one of you a question." He starts with the alcoholic dad. "Good evening, sir. Why are you here?" The alcoholic dad immediately starts raging. "Why am I here? Because my stupid, crazy wife wouldn't stop screaming in my ear. Now because of her, I couldn't focus on the road and we're all dead." "Very good, sir," says the demon. "You will be assigned to room 6321. The man is immediately whisked away. Then the demon turns to the Al-Anonic mom. "Welcome, madam. Why are you here?" The lady starts shouting. "My good-for-nothing alcoholic husband crashed our car and killed us all, that lying, stinking—" The demon cuts her off. "Thank you for your answer. You will be assigned to room 2344. The lady is immediately whisked away. Now the demon turns to the little boy. "Hello, Sonny," he begins gently. "Why are you here?" The boy immediately replies, "I'm not here, and it's not hot." I'm not here. I'm not here. It isn't happening. My body doesn't feel it. My mind doesn't know it. It didn't happen. It never happened. These are the essential survival messages that create dissociation and disconnection from our feelings, our memories, the through line of our thoughts, even our ability to focus. Many trauma research studies show a strong correlation between childhood trauma and ADHD symptoms, and many ADHD symptoms are found among the general DA population. Much of what our brains do that gets diagnosed as ADHD or that leads us to DA or both is actually the most essential trauma survival strategy: dissociation, disconnection, and denial. Our brains create interruptions, aka disconnections, in truth, interruptions in memory, interruptions in emotion, interruptions in focus, and interruptions in logical through-line thinking. We require these interruptions in order to survive pain that is too great for our childhood brains and our childhood nerves to process. These interruptions can also be called distractions. One of the most important books ever written about ADHD is called Driven to Distraction by Edward Hallowell. I read this book in month 6 of DA when I was about to get fired from yet another job. My boss had screamed at me on a Friday at 5 p.m. that everyone in the office hated me and that I was more disorganized than her 15-year-old daughter. In the 36 hours after this episode, I cried about the experience in 5 live meetings across OA, DA, and Al-Anon, but I was also very lucky that in the 5th meeting, a fellow walked up to me and offered to talk with me about ways to save my job. He reminded me that I couldn't control if anyone hated me, but I could take action to get more organized. Then he walked me over to a bookstore and showed me the Driven to Distraction book. I was very resistant at first, mostly because I was terrified of medication at the time. But he showed me a chapter all about coping strategies that would not require medication. The list of ideas for helping ADHD people get organized was terrific. It was terrific DA advice. It was all about adding color and fun to boring, tedious organizational systems. My inner child immediately loved the ideas. I bought the book that night and implemented as many of the strategies as I could Monday morning at work, and they helped a lot. Recovering from avoidance. When we begin to recover from avoidance, we pick up tiny pieces of reality. Tiny pieces of reality can include writing down our numbers, identifying specific actions, filling out a medical form, filling out a tax form, submitting reimbursable expenses, sending invoices, submitting hours worked, schedule planning, time tracking, any tedious, boring, or rote multi-step task, noticing our feelings, talking about our feelings, asking for help in even the smallest ways. When we interact with these tiny pieces of reality, I believe the little child inside us says, "Oh, wow, it must be safe now to tell the truth about all those things I had to pretend weren't happening for all that time. Here I am, outer adult. Here I am with all the pain I had to pretend wasn't inside me for all those decades. Here, listen to my pain. I am here and it is hot." And then, as the floods of pain, dread, and fear that we suppressed for years come bubbling up inside us, we wonder why writing down our numbers makes us want to jump out of windows. The magic door. For trauma survivors, boring, tedious tasks can be a magical portal to the trauma, memories, and feelings we have spent our whole lives running from. In my work life, I've given talks for therapists about this phenomenon. The fact that tiny doses of reality can bring direct access to old trauma is incredibly important information for everyone on the healing journey, both patients and professionals. This magical portal offers a goldmine of information about the past. It also creates access to deep wounds that can lead to opportunities for healing. When I give these lectures to practicing therapists, I encourage them to explain this phenomenon to their patients struggling with trauma wounds, and then have the patients practice filling out a very boring, tedious form in session while narrating the feelings that come up. It can lead to remarkable therapeutic breakthroughs. If you're in therapy already, feel free to urge your therapist to buy this book so that they can understand what you're going through. The missing pieces. Let's talk more about that brilliant inner child who got you out of the war zone alive. Your inner child became extremely skilled at hiding, avoiding, and blocking the trauma pain. That was a vital survival strategy for you, but there are also costs to developing and practicing the avoidance survival strategy as deeply as we DA people have developed and practiced it. The first cost. We learned that we could not ask for help around these issues. Asking for help early and often is the most important thing we do as we become committed to our DA recovery. DA recovery requires connecting with DA love and support on a daily basis. The second cost. We have very little practice at gently, healthfully getting in touch with that old pain in safe ways so that it can be healed and transcended. Where does it get healed? In meetings, phone calls, step work, PRGs, and wonderful therapy. The third cost, we missed out on vital skill development for adulthood. The skill development we lacked usually includes regular tracking of numbers, time, actions, to-do items, prudent financial realities, prudent project planning, prudent prioritizing, life planning, staying peaceful as we learn new skills, and more. This is a big deal because the 3 most important logistical ingredients to financial sanity in adulthood are 1, keeping track of time and money, 2, committing to and carrying out action lists, 3, planning and prioritizing for the short, medium, and long-term future. No adult does any of these things perfectly, but most normal people who are financially stable do a little each day of all three of these items. DA people become terrified, triggered, shut down, exhausted, upset, nauseated, suicidal, depressed, and/or pathologically avoidant in response to these daily adult requirements. That's why we need help. That's why connecting with other DA people in order to allow higher power to work miracles in our lives is so important. That's why we applaud each other for the tiniest of actions, and good for us that we do. A lot of this will get easier. A lot of the early years of DA recovery is a gentle reparenting of our inner child's ability to learn, grow, and develop. But we will always require support and help because we are human. And support is vital for all human growth at all phases. So there you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen.
Thank you,
Stop the
Dora.
recording.